Chapter 36 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 36. A Night Watch. When he reached the bottom of the hill, there at the gate was Forgue, walking up and down, apparently waiting for him. He would have passed him, but Forgue stepped in front of him. "Grant," he said, "it is well we should understand each other." "I think, my lord, if you do not yet understand me, it can scarcely be my fault." "What did my father say?" "I would deliver to your lordship a message he gave me for you, but for two reasons. One, that I believe he changed his mind, though he did not precisely say so, and the other, that I will not serve him or you in the matter." "Then you intend neither to meddle nor make?" "That is my affair, my lord. I will not take your lordship into my confidence." "Don't be unreasonable now. Do get off your high horse. Can't you understand a fellow? Everybody can't keep his temper as you do. I mean the girl no harm." "I will not talk with you about her. And whatever you insist on saying to me, I will use against you without scruple, should occasion offer." As he spoke, he caught a look on Forgue's face which revealed somehow that it was not for him he had been waiting, but for Eppy. He turned and went back towards the castle. He might meet her. Forgue called after him, but he paid no heed. As he hastened up the hill, not so much as the rustle of bird or mouse did he hear. He lingered about the top of the road for half an hour, then turned and went to the cobbler's. He found Dury in great distress, for she was not merely sore troubled about her son's child, but Andrew was in bed and suffering great pain. The moment Donal saw him he went for the doctor. He said a rib was broken, bound him up, and gave him some medicine. All done that could be done, Donal sat down to watch beside him. He lay still, with closed eyes and white face. So patient was he, that his very pain found utterance in a sort of blind smile. Donal did not know much about pain. He could read in Andrew's look his devotion to the will of him whose being was his peace. But he did not know above what suffering his faith lifted him, and held him hovering yet safe. His faith made him one with life, the eternal life, and that is salvation. In closest contact with the divine, the original relation restored, the source once more holding its issue, the divine love pouring itself into the deepest vessel of the man's being, itself but a vessel for the holding of the diviner and divinest, who can wonder if keenest pain should not be able to quench the smile of the prostrate? Few indeed have reached the point of health to laugh at disease, but are there none? Let not a man say because he cannot, that no one can. The old woman was very calm, only every now and then she would lift her hands and shake her head, and look as if the universe were going to pieces, because her husband lay there by the stroke of the ungodly. And if he had lain there forgotten, then indeed the universe would have been going to pieces. When he coughed, every pang seemed to go through her body to her heart. Love is as lovely in the old as in the young. Lovelier when in them, as often, it is more sympathetic and unselfish. That is, more true. Donal wrote to Mrs. Brookes that he would not be home that night, and having found a messenger at the inn, settled himself to watch by his friend. The hours glided quietly over. Andrew slept a good deal, and seemed to have pleasant visions. He was finding yet more saving. Now and then his lips would move as if he were holding talk with some friendly soul. Once Donal heard the murmured words, "Lord, I'm all your ain," and noted that his sleep grew deeper thereafter. He did not wake till the day began to dawn. Then he asked for some water. Seeing Donal, and divining that he had been by his bedside all the night, he thanked him with a smile and a little nod, which somehow brought to his memory certain words Andrew had spoken on another occasion. "There's one, and there's all, and the all's one, and the one is all." When Donal reached the castle, he found his breakfast and Mrs. Brookes waiting for him. She told him that Eppy, meeting her in the passage the night before, had burst into tears, but she could get nothing out of her, and had sent her to her room. This morning she had not come down at the proper time, and when she sent after her did not come. She went up herself, and found her determined to leave the castle that very day. She was now packing her things to go, nor did she see any good in trying to prevent her. Donal said if she would go home, there was plenty for her to do there. Old people's bones were not easy to mend, and it would be some time before her grandfather was well again. Mrs. Brookes said she would not keep her now if she begged to stay. She was afraid she would come to grief, and would rather she went home. She would take her home herself. "The lass is not an ill one," she added, "but she doesna ken what she would be at. She wants some of the Lord's own discipling, I'm thinking." "And that you may be sure she'll get, Mistress Brookes," said Donal. Eppy was quite ready to go home and help nurse her grandfather. She thought her conduct must by this time be the talk of the castle, and was in mortal terror of Lord Morven. All the domestics feared him. It would be hard to say precisely why. It came in part of seeing him so seldom, that he had almost come to represent the ghost some said lived in the invisible room and haunted the castle. It was the easier for Eppy to go home that her grandmother needed her, and that her grandfather would not be able to say much to her. She was an affectionate girl, and yet her grandfather's condition roused in her no indignation, for the love of being loved is such a blinding thing, that the greatest injustice from the dearest to the next dearest will by some natures be readily tolerated. God help us, we are a mean set, and meanest the man who is ablest to justify himself. Mrs. Brookes, having prepared a heavy basket of good things for Eppy to carry home to her grandmother, and made it the heavier for the sake of punishing her with the weight of it, set out with her, saying to herself, "The jade wants a ween harder work nor I hold till her hand, and doubtless it's preparing for her." She was kindly received, without a word of reproach, by her grandmother. The sufferer, forgetful of, or forgiving her words of rejection in the garden, smiled when she came near his bedside, and she turned away to conceal the tears she could not repress. She loved her grandparents, and she loved the young lord, and she could not get the two loves to dwell together peaceably in her mind, a common difficulty with our weak, easily divided, hardly united natures. Frangible, friable, readily distorted. It needs no less than God himself, not only to unite us to one another, but to make a whole of the ill-fitting, roughly disjointed portions of our individual beings. Tearfully, but diligently, she set about her duties, and not only the heart, but the limbs and joints of her grandmother were relieved by her presence, while doubtless she herself found some refuge from anxious thought in the service she rendered. What she saw as her probable future I cannot say. One hour her confidence in her lover's faithfulness would be complete. The next it would be dashed with huge blots of uncertainty. But her grandmother rejoiced over her, as out of harm's way. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 37. Lord Forgue and Lady Arctura. At the castle, things fell into their old routine. Nothing had been arranged between Lord Forgue and Eppy, and he seemed content that it should be so. Mrs. Brookes told him that she had gone home. He made neither remark nor inquiry, manifesting no interest. It would be well his father should not see it necessary to push things farther. He did not want to turn out of the castle. Without means, what was he to do? The marriage could not be to-day or to-morrow, and in the meantime he could see Eppy, perhaps more easily than at the castle. He would contrive. He was sorry he had hurt the old fellow, but he could not help it. He would get in the way. Things would have been much worse if he had not got first to his father. He would wait a bit, and see what would turn up. For the tutor fellow, he must not quarrel with him downright. No good would come of that. In the end he would have his way, and that in spite of them all. But what he really wanted he did not know. He only knew, or imagined, that he was over head and ears in love with the girl. What was to come of it all was in the clouds. He had said he meant to marry her, but to that statement he had been driven, more than he knew, by the desire to escape the contempt of the tutor he scorned, and he rejoiced that he had at least discomfited him. He knew that if he did marry Eppy, or anyone else of whom his father did not approve, He had nothing to look for but absolute poverty, for he knew no way to earn money. He was therefore unprepared to defy him immediately, whatever he might do by and by. He said to himself sometimes that he was as willing as any man to work for his wife if only he knew how, but when he said so, had he always a clear vision of Eppy as the wife in prospect? Alas, it would take years to make him able to earn even a woman's wages. It would be a fine thing for a lord to labour like a common man for the support of a child of the people for whom he had sacrificed everything. But where was the possibility? When thoughts like these grew too many for him, Forgue wished he had never seen the girl. His heart would immediately reproach him. Immediately he would comfort his conscience with the reflection that to wish he had never seen her was a very different thing from wishing to act as if he had. He loafed about in her neighbourhood as much as he dared, haunted the house itself in the twilight, and at night even ventured sometimes to creep up the stair. But for some time he never even saw her. For days Eppy never went out of doors except into the garden. Though she had not spoken of it, Arctura had had more than a suspicion that something was going on between her cousin and the pretty maid, for the little window of her sitting-room partially overlooked a certain retired spot, favoured of the lovers. And after Eppy left the house, Davy, though he did not associate the facts, noted that she was more cheerful than before. But there was no enlargement of intercourse between her and Forgue. They knew it was the wish of the head of the house that they should marry, but the Earl had been wise enough to say nothing openly to either of them. He believed the thing would have a better chance on its own merits, and as yet they had shown no sign of drawing to each other. It might perhaps have been otherwise on his part had not the young lord been taken up with the pretty housemaid, though at first he had thought of nothing more than a little passing flirtation, reckoning his advantage with her by the height on which he stood in his own regard. But it was from no jealousy that Arctura was relieved by the departure of Eppy. She had never seen anything attractive in her cousin, and her religious impressions would have been enough to protect her from any drawing to him. Had they not poisoned in her even the virtue of common house friendliness toward a very different man? The sense of relief she had when Eppy went lay in being delivered from the presence of something clandestine, with which she could not interfere so far as to confess knowledge of it. It had rendered her uneasy. She had felt shy and uncomfortable. Once or twice she had been on the point of saying to Mrs. Brookes that she thought her cousin and Eppy very oddly familiar, but had failed of courage. It was no wonder, therefore, that she should be more cheerful. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 38. Arctura and Sophia. About this time, her friend Miss Carmichael returned from a rather lengthened visit. But after the atonement that had taken place between her and Donal, it was with some anxiety that Lady Arctura looked forward to seeing her. She shrank from telling her what had come about through the wonderful poem, as she thought it, which had so bewitched her. She shrank, too, from showing her the verses. They were not of a kind, she was sure, to meet with recognition from her. She knew she would make game of them, and that not good-humouredly like Kate, who yet confessed to some beauty in them. For herself, the poem, and the study of its growth, had ministered so much nourishment to certain healthy poetic seeds lying hard and dry in her bosom, that they had begun to sprout, indeed to shoot rapidly up. Donal's poem could not fail therefore to be to her thenceforward something sacred. A related result also was that it had made her aware of something very defective in her friend's constitution. She did not know whether in her constitution mental, moral, or spiritual. Probably it was in all three. Doubtless, thought Arctura, she knew most things better than she, and certainly had a great deal more common sense, but on the other hand, was she not satisfied with far less than she could be satisfied with? To believe as her friend believed would not save her from insanity. She must be made on a smaller scale of necessities than herself. How was she able to love the God she said she believed in? God should at least be as beautiful as his creature could imagine him. But Miss Carmichael would say her poor earthly imagination was not to occupy itself with such a high subject. Oh, why would not God tell her something about himself, something direct, straight from himself. Why should she only hear of him at second hand, always and always? Alas, poor girl! Second hand? 500th hand, rather. And she might have been all the time communing with the very God himself, manifest in his own shape, which is ours also. All the time learning that her imagination could never, not to say originate, but when presented, receive into it the unspeakable excess of his loveliness, of his absolute devotion and tenderness to the creatures, the children of his Father. In the absence of Miss Carmichael, she had thought with less oppression of many things that in her presence appeared ghastly hopeless. Now, in the prospect of her reappearance, she began to feel wicked in daring a thought of her own concerning the God that was nearer to her than her thoughts. Such an unhealthy mastery had she gained over her. What if they met Donal, and she saw her smile to him, as she always did now? One thing she was determined upon, and herein lay the pledge of her coming freedom, that she would not behave to him in the least otherwise than her wont. If she would be worthy, she must be straightforward. Donal and she had never had any further talk, much as she would have liked it, upon things poetic. As a matter of supposed duty, where she had got the idea I do not know, certainly not from Miss Carmichael, seeing she approved of little poetry but that of Young, Cowper, Pollock, and James Montgomery. She had been reading the Paradise Lost, and wished much to speak of it to Donal, but had not the courage. When Miss Carmichael came, she at once perceived a difference in her, and it set her thinking. She was not one to do or say anything without thinking over it first. She had such a thorough confidence in her judgment, and such a pleasure in exercising it, that she almost always rejected an impulse. Judgment was on the throne, feeling under the footstool. There was something in Arctura's carriage which reminded her of the only time when she had stood upon her rank with her. This was once she made a remark disparaging a favourite dog. For the animals, Arctura could brave even her spiritual nightmare. They were not under the wrath and curse like men and women, therefore might be defended. She had on that occasion shown so much offence, that Miss Carmichael saw if she was to keep her influence over her, she must avoid rousing the phantom of rank in defence of prejudice. She was now therefore careful, said next to nothing, but watched her keenly, and not the less slyly that she looked her straight in the face. There is an effort to see into the soul of others that is essentially treacherous. Wherever, friendship being the ostensible bond, inquiry outruns regard, it is treachery, an endeavour to grasp more than the friend would knowingly give. They went for a little walk in the grounds. As they returned, they met Donal going out with Davy. Arctura and Donal passed with a bow and a friendly smile. Davy stopped and spoke to the ladies, then bounded after his friend. "Have you attended the scripture lesson regularly?" asked Miss Carmichael. "Yes, I have been absent only once, I think, since you left," replied Arctura. "Good, my dear. You have not been leaving your lamb to the wolf." "I begin to doubt if he be a wolf." "Ah! Does he wear his sheepskin so well? Are you sure he is not plotting to devour sheep and shepherd together?" said Miss Carmichael, with an open glance of search. "Don't you think," suggested Arctura, "when you are not able to say anything, it would be better not to be present? Your silence looks like agreement." "But you can always protest. You can assert he is all wrong. You can say you do not in the least agree with him." "But what if you are not sure that you do not agree with him?" "I thought as much," said Miss Carmichael to herself. "I might have foreseen this." Here she spoke. "If you are not sure you do agree, you can say, 'I can't say I agree with you.' It is always safer to admit little than much." "I do not quite follow you. But speaking of little and much, I am sure I want a great deal more than I know yet to save me. I have never yet heard what seems enough." "Is that to say God has not done his part?" "No, it is only to say that I hope he has done more than I have yet heard." "More than send his son to die for your sins?" "More than you say that means. You have but to believe Christ did so." "I don't know that he died for my sins." "He died for the sins of the whole world." "Then I must be saved." "Yes, if you believe that he made atonement for your sins." "Then I cannot be saved except I believe that I shall be saved, and I cannot believe I shall be saved until I know I shall be saved." "You are cavilling, Arctura. Ah, this is what you have been learning of Mr. Grant. I ought not to have gone away." "Nothing of the sort," said Arctura, drawing herself up a little. I am sorry if I have said anything wrong, but really I can get hold of nothing. I feel sometimes as if I should go out of my mind." "Arctura, I have done my best for you. If you think you have found a better teacher, no warning, I fear, will any longer avail." "If I did think I had found a better teacher, no warning certainly would. I am only afraid I have not. But of one thing I am sure, that the things Mr. Grant teaches are much more to be desired than—" "By the unsanctified heart, no doubt," said Sophia. "The unsanctified heart," rejoined Arctura, astonished at her own boldness, and the sense of power and freedom growing in her as she spoke, "surely needs God as much as the sanctified. But can the heart be altogether unsanctified that desires to find God so beautiful and good that it can worship him with its whole power of love and adoration? Or is God less beautiful and good than that? We ought to worship God whatever he is. But could we love him with all our hearts, if he were not altogether lovable? He might not be the less to be worshipped, though he seemed so to us. We must worship his justice as much as his love, his power as much as his justice." Arctura returned no answer. The words had fallen on her heart like an iceberg. She was not, however, so utterly overwhelmed by them as she would have been some time before. She thought with herself, "I will ask Mr. Grant. I am sure he does not think like that. Worship power as much as love? I begin to think she does not understand what she is talking about. If I were to make a creature needing all my love to make life endurable to him, and then not be kind enough to him, should I not be cruel? Would I not be to blame? Can God be God, and do anything conceivably to blame? Anything that is not altogether beautiful? She tells me we cannot judge what it would be right for God to do by what it would be right for us to do. If what seems right to me is not right to God, I must wrong my conscience and be a sinner in order to serve him. Then my conscience is not the voice of God in me. How then am I made in his image? What does it mean? Ah, but that image has been defaced by the fall, so I cannot tell a bit what God is like? Then how am I to love him? I never can love him. I am very miserable. I am not God's child." Thus, long after Miss Carmichael had taken a coldly sorrowful farewell of her, Arctura went round and round the old mill-horse rack of her self-questioning. God was not to be trusted in until she had done something she could not do, upon which he would take her into his favour, and then she could trust him. What a God to give all her heart to long for, to dream of being at home with! Then she compared Miss Carmichael and Donal Grant, and thought whether Donal might not be as likely to be right as she. Oh, where was assurance? Where was certainty about anything? How was she ever to know? What if the thing she came to know for certain should be a God she could not love? The next day was Sunday. Davy and his tutor overtook her going home from church. It came as of itself to her lips, and she said, "Mr. Grant, how are we to know what God is like?" Philip saith unto him, Lord, show us the Father, and it sufficeth us. Jesus saith unto him, Have I been so long time with you, and yet hast thou not known me, Philip? He that hath seen me hath seen the Father. And how sayest thou then, Show us the Father? Thus answered Donal, without a word of his own, and though the three walked side by side, it was 10 minutes before another was spoken. Then at last said Arctura, "If I could but see Christ." "It is not necessary to see him to know what he is like. You can read what those who knew him said he was like. That is the first step to understanding him, which is the true seeing. The second is, doing what he tells you. When you understand him, there is your God." From that day Arctura's search took a new departure. It is strange how often one may hear a thing, yet never have really heard it. The heart can hear only what it is capable of hearing. Therefore the times of this ignorance God winked at. But alas for him who will not hear what he is capable of hearing. His failure to get word or even sight of Eppy, together with some uneasiness at the condition in which her grandfather continued, induced Lord Forgue to accept the invitation, which his father had taken pains to have sent him, to spend 3 weeks or a month with a relative in the north of England. He would gladly have sent a message to Eppy before he went, but had no one he could trust with it. Davy was too much under the influence of his tutor. So he departed without sign, and Eppy soon imagined he had deserted her. For a time her tears flowed yet more freely, But by and by she began to feel something of relief in having the matter settled, for she could not see how they were ever to be married. She would have been content to love him always, she said to herself, were there no prospect of marriage, or even were there no marriage in question. But would he continue to care for her love? She did not think she could expect that. So with many tears she gave him up, or thought she did. He had loved her, and that was a grand thing. There was much that was good, and something that was wise in the girl, notwithstanding her folly in allowing such a lover. The temptation was great. Even if his attentions were in their nature but transient, they were sweet while they passed. I doubt if her love was of the deepest she had to give, but who can tell? A woman will love where a man can see nothing lovely. So long as she is able still to love, she is never quite to be pitied. But when the reaction comes? So the dull days went by. But for Lady Arctura a great hope had begun to dawn. The hope, namely, that the world was in the hand, yea, in the heart of one whom she herself might one day see, in her inmost soul, and with clearest eyes to be love itself. Not a love she could not care for, but the very heart, generating centre, embracing circumference and crown of all loves. Donal prayed to God for Lady Arctura, and waited. Her hour was not yet come, but was coming. Every one that is ready the Father brings to Jesus. The disciple is not greater than his master, and must not think to hasten the hour, or lead one who is not yet taught of God. He must not be miserable about another, as if God had forgotten him. Strange helpers of God we shall be if, thinking to do his work, we act as if he were neglecting it. To wait for God, believing it his one design to redeem his creatures, ready to put the hand to the moment his hour strikes, is the faith fit for a fellow worker with him. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 39. The Castle Roof. One stormy Friday night in the month of March, when a bitter east wind was blowing, Donal, seated at the plain deal table he had got Mrs. Brookes to find him, that he might use it regardless of ink, was drawing upon it a diagram, in quest of a simplification for Davy, when a sudden sense of cold made him cast a glance at his fire. He had been aware that it was sinking, but as there was no fuel in the room, had forgotten it again. It was very low, and he must at once fetch both wood and coal. In certain directions and degrees of wind, this was rather a ticklish task. But he had taken the precaution of putting up here and there a bit of rope. Closing the door behind him to keep in what warmth he might, and ascending the stairs a few feet higher, he stepped out on the bartizan, and so round the tower to the roof. There he stood for a moment to look about him. It was a moonlit night, so far as the clouds, blown in huge and almost continuous masses over the heavens, would permit the light of the moon to emerge. The roaring of the sea came like a low rolling mist across the flats. The air gloomed and darkened and lightened again around him, as the folds of the cloud blanket overhead were torn, or dropped trailing, or gathered again in the arms of the hurrying wind. As he stood, it seemed suddenly to change, and take a touch of south in its blowing. The same instant came to his ear a loud wail. It was the ghost music. There was in it the cry of a discord, mingling with a wild rolling change of harmonies. He stood like one forbid, and listened with all his power. It came again, and was more continuous than he had ever heard it before. Here was now a chance indeed of tracing it home. As a gaze-hound with his eyes, as a sleuth-hound with his nose, he stood ready to start hunting with his listening ear. The seeming approach and recession of the sounds might be occasioned by changes in their strength, not by any change of position. "It must come from somewhere on the roof," he said, and setting down the pail he had brought, he got on his hands and knees, first to escape the wind in his ears, and next to diminish its hold on his person. Over roof after roof he crept like a cat, stopping to listen every time a new gush of the sound came, then starting afresh in the search for its source. Upon a great gathering of roofs like these, erected at various times on various levels, and with all kinds of architectural accommodations of one part to another, sound would be variously deflected, and as difficult to trace as inside the house. Careless of cold or danger, he persisted, creeping up, creeping down, over flat leads, over sloping slates, over great roofing stones, along low parapets and round ticklish corners, following the sound ever, as a cat a flitting unconscious bird. When it ceased, he would keep slowly on in the direction last chosen. Sometimes, when the moon was more profoundly obscured, he would have to stop altogether, unable to get a peep of his way. On one such occasion, when it was nearly pitch dark, and the sound had for some time ceased, he was crouching upon a high-pitched roof of great slabs, his fingers clutched around the edges of one of them, and his mountaineering habit standing him in good stead, protected a little from the force of the blast by a huge stack of chimneys that rose to windward. While he clung thus waiting, louder than he had yet heard it, almost in his very ear, arose the musical ghost cry, this time like that of a soul in torture. The moon came out, as at the cry, to see, but Donal could spy nothing to suggest its origin. As if disappointed, the moon instantly withdrew, the darkness again fell, and the wind rushed upon him full of keen, slanting rain, as if with fierce intent of protecting the secret. There was little chance of success that night. He must break off the hunt till daylight. If there was any material factor in the sound, he would be better able to discover it then. By the great chimney stack, he could identify the spot where he had been nearest to it. There remained for the present but the task of finding his way back to his tower. A difficult task it was, more difficult than he anticipated. He had not an idea in what direction his tower lay, had not an idea of the track, if track it could be called, by which he had come. One thing only was clear, it was somewhere else than where he was. He set out, therefore, like any honest pilgrim who knows only he must go somewhere else, and began his wanderings. He found himself far more obstructed than in coming. Again and again he could go no farther in the direction he was trying. Again and again had to turn and try another. It was half an hour at least before he came to a spot he knew, and by that time, with the rain, the wind had fallen a little. Against a break in the clouds, he saw the outline of one of his store sheds, and his way was thenceforward plain. He caught up his pail, filled it with coal and wood, and hastened to his nest as quickly as cramped joints would carry him, hopeless almost of finding his fire still alive. But when he reached the stair, and had gone down a few steps, he saw a strange sight. Below him, at his door, with a small wax taper in her hand, stood the form of a woman, in the posture of one who had just knocked, and was hearkening for an answer. So intent was she, and so loud was the wind among the roofs, that she had not heard his step, and he stood a moment afraid to speak, lest he should startle her. Presently she knocked again. He made an attempt at ventriloquy, saying in a voice to sound farther off than it was, "Come in." A hand rose to the latch, and opened the door. By the hand he knew it was Lady Arctura. "Welcome to the stormy sky, my lady," he said, as he entered the room after her, a pleasant object after his crawling excursion. She started a little at his voice behind her, and turning was more startled still. Donal was more like a chimney sweep than a Tudor in a lord's castle. He was begrimed and blackened from head to foot, and carried a pail full of coals and wood. Reading readily her look, he made haste to explain. "I have been on the roof for the last hour," he said. "What were you doing there?" she asked, with a strange mingling of expressions. "In such a night?" "I heard the music, my lady. The ghost music, you know, that haunts the castle, and—" "I heard it too," she murmured, with a look almost of terror. "I have often heard it before, but never so loud as tonight. Have you any notion about it, Mr. Grant?" "None whatever, except that I am nearly sure it comes from somewhere about the roof." "If you could clear up the mystery—" "I have some hope of it. You are not frightened, my lady?" She had caught hold of the back of a chair. "Do sit down, I will get you some water." "No, no, I shall be right in a moment," she answered. "Your stare has taken my breath away. But my uncle is in such a strange condition that I could not help coming to you." I have seen him myself more than once. Very strange." "Will you come with me?" "Anywhere." "Come, then." She left the room, and led the way by the light of her dim taper down the stair. About the middle of it, she stopped at a door, and turning, said, with a smile like that of a child, and the first untroubled look Donal had yet seen upon her face, "How delightful it is to be taken out of fear! I am not the least afraid now." "I am very glad," said Donal. "I should like to kill fear. It is the shadow that follows at the heels of wrong. Do you think the music has anything to do with your uncle's condition?" "I do not know." She turned again hastily, and passing through the door, entered a part of the house with which Donal had no acquaintance. With many bewildering turns, she led him to the great staircase, down which she continued her course. The house was very still. It must surely be later than he had thought. Only there were so few servants in it for its extent. His guide went very fast, with a light step as a bird's. At one moment he had all but lost sight of her in the great curve. At the room in which Donal first saw the Earl, she stopped. The door was open, but there was no light within. She led him across to the door of the little chamber behind. A murmur, but no light, came from it. In a moment it was gone, and the deepest silence filled the world. Arctura entered. One step within the door she stood still, and held high her taper. Donal looked in sideways. A small box was on the floor against the foot of the farthest wall, and on the box, in a long dressing gown of rich faded stuff, the silk and gold in which shone feebly in the dim light, stood the tall, meagre form of the Earl, with his back to the door, his face to the wall, close to it, and his arms and hands stretched out against it, like one upon a cross. He stood without moving a muscle or uttering a sound. What could it mean? Donal gazed in a blank dismay. Not a minute had passed, though it was to him a long and painful time, when the murmuring came again. He listened as to a voice from another world, a thing terrible to those whose fear dwells in another world. But to Donal it was terrible as a voice from no other world could have been. It came from an unseen world of sin and suffering, a world almost a negation of the eternal, a world of darkness and the shadow of death. But surely there was hope for that world yet, for whose were the words in which its indwelling despair grew audible? "And we indeed justly, for we receive the due reward of our deeds, but this man hath done nothing amiss." Again the silence fell, but the form did not move, and still they stood regarding him. From far away came the sound of the ghost music. The head against the wall began to move as if waking from sleep. The hands sank along the wall and fell by the sides. The Earl gave a deep sigh, but still stood leaning his forehead against the wall. Arctura turned, and they left the room. She went down the stair, and on to the library. Its dark oak cases and old bindings reflected hardly a ray of the poor taper she carried, but the fire was not yet quite out. She set down the light, and looked at Donal in silence. "What does it all mean?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. "God knows," she returned solemnly. "Are we safe?" he asked. "May he not come here?" "I do not think he will. I have seen him in many parts of the house, but never here." Even as she spoke, the door swung noiselessly open, and the Earl entered. His face was ghastly pale. His eyes were wide open. He came straight towards them. But he did not see them, or if he did, he saw them but as phantoms of the dream in which he was walking, phantoms which had not yet become active in the dream. He drew a chair to the embers, in his fancy doubtless a great fire, sat for a moment or two gazing into them, rose, went the whole length of the room, took down a book, returned with it to the fire, drew towards him Arctura's tiny taper, opened the book, and began to read in an audible murmur. Donal, trying afterwards to recall and set down what he had heard, wrote nothing better than this: "In the heart of the earth cave lay the king. Through chancel and choir and nave the bells ring. Said the worm at his side, 'Sweet fool, turn to thy bride. Is the night so cool? Wouldst thou lie like a stone till the aching morn out of the dark be born?' Heavily pressed the night enorme, but he heard the voice of the worm, like the sound of a muttered thunder low in the realms where no feet go. And he said, I will rise, I will myself glad, I will open my eyes, and no more sleep sad. For who is a god but the man who can spring up from the sod and be his own king? I will model my gladness, dig my despair, and let goodness or badness be folly's own care. I will be content, and the world shall spin round, till its force be outspent. It shall drop like a top spun by a boy, while I sit in my tent in a featureless joy, sit without sound, and toss up my world, till it burst and be drowned in the blackness upcurled from the deep hell ground. The dreams of a god are the worlds of his slaves. I will be my own god, and rule my own knaves. He went on in this way for some minutes. Then the rhymes grew less perfect, and the utterance sank into measured prose. The tone of the speaker showed that he took this stuff for glowing verse, and regarded it as embodying his own present consciousness. One might have thought the worm would have a word to say in rejoinder, but no, the worm had vanished, and the buried dreamer had made himself a god, his own god. Donal stole up softly behind him and peeped at the open book. It was the Novum Organum. They glided out of the room, and left the dreamer to his dreams. "Do you think," said Donal, "I ought to tell Simmons?" "It would be better. Do you know where to find him?" "I do not." "I will show you a bell that rings in his room. He will think his lordship has rung it." They went and rang the bell. In a minute or two, they heard the steps of the faithful servant seeking his master, and bade each other good night. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 40. A Religion Lesson. In the morning, Donal learned from Simmons that his master was very ill, could not raise his head. "The way he do moan and cry," said Simmons, "you would think sure he was either out of his mind, or had something heavy upon it. All the years I known him, he been like that every now and then, and back to his old self again, little the worse. Only the fits do come oftener." Towards the close of school, as Donal was beginning to give his lesson in religion, Lady Arctura entered, and sat down beside Davy. "What would you think of me, Davy," Donal was saying, "if I were angry with you because you did not know something I had never taught you?" Davy only laughed. It was to him a grotesque, an impossible supposition. "If," Donal resumed, "I were to show you a proposition of Euclid, which you had never seen before, and say to you, 'Now, Davy, this is one of the most beautiful of all Euclid's propositions, and you must immediately admire it, and admire Euclid for constructing it,' what would you say?" Davy thought, and looked puzzled. "But you wouldn't do it, sir," he said. "I know you wouldn't do it," he added, after a moment. "Why should I not?" "It isn't your way, sir." "But suppose I were to take that way?" "You would not then be like yourself, sir." "Tell me how I should be unlike myself. Think." "You would not be reasonable." "What would you say to me?" "I should say, 'Please, sir, let me learn the proposition first, and then I shall be able to admire it. I don't know it yet.'" "Very good. Now again, suppose when you tried to learn it, you were not able to do so, and therefore could see no beauty in it. Should I blame you?" "No, sir, I am sure you would not, because I should not be to blame, and it would not be fair, and you never do what is not fair." "I am glad you think so. I tried to be fair. That looks as if you believed in me, Davy." "Of course I do, sir." "Why?" "Just because you are fair." "Suppose, Davy, I said to you, 'Here is a very beautiful thing I should like you to learn,' and you, after you had partly learned it, were to say, 'I don't see anything beautiful in this. I'm afraid I never shall.' Would that be to believe in me?" "No, surely, sir, for you know best what I am able for." "Suppose you said, 'I dare say it is all as good as you say, but I don't care to take so much trouble about it.' What would that be?" "Not to believe in you, sir." You would not want me to learn a thing that was not worth my trouble, or a thing I should not be glad of knowing when I did know it. Suppose you said, 'Sir, I don't doubt what you say, but I am so tired I don't mean to do anything more you tell me.' Would you then be believing in me?" "No. That might be to believe your word, but it would not be to trust you. It would be to think my thinks better than your thinks, and that would be no faith at all." Davy had at times an oddly childish way of putting things. "Suppose you were to say nothing, but go away and do nothing of what I told you, what would that be?" "Worse and worse. It would be sneaking." "One question more. What is faith? The big faith, I mean, not the little faith between equals. The big faith we put in one above us. It is to go at once and do the thing he tells us to do. If we don't, then we haven't faith in him?" "No, certainly not." "But might not that be his fault?" "Yes, if he was not good, and so I could not trust him. If he said I was to do one kind of thing, and he did another kind of thing himself, then of course I could not have faith in him." "And yet you might feel you must do what he told you." "Yes." "Would that be faith in him?" "No." "Would you always do what he told you?" "Not if he told me to do what it would be wrong to do." "Now tell me, Davy, what is the biggest faith of all? The faith to put in the one only altogether good person." "You mean God, Mr. Grant?" "Whom else could I mean?" "You might mean Jesus." "They are one. They mean always the same thing, do always the same thing, always agree. There is only one thing they don't do the same in. They do not love the same person." "What do you mean, Mr. Grant?" interrupted Arctura. She had been listening intently. Was the cloven foot of Mr. Grant's heresy now at last about to appear plainly? "I mean this," answered Donal, with a smile that seemed to Arctura such a light as she had never seen on human face, "that God loves Jesus, not God, and Jesus loves God, not Jesus. We love one another, not ourselves. Don't we, Davy?" "You do, Mr. Grant," answered Davy modestly. "Now tell me, Davy, what is the great big faith of all, that which we have to put in the Father of us, who is as good not only as thought can think, but as good as heart can wish, infinitely better than anybody but Jesus Christ can think? What is the faith to put in him?" "Oh, it is everything," answered Davy. "But what first?" asked Donal. "First, it is to do what he tells us." "Yes, Davy. It is to learn his problems by going and doing his will, not trying to understand things first, but trying first to do things. We must spread out our arms to him as a child does to his mother when he wants her to take him. Then when he sets us down, saying, 'Go and do this or that,' we must make all the haste in us to go and do it. And when we get hungry to see him, we must look at his picture." "Where is that, sir?" "Ah, Davy, Davy, don't you know that yet? Don't you know that besides being himself, and just because he is himself, Jesus is the living picture of God?" "I know, sir. We have to go and read about him in the book." "May I ask you a question, Mr. Grant?" said Arctura. "With perfect freedom," answered Donal. "I only hope I may be able to answer it." "When we read about Jesus, we have to draw for ourselves his likeness from words, and you know what kind of a likeness the best artist would make that way, who had never seen with his own eyes the person whose portrait he had to paint." "I understand you quite," returned Donal. "Some go to other men to draw it for them, and some go to others to hear from them what they must draw, thus getting all their blunders in addition to those they must make for themselves. But the nearest likeness you can see of him is the one drawn by yourself while doing what he tells you. He has promised to come into those who keep his word. He will then be much nearer to them than in bodily presence, and such may well be able to draw for themselves the likeness of God. But first of all, and before everything else, mind, Davy, obedience." "Yes, Mr. Grant, I know," said Davy. "Then off with you. Only think sometimes it is God who gave you your game." "I'm going to fly my kite, Mr. Grant." "Do. God likes to see you fly your kite, and it is all in his March wind it flies. It could not go up a foot but for that." Davy went. "You have heard that my uncle is very ill to-day," said Arctura. "I have, poor man," replied Donal. "He must be in a very peculiar condition. Of body and mind both, he greatly perplexes me." You would be quite as much perplexed if you had known him as long as I have. Never since my father's death, which seems a century ago, have I felt safe. Never in my uncle's presence at ease. I get no nearer to him. It seems to me, Mr. Grant, that the cause of discomfort and strife is never that we are too near others, but that we are not near enough. This was a remark after Donal's own heart. I understand you, he said, and entirely agree with you. I never feel that my uncle cares for me except as one of the family, and the holder of its chief property. He would have liked me better, perhaps, if I had been dependent on him. How long will he be your guardian? Asked Donal. He is no longer my guardian legally. The time set by my father's will ended last year. I am 23, and my own mistress, but of course it is much better to have the head of the house with me. I wish he were a little more like other people. But tell me about the ghost music. We had not time to talk of it last night. I got pretty near the place where it came from, but the wind blew so, and it was so dark, that I could do nothing more then. You will try again? I shall indeed. I am afraid, if you find a natural cause for it, I shall be a little sorry. How can there be any other than a natural cause, my lady? God and nature are one. God is the causing nature. Tell me, is not the music heard only in stormy nights, or at least nights with a good deal of wind? I have heard it in the daytime. On a still day? I think not. I think, too, I never heard it on a still summer night. Do you think it comes in all storms? I think not. Then perhaps it has something to do not merely with the wind, but with the direction of the wind. Perhaps. I cannot say. That might account for the uncertainty of its visits. The instrument may be accessible, yet its converse with the operating power so rare that it has not yet been discovered. It is a case in which experiment is not permitted us. We cannot make a wind blow, neither can we vary the direction of the wind blowing. Observation alone is left us, and that can be only at such times when the sound is heard. Then you can do nothing till the music comes again? I think I can do something now, for last night I seemed so near the place whence the sounds were coming, that the eye may now be able to supplement the ear, and find the music-bird silent on her nest. If the wind fall, as I think it will in the afternoon, I shall go again and see whether I can find anything. I noticed last night that simultaneously with the sound came a change in the wind, towards the south, I think. What a night it was after I left you. I think, said Arctura, the wind has something to do with my uncle's fits. Was there anything very strange about it last night? When the wind blows so angrily, I always think of that passage about the prince of the power of the air being the spirit that works in the children of disobedience. Tell me what it means. I do not know what it means, answered Donal, but I suppose the epithet involves a symbol of the difference between the wind of God that inspires the spiritual true self of man, and the wind of the world that works by thousands of impulses and influences in the lower, the selfish set of children that will not obey. I will look at the passage and see what I can make out of it. Only the spiritual and the natural blend so that we may one day be astonished. Would you like to join the music hunt, my lady? Do you mean go on the roof? Should I be able? I would not have you go in the night, and the wind blowing, said Donal with a laugh, but you can come and see and judge for yourself. The bartizan is the only anxious place, but as I mean to take Davy with me, you may think I do not count it very dangerous. Will it be safe for Davy? I can venture more with Davy than with another. He obeys in a moment. I will obey too if you will take me, said Arctura. Then please come to the schoolroom at 4 o'clock, but we shall not go except the wind be fallen. When Davy heard what his tutor proposed, he was filled with the restlessness of anticipation. Often while helping Donal with his fuel, he had gazed up at him on the roof with longing eyes, but Donal had never let him go upon it. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 41. The Music Nest. The hour came, and with the very stroke of the clock, Lady Arctura and Davy were in the schoolroom. A moment more, and they set out to climb the spiral of Balliol's tower. But what a different lady was Arctura this afternoon! She was cheerful, even merry, with Davy almost jolly. Her soul had many alternating lights and glooms, but it was seldom or never now so clouded as when first Donal saw her. In the solitude of her chamber, where most the simple soul should be conscious of life as a blessedness, she was yet often haunted by ghastly shapes of fear, but there also other forms had begun to draw nigh to her. Sweetest rays of hope would ever and anon break through the clouds, and mock the darkness from her presence. Perhaps God might mean as thoroughly well by her as even her imagination could wish. Does a dull reader remark that hers was a diseased state of mind? I answer, the more she needed to be saved from it, with the only real deliverance from any ill. But her misery, however diseased, was infinitely more reasonable than the healthy joy of such as trouble themselves about nothing. Some sicknesses are better than any but the true health. "I never thought you were like this, Archie," said Davy. "You are just as if you had come to school to Mr. Grant. You would soon know how much happier it is to have somebody you must mind." "If having me, Davy," said Donal, "doesn't help you to be happy without me, there will not have been much good done. What I want most to teach you is, to leave the door always on the latch, for someone, you know whom I mean, to come in." "Race me up the stair, Archie," said Davy, when they came to the foot of the spiral. "Very well," assented his cousin. "Which side will you have, the broad or the narrow?" "The broad." "Well then, 1, 2, 3, and away we go!" Davy mounted like a clever goat, his hand and arm on the newel, and slipping lightly round it. Arctura's ascent was easier but slower. She found her garments in her way, therefore yielded the race, and waited for Donal. Davy, thinking he heard her footsteps behind him all the time, flew up shrieking with the sweet terror of love's pursuit. "What a darling the boy has grown," said Arctura, when Donal overtook her. "Yes," answered Donal. "One would think such a child might run straight into the kingdom of heaven. But I suppose he must have his temptations and trials first. Out of the storm alone comes the true peace." "Will peace come out of all storms?" "I trust so. Every pain and every fear, every doubt is a cry after God. What mother refuses to go to her child, because he is only crying, not calling her by name?" "Oh, if I could but believe so about God! For if it be all right with God, I mean, if God be such a God as to be loved with the heart and soul of loving, then all is well. Is it not, Mr. Grant?" "Indeed it is." "And you are not far from the kingdom of heaven," he was on the point of saying, but did not, because she was in it already, only unable yet to verify the things around her, like the man who had but halfway received his sight. When they reached the top, he took them past his door, and higher up the stair to the next, opening on the bartizan. Here he said Lady Arctura must come with him first, and Davy must wait till he came back for him. When he had them both safe on the roof, he told Davy to keep close to his cousin or himself all the time. He showed them first his stores of fuel, his ammunition, he said, for fighting the winter. Next he pointed out where he had stood when first he heard the music the night before, and set down his bucket to follow it, and where he found the bucket, blown thither by the wind, when he came back to feel for it in the dark. Then he began to lead them, as nearly as he could, the way he had then gone, but with some, for Arctura's sake, desirable detours. Over one steep sloping roof they had to cross, he found a little stair up the middle, and down the other side. They came to a part where he was not quite sure about the way. As he stopped to bethink himself, they turned and looked eastward. The sea was shining in the sun, and the flat wet country between was so bright that they could not tell where the land ended and the sea began. But as they gazed, a great cloud came over the sun, the sea turned cold and grey as death, a true March sea, and the land lay low and desolate between. The spring was gone, and the winter was there. A gust of wind, full of keen hail, drove sharp in their faces. "Ah, that settles the question," said Donal. "The music bird must wait. We will call upon her another day." It is funny, isn't it, Davy, to go a bird's nesting after music on the roof of a house?" "Hark," said Arctura. "I think I heard the music bird. She wants us to find her nest. I really don't think we ought to go back for a little blast of wind, and a few pellets of hail. What do you think, Davy?" "Oh, for me, I wouldn't turn for ever so big a storm," said Davy. "But you know, Arkie, it's not you or me, Arkie. Mr. Grant is the captain of this expedition, and we must do as he bids us." "Oh, surely, Davy. I never meant to dispute that. Only Mr. Grant is not a tyrant. He will let a lady say what she thinks." "Oh, yes, or a boy either. He likes me to say what I think. He says we can't get at each other without. And do you know, he obeys me sometimes." Arctura glanced a keen question at the boy. "It is quite true," said Davy, while Donal listened smiling. "Last winter, for days together, not all day, you know, I had to obey him most of the time, but at certain times I was as sure of Mr. Grant doing as I told him as he is now of me doing as he tells me." "What times were those?" asked Arctura, thinking to hear of some odd pedagogic device. "When I was teaching him to skate," answered Davy, in a triumph of remembrance. "He said I knew better than he there, and so he would obey me. You wouldn't believe how splendidly he did it, Arkie. Out and out," concluded Davy, in a tone almost of awe. "Oh, yes, I would believe it. Perfectly," said Arctura. Donal suddenly threw an arm round each of them, and pulled them down sitting. The same instant a fierce blast burst upon the roof. He had seen the squall whitening the sea, and looking nearer home, saw the tops of the trees between streaming level towards the castle. But seated, they were in no danger. "Hark!" said Arctura again. "There it is!" They all heard the wailing cry of the ghost music. But while the blast continued, they dared not pursue their hunt. It kept on in fits and gusts till the squall ceased, as suddenly almost as it had burst. The sky cleared, and the sun shone as a March sun can. But the blundering blasts and the swan-shot of the flying hail were all about still. "When the storm is upon us," remarked Donal, as they rose from their crouching position, "it seems as if there never could be sunshine more. But our hopelessness does not keep back the sun when his hour to shine is come." "I understand," said Arctura. "When one is miserable, misery seems the law of being, and in the midst of it dwells some thought which nothing can ever set right. All at once it is gone, broken up and gone like that hail cloud. It just looks its own foolishness and vanishes." "Do you know why things so often come right?" said Donal. "I would say always come right, but that is a matter of faith, not sight." Arctura did not answer at once. "I think I know what you are thinking," she said, "but I want to hear you answer your own question." "Why do things come right so often, do you think, Davy?" repeated Donal. "Is it," returned Davy, "because they were made right to begin with?" "There is much in that, Davy. But there is a better reason than that. It is because things are alive, and the life at the heart of them, that which keeps them going, is the great beautiful God. So the sun forever returns after the clouds. A doubting man, like him who wrote the book of Ecclesiastes, puts the evil last, and says the clouds return after the rain. But the Christian knows that one has mastery who makes the joy the last in every song." "You speak like one who has suffered," said Arctura, with a kind look in his face. "Who has not that lives?" "It is how you are able to help others." "Am I able to help others? I am very glad to hear it. My ambition would be to help, if I had any ambition. But if I am able, it is because I have been helped myself, not because I have suffered." "Will you tell me what you mean by saying you have no ambition?" "Where your work is laid out for you, there is no room for ambition. You have got your work to do. But give me your hand, my lady. Put your other hand on my shoulder. You stop there, Davy, and don't move till I come to you. Now, my lady, a little jump. That's it. Now you are safe. You were not afraid, were you?" "Not in the least. But did you come here in the dark?" "Yes. There is this advantage in the dark. You do not see how dangerous the way is. We take the darkness about us for the source of our difficulties. It is a great mistake. Christian would hardly have dared go through the valley of the shadow of death, had he not had the shield of the darkness all about him." "Can the darkness be a shield? Is it not the evil thing?" "Yes, the dark that is within us, the dark of distrust and unwillingness, but not the outside dark of mere human ignorance. Where we do not see, we are protected. Where we are most ignorant and most in danger is in those things that affect the life of God in us. There the Father is every moment watching his child. If he were not constantly pardoning and punishing our sins, what would become of us? We must learn to trust him about our faults as much as about everything else. In the earnestness of his talk he had stopped, but now turned and went on. "There is my land, or roof-mark, rather," he said. "That chimney-stack. Close by it I heard the music very near me indeed, when all at once the darkness and the wind came together so thick that I could do nothing more. We shall do better now in the daylight, and 3 of us instead of 1. "What a huge block of chimneys!" said Arctura. "Is it not?" returned Donal. "It indicates the hugeness of the building below us, of which we can see so little. Like the volcanoes of the world, it tells us how much fire is necessary to keep our dwelling warm." "I thought it was the sun that kept the earth warm," said Davy. "So it is, but not the sun alone. The earth is like a man. The great glowing fire is God in the heart of the earth, and the great sun is God in the sky, keeping it warm on the other side. Our gladness and pleasure, our trouble when we do wrong, our love for all about us, that is God inside us. And the beautiful things and lovable people, and all the lessons of life in history and poetry, in the Bible, and in whatever comes to us, is God outside of us. Every life is between 2 great fires of the love of God. So long as we do not give ourselves up heartily to him, we fear his fire will burn us. And burn us it does when we go against its flames and not with them, refusing to burn with the fire with which God is always burning. When we try to put it out, or oppose it, or get away from it, then indeed it burns." "I think I know," said Davy. Arctura held her peace. "But now," said Donal, "I must go round and have a peep at the other side of the chimney-stack." He disappeared, and Arctura and Davy stood waiting his return. They looked each in the other's face with the delight of consciously sharing a great adventure. Beyond their feet lay the wide country and the great sea. Over them the sky with the sun in it going down towards the mountains. Under their feet the mighty old pile that was their home, and under that the earth with its molten heart of fire. But Davy's look soon changed to one of triumph in his tutor. "Is it not grand," it said, "to be all day with a man like that, talking to you and teaching you?" That at least was how Arctura interpreted it, reading in it almost an assertion of superiority, inasmuch as this man was his tutor and not hers. She replied to the look in words. "I am his pupil too, Davy," she said, "though Mr. Grant does not know it." "How can that be," answered Davy, "when you are afraid of him? I am not a bit afraid of him." "How do you know I am afraid of him?" she asked. "Oh, anybody could see that." She was afraid she had spoken foolishly, and Davy might repeat her words. She did not desire to hasten further intimacy with Donal. Things were going in that direction fast enough. Her eyes, avoiding Davy's, kept reconnoitring the stack of chimneys. "Aren't you glad to have such a castle all for your own, to do what you like with, Arkie? You know you could pull it all to pieces if you liked." "Would it be less mine," said Arctura, "if I was not at liberty to pull it all to pieces? And would it be more mine when I had pulled it to pieces, Davy?" Donal was coming round the side of the stack, and heard what she said. It pleased him, for it was not a little in his own style. "What makes a thing your own, do you think, Davy?" she went on. "To be able to do with it what you like," replied Davy. "Whether that be good or bad?" "Yes, I think so," answered Davy, doubtfully. "Then I think you are quite wrong," she rejoined. "The moment you begin to use a thing wrong, that moment you make it less yours. I can't quite explain it, but that is how it looks to me." She ceased, and after a moment Donal took up the question. "Lady Arctura is quite right, Davy," he said. "The nature, that is, the good of a thing, is that only by which it can be possessed. Any other possession is like slave-owning. It is not a righteous having. The right and the power to use it to its true purpose, and the using it so, are the conditions that make a thing ours. To have the right and the power and not use it so, would be to make the thing less ours than anybody's. Suppose you had a very beautiful picture, but from some defect in your sight you could never see that picture as it really was. while a servant in your house not only saw it as it was meant to be seen, but had such delight in gazing on it, that even in his dreams it came to him, and made him think of things he would not have thought of but for it. Which of you, you or the servant in your house, would have the more real possession of that picture? You could sell it away from yourself, and never know anything about it more, but you could not, by all the power of a tyrant, take it from your servant." "Ah, now I understand," said Davy, with a look at Lady Arctura which seemed to say, "You see how Mr. Grant can make me understand." "I wonder," said Lady Arctura, "what that curious opening in the side of the chimney-stack means. It can't be for smoke to come out at." "No," said Donal. "There is not a mark of smoke about it. If it had been meant for that, it would hardly have been put half-way from the top. I can't make it out. A hole like that in any chimney must surely interfere with the draught. I must get a ladder." "Let me climb on your shoulders, Mr. Grant," said Davy. "Come then, up you go," said Donal. And up went Davy, and peeped into the horizontal slit. "It looks very like a chimney," he said, turning his head and thrusting it in sideways. "It goes right down to somewhere," he added, bringing his head out again, "but there is something across it a little way down, to prevent the jackdaws from tumbling in, I suppose." "What is it?" asked Donal. "Something like a grating," answered Davy. "No, not a grating exactly. It is what you might call a grating, but it seems made of wires. I don't think it would keep a strong bird out if he wanted to get in." "Aha," said Donal to himself. "What if those wires be tuned?" "Did you ever see an Aeolian harp, my lady?" he asked. "I never did." "Yes," answered Lady Arctura, "once when I was a little girl. And now you suggest it, I think the sounds we hear are not unlike those of an Aeolian harp. The strings are all the same length, if I remember. But I do not understand the principle. They seem all to play together, and make the strangest, wildest harmonies when the wind blows across them in a particular way." "I fancy, then, we have found the nest of our music-bird," said Donal. "The wires Davy speaks of may be the strings of an Aeolian harp. I wonder if there could be a draught across them. I must get up and see. I must go and get a ladder." "But how could there be an Aeolian harp up here?" said Arctura. "It will be time enough to answer that question," replied Donal, "when it changes to, how did an Aeolian harp get up here? Something is here that wants accounting for. It may be an Aeolian harp." "But in a chimney! The soot would spoil the strings." "Then perhaps it is not a chimney. Is there any sign of soot about, Davy?" "No, sir. There is nothing but clean stone and lime." "You see, my lady, we do not even know that it is a chimney." "What else can it be, standing with the rest?" "It may have been built for one, but if it had ever been used for one, the marks of smoke would remain, had it been disused ever so long. But tomorrow I will bring up a ladder." "Could you not do it now?" said Arctura, almost coaxingly. "I should so like to have the thing settled." "As you please, my lady. I will go at once. There is one leaning against the garden wall, not far from the bottom of the tower." "If you do not mind the trouble." "I will come and help," said Davy. "You mustn't leave Lady Arctura. I am not sure if I can get it up the stair. I am afraid it is too long. If I cannot, we will haul it up as we did the coal." He went, and the cousins sat down to wait his return. It was a cold evening, but Arctura was well wrapped up, and Davy was hearty. They sat at the foot of the chimney-stack, and began to talk. "It is such a long time since you told me anything, Archie," said the boy. "You do not need me now to tell you anything. You have Mr. Grant. You like him much better than ever you did me." "You see," said Davy, thoughtfully, and making no defence against her half-reproach, "he began by making me afraid of him. Not that he meant to do it, I think. He only meant that I should do what he told me. I was never afraid of you, Archie." "I was much crosser to you than Mr. Grant, I am sure." "Mr. Grant is never cross to me, and if ever you were, I've forgotten it, Archie. I only remember that I was not good to you. I am sorry for it now when I lie awake in bed, but I say to myself you forgive me, and go to sleep." "What makes you think I forgive you, Davy?" "Because I love you." This was not very logical, and set Arctura thinking. She did not forgive the boy because he loved her, but the boy's love to her might make him sure she forgave him. Love is its own justification, and sees itself in all its objects. Forgiveness is an essential belonging of love, and must be seen where love is seen. "Are you fond of my brother?" asked Davy after a pause. "Why do you ask me?" "Because they say you and he are going to be married some day, yet you don't seem to care much to be together." "It is all nonsense," replied Arctura, reddening. "I wish people would not talk foolishness." "Well, I do think he's not so fond of you as of Eppy." "Hush! Hush! You must not speak of such thing." "I saw him once kiss Eppy, and I never saw him kiss you." "No, indeed." "Is it right of Forgue, if he's going to marry you, to kiss Eppy? That's what I want to know." "He is not going to marry me." "He would, if you told him you wished it. Papa wishes it." "How do you know that?" "From many things. Once I heard him say, 'Afterwards, when the house is our own,' and I asked him what he meant, and he said, 'When Forgue marries Arctura, then the castle will be Forgue's. That is how it ought to be, you know. Property and title ought never to be parted.'" The hot blood rose to Arctura's temples. Was she a mere wrappage to her property? The paper of the parcel? But she called to mind how strange her uncle was. But for that, could he have been so imprudent as to talk in such a way to a boy whose simplicity rendered the confidence dangerous? "You would not like having to give away your castle, would you, Archie?" he went on. "Not to anyone I did not love." "If I were you, I would not marry, but keep my castle to myself." "I don't see why Forgue should have your castle." "You think I should make my castle my husband?" "He would be a good big husband anyhow, and a strong. One to defend you from your enemies, and not talk to you when you wanted to be quiet." "That is all true, but one might get weary of a stupid husband, however big and strong he was." "There's another thing, though. He wouldn't be a cruel husband. I've heard Papa often speak about some cruel husband. I fancied sometimes he meant himself, but that could not be, you know." Arctura made no reply. All but vanished memories of things she had heard, hints and signs here and there that all was not right between her uncle and aunt, vaguely returned. Could it be that he now repented of harshness to his wife? That the thought of it was preying upon him? That it drove him to drugs for forgetfulness? But in the presence of the boy she could not go on thinking in such a direction about his father. She felt relieved by the return of Donal. He had found it rather difficult to get the ladder round the sharp curves of the stair, but at last they saw him with it on his shoulder, coming over a distant roof. "Now we shall see," he said, as he leaned it up against the chimney, and stood panting. "You have tired yourself," said Lady Arctura. "Where's the harm, my lady? A man must get tired, a few times, before he lies down," rejoined Donal lightly. Said Davy, "Must a woman, Mr. Grant, marry a man she does not love?" "No, certainly, Davy." "Mr. Grant," said Arctura, in dread of what Davy might say next, "what do you take to be the duty of one inheriting a property? Ought a woman to get rid of it, or attend to it herself?" Donal thought a little. "We must first settle the main duty of property," he said, "and that I am hardly prepared to do." "Is there not a duty owing to your family?" "There are 1,000 duties owing to your family." "I don't mean those you are living with merely, but those also who transmitted the property to you. This property belongs to my family rather than to me, and if I had had a brother it would have gone to him. Should I not do better for the family by giving it up to the next heir? I am not disinterested in starting the question. Possession and power are of no great importance in my eyes. They are hindrances to me." "It seems to me," said Donal, "that the fact that you would not have succeeded had there been a son, points to the fact of a disposer of events. You were sent into the world to take the property. If so, God expects you to perform the duties of it. They are not to be got rid of by throwing the thing aside, or giving them to another to do for you. If your family and not God were the real giver of the property, the question you put might arise, but I should hardly take interest enough in it to be capable of discussing it. I understand my duty to my sheep or cattle, to my master, to my father or mother, to my brother or sister, to my pupil, Davy here. I owe my ancestors love and honour, and the keeping of their name unspotted, though that duty is forestalled by a higher. But as to the property they leave behind them, over which they have no more power, and which now, I trust, they never think about, I do not see what obligation I can be under to them with regard to it, other than is comprised in the duties of the property itself." "But a family is not merely those that are gone before. There are those that will come after." "The best thing for those to come after is to receive the property with its duties performed, with the light of righteousness radiating from it." "But what then do you call the duties of property?" "In what does the property consist?" "In land, to begin with." "If the land were of no value, would the possession of it involve duties?" "I suppose not." "In what does the value of the land consist?" Lady Arctura did not attempt an answer to the question, and Donal, after a little pause, resumed. "If you valued things as the world values them, I should not care to put the question. But I fear you may have some lingering notion that, though God's way is the true way, the world's way must not be disregarded. One thing, however, is certain, that nothing that is against God's way can be true. The value of property consists only in its being means, ground, or material to work his will withal. There is no success in the universe but in his will being done." Arctura was silent. She had inherited prejudices which, while she hated selfishness, were yet thoroughly selfish. Such are, of the evils in us, hardest to get rid of. They are even cherished for a lifetime by some of the otherwise loveliest of souls. Knowing that herein much thought would be necessary for her, and that she would think, Donal went no farther. A house must have its foundations settled before it is built upon. Argument, where the grounds of it are at all in dispute, is worse than useless. He turned to his ladder, set it right, mounted, and peered into the opening. At the length of his arm he could reach the wires Davy had described. They were taut, and free of rust, were therefore not iron or steel. He saw also that a little down the shaft a faint light came in from the opposite side. There was another opening somewhere. Next he saw that each following string, for strings he already counted them, was placed a little lower than that before it, so that their succession was inclined to the other side of the shaft, apparently in a plane between the two openings, that a draught might pass along their plane. This must surely be the instrument whence the music flowed. He descended. "Do you know, my lady," he asked Arctura, "how the aeolian harp is placed for the wind to wake it?" "The only one I have seen," she answered, "was made to fit into a window. The lower sash was open just wide enough to let it in, so that the wind entering must pass across the strings." Then Donal was all but certain. "Of course," he said, after describing what he had seen, "we cannot be absolutely sure without having been here with the music, and having experimented by covering and uncovering the opening. And for that we must wait a southeasterly wind." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 42. Communism. But Donal did not feel that even then would he have exhausted the likelihood of discovery. That the source of the music that had so long haunted the house was an aeolian harp in a chimney that had never or scarcely been used, might be enough to satisfy some, but he wanted to know as well why, if this was a chimney, it neither had been nor was used, and to what room it was a chimney. For the question had come to him, might not the music hold some relation with the legend of the lost room? Inquiry after legendary lore had drawn nearer and nearer, and the talk about such as belonged to the castle had naturally increased. In this talk was not seldom mentioned a ghost, as yet seen at times about the place. This Donal attributed to glimpses of the Earl in his restless night walks, but by the domestics, both such as had seen something and such as had not, the apparition was naturally associated with the lost chamber, as the place whence the spectre issued, and whither he returned. Donal's spare hours were now much given to his friend Andrew Comyn. The good man had so far recovered as to think himself able to work again, but he soon found it was little he could do. His strength was gone, and the exertion necessary to the lightest labour caused him pain. It was sad to watch him on his stool, now putting in a stitch, now stopping because of the cough which so sorely haunted his thin, wind-blown tent. His face had grown white and thin, and he had nearly lost his merriment, though not his cheerfulness. He never looked other than content. He had made up his mind he was not going to get better, but to go home through a lingering illness. He was ready to go, and ready to linger, as God pleased. There was nothing wonderful in this, but to some good people even, it did appear wonderful that he showed no uneasiness as to how Doory would fare when he was gone. The house was indeed their own, but there was no money in it, not even enough to pay the taxes, and if she sold it, the price would not be enough to live upon. The neighbours were severe on Andrew's imagined indifference to his wife's future, and it was in their eyes a shame to be so cheerful on the brink of the grave. Not one of them had done more than peep into the world of faith in which Andrew lived. Not one of them could have understood that for Andrew to allow the least danger of evil to his Doory would have been to behold the universe rocking on the slippery shoulders of chance. A little moan escaping her as she looked one evening into her money teapot made Donal ask her a question or two. She confessed that she had but 6pence left. Now Donal had spent next to nothing since he came, and had therefore a few pounds in hand. His father and mother had sent back what he sent them, as being in need of nothing. Sir Gibbie was such a good son to them that they were living in what they counted luxury. Robert doubted whether he was not ministering to the flesh in allowing Janet to provide beef brose for him twice in the week. So Donal was free to spend for his next neighbours, just what his people, who were grand about money, would have had him do. Never in their cottage had a penny been wasted, never one refused where was need. "An'rew," he said, and found the mother tongue here fittest, "I'm thinking you mun be growing some short o' siller in this time o' worklessness." "'Deed I wouldna wonder," answered Andrew. "Doory says nothing about such trifles." "Weel," rejoined Donal, "I thank God I has some in the ill pickle o' not being wanted, and sae in danger o' cankerin', and atween brithers there shouldna be 2 purses." "Ye hae your own folk to look efter, sir," said Andrew. "They're weel looked after, better nor ever they were in their lives. They're as weel off as I am myself up in yon grand castle. They have a friend who but for them would hae ill lived to be the great man he is the noo, and there's nothing ower muckle for him to do for them. So my siller's my ain, and yours, An'rew, and Doory's." The old man put him through a catechism as to his ways and means and prospects, and finding that Donal believed as firmly as himself in the care of the master, and was convinced there was nothing that the master would rather see him do with his money than help those who needed it, especially those who trusted in him, he yielded. "It's no, ye see," said Donal, "that I hae ony doubt o' the Lord's providin', gien I had failed, but he holds the thing to my hand just as muckle as gien he said, 'There's for you, Donal.' The folk o' this world may not approve, but you and me kens better, An'rew. We ken there's no good in siller but to do the will o' the Lord with it, and help to one anither is his dear wull. It's no 'at he's short o' siller himsel', but he likes to give anither a turn." "I'll take it," said the old man. "There's what I have," returned Donal. "Na, na, none o' that," said Andrew. "Ye're treatin' me like a muckle reivin' sornin' beggar, offerin' me a' that at once. Whaur syne would be the prolonged sweetness o' havin' it in portions frae your han', as frae the neb of an angel corby sent frae very home wi' your dinner." Here a glimmer of the old merriment shone through the worn look and pale eyes. "Na, na, sir," he went on, "jist talk the thing ower wi' Doory, an' let her hae what she wants an' nae mair. She wouldna like it. Who kens what may come in the meantime? Death himsel', maybe. Or see, gie Doory a 5 shillings, an' when that's done she can let ye ken." Donal was forced to leave it thus, but he did his utmost to impress upon Doory that all he had was at her disposal. "I had new clothes," he said, "before I came. I have all I want to eat and drink, and for books, there's a whole ancient library at my service. What possibly could I wish for more? It's a mere luxury to hand the money over to you, Doory. I'm thinking, Doory," for he had by this time got to address her by her husband's name for her, "there's nobody in this world, 'cept the unseen Lord himsel', loves your man so well as you and me, and weel ken I, you and him would share your last with me. So I'm only gin ye o' your ain good wull, and I'll do't that, gin ye take not so long as I have." Thus adjured, and satisfied that her husband was content, the old woman made no difficulty. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 43. Eppy and Kennedy. When Stephen Kennedy heard that Eppy had gone back to her grandparents, a faint hope revived in his bosom. He knew nothing of the late passage between the two parties. He but knew that she was looking sad. She might perhaps allow him to be of some service to her. Separation had fostered more and more gentle thoughts of her in his heart. He was ready to forgive her everything, and believe nothing serious against her, if only she would let him love her again. Modesty had hitherto kept him from throwing himself in her way, but he now haunted the house in the hope of catching a glimpse of her, and when she began to go again into the town, saw her repeatedly, following her to be near her, but taking care she should not see him. Partly from her self-absorption, he had succeeded in escaping her notice. At length, however, one night, he tried to summon up courage to accost her. It was a lovely moonlit night, half the street black with quaint shadows, the other half shining like sand in the yellow light. On the moony side, people standing at their doors could recognize each other 2 houses away, but on the other, friends might pass without greeting. Eppy had gone into the baker's. Kennedy had seen her go in, and stood in the shadow, waiting, all but determined to speak to her. She stayed a good while, but one accustomed to wait for fish learns patience. At length she appeared. By this time, however, though not his patience, Kennedy's courage had nearly evaporated, and when he saw her he stepped under an archway, let her pass, and followed afresh. All at once resolve, which yet was no resolve, awoke in him. It was as if someone took him and set him before her. She started when he stepped in front, and gave a little cry. "Dinna be feart, Eppy," he said. "I wouldna hurt a hair o' your head. I would rather be skinned mysel." "Gang away," said Eppy. "Ye hae no right to stand in my gate." "None but the right o' lovin' ye better nor ever," said Kennedy. "Gin so be as ye let me ony gate shut." The words softened her. She had dreaded reproach, if not indignant remonstrance. She began to cry. "Gin anything in my power would make the grief lighter upon ye, Eppy," he said, "ye hae but to name it. I'm no going to ask ye to marry me, for that I ken ye dinna care about. But gin I might be looked upon as a friend, if not to you, yet to yours, allowed any way to help in your trouble, I mean, I'm ready to lay me in the dirt afore ye. I hae no care for mysel any more, and maun do something for somebody. And who, so soon as yoursel, Eppy?" For sole answer, Eppy went on crying. She was far from happy. She had nearly persuaded herself that all was over between her and Lord Forgue, and almost she could, but for shame, have allowed Kennedy to comfort her as an old friend. Everything in her mind was so confused, and everything around her so miserable, that she could but cry. She continued crying, and as they were in a walled lane, into which no windows looked, Kennedy, in the simplicity of his heart, and the desire to comfort her, who little from him deserved comfort, came up to her, and putting his arm round her, said again, "Dinna be feart o' me, Eppy. I'm a man ower sair-hearted to do ye any hurt. It's not as thinking ye my ain, Eppy, I would presume to do anything for ye, but as an old friend, fain to take the dog off o' ye. Are ye in want of anything? Ye maun have a heap o' trouble, I well ken, wi' your grandfather's mischance, and it's easy to understand that things may well be turning scarce about ye. But be sure o' this, that as long as my mither has anything, she'll be blithe to share the same with you and yours." He said his mother, but she had nothing, save what he provided her with. "I thank ye, Stephen," said Eppy, touched with his goodness, "but there's no necessity. We ha' plenty." She moved on, her apron still to her eyes. Kennedy followed her. "Gin the young lord hae wronged ye any gait," he said from behind her, "and gin there be any amends ye would have o' him." She turned with a quickness that was fierce, and in the dim light Kennedy saw her eyes blazing. "I want nothing frae your hand, Stephen Kennedy," she said. "My lord's nothing to you, nor yet muckle to me," she added, with sudden reaction and an outburst of self-pity, and again fell a-weeping, and sobbing now. With the timidity of a strong man before the girl he loves and therefore fears, Kennedy once more tried to comfort her, wiping her eyes with her apron. While he did so, a man, turning a corner quickly, came almost upon them. He started back, then came nearer, looked hard at them, and spoke. It was Lord Forgue. "Eppy!" he exclaimed, in a tone in which indignation blended with surprise. Eppy gave a cry, and ran to him. He pushed her away. "My lord," said Kennedy, "the lass will none o' me or mine. I sair doubt there's none but yoursel' can please her. But I swear by God, my lord, gin ye do her any wrong, I'll no rest, night nor day, till I ha' made ye repent it." "Go to the devil," said Forgue. "There's an old crow, I suspect, yet to pluck between us. For me you may take her, though. I don't go halves." Eppy laid her hand timidly on his arm, but again he pushed her away. "Oh, my lord!" she sobbed, and could say no more for weeping. "How is it I find you here with this man?" he asked. "I don't want to be unfair to you, but it looks rather bad." "My lord," said Kennedy. "Hold your tongue. Let her speak for herself." "I had no tryst with him, my lord. I never said come nigh me," sobbed Eppy. "You see what you done!" she cried, turning in anger on Kennedy, and her tears suddenly ceasing. "Never but ill hae you brought me. What business had you to come after me this gate, making mischief between my lord and me? Can a body not set foot ayond the door-sill, but they maun be followed of them they would see far enough?" Kennedy turned and went, and Eppy with a fresh burst of tears turned to go also. But she had satisfied Forgue that there was nothing between them, and he was soon more successful than Kennedy in consoling her. While absent, he had been able enough to get on without her, but no sooner was he home than, in the weary lack of interest, the feelings which, half lamenting, half rejoicing, he had imagined extinct, began to revive, and he went to the town vaguely hoping to get a sight of Eppy. Coming upon her tête-à-tête with her old lover, first a sense of unpardonable injury possessed him, and next the conviction that he was as madly in love with her as ever. The tide of old tenderness came throbbing and streaming back over the ghastly sands of jealousy, and ere they parted he had made with her an appointment to meet the next night in a more suitable spot. Donal was seated by Andrew's bedside reading. He had now the opportunity of bringing many things before him such as the old man did not know to exist. Those last days of sickness and weakness were among the most blessed of his life. Much that could not be done for many a good man with 10 times his education could be done for a man like Andrew Comyn. Eppy had done her best to remove all traces of emotion ere she re-entered the house, but she could not help the shining of her eyes. The joy lamp relighted in her bosom shone through them, and Andrew, looking up when she entered, Donal seated with his back to her, at once knew her secret. Her grandfather read it from her face, and Donal read it from his. "She has seen Forgue," he said to himself. "I hope the old man will die soon." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 44. High and Low. When Lord Morven heard of his son's return, he sent for Donal, received him in a friendly way, gave him to understand that, however he might fail to fall in with his views, he depended thoroughly on his honesty, and begged he would keep him informed of his son's proceedings. Donal replied that, while he fully acknowledged his lordship's right to know what his son was doing, he could not take the office of a spy. "But I will warn Lord Forgue," he concluded, "that I may see it right to let his father know what he is about. I fancy, however, he understands as much already." "Pooh! That would only be to teach him cunning," said the Earl. "I can do nothing underhand," replied Donal. "I will help no man to keep an unrighteous secret, but neither will I secretly disclose it." Meeting him a few days after, Forgue would have passed him without recognition, but Donal stopped him, and said, "I believe, my lord, you have seen Eppy since your return." "What the deuce is that to you?" "I wish your lordship to understand that whatever comes to my knowledge concerning your proceedings in regard to her, I will report to your father if I see fit." "The warning is unnecessary. Few informers, however, would have given me the advantage, and I thank you. So far I am indebted to you. None the less, the shame of the informer remains. Your lordship's judgment of me is no more to me than that of yon rook up there." "You doubt my honour?" said Forgue with a sneer. "I do. I doubt you. You do not know yourself. Time will show. For God's sake, my lord, look to yourself. You are in terrible danger." "I would rather do wrong for love than right for fear. I scorn such threats." "Threats, my lord?" echoed Donal. "Is it a threat to warn you that your very consciousness may become a curse to you? That to know yourself may be your hell? That you may come to make it your first care to forget what you are? Do you know what Shakespeare says of Tarquin? 'Besides, his soul's fair temple is defaced, to whose weak ruins muster troops of cares, to ask the spotted princess how she fares.'" "Oh, hang your preaching!" cried Forgue, and turned away. "My lord," said Donal, "if you will not hear me, there are preachers you must." "They will not be quite so long-winded, then," Forgue answered. "You are right," said Donal. "They will not." All Forgue's thoughts were now occupied with the question how with least danger Eppy and he were to meet. He did not contemplate treachery. At this time of his life he could not have respected himself, little as was required for that, had he been consciously treacherous. But no man who in love yet loves himself more is safe from becoming a traitor. Potentially he is one already. Treachery to him who is guilty of it seems only natural self-preservation. The man who can do a vile thing is incapable of seeing it as it is, and that ought to make us doubtful of our judgments of ourselves, especially defensive judgments. Forgue did not suspect himself, not although he knew that his passion had but just regained a lost energy, revived at the idea of another man having the girl. It did not shame him that he had begun to forget her, or that he had been so roused to fresh desire. If he had stayed away 6 months, he would practically have forgotten her altogether. Some may think that, if he had devotion enough to surmount the vulgarities of her position and manners and ways of thought, his love could hardly be such as to yield so soon. But Eppy was not in herself vulgar. Many of even humbler education than she are far less really vulgar than some in the forefront of society. No doubt the conventionalities of a man like Forgue must have been sometimes shocked in familiar intercourse with one like Eppy, but while he was merely flirting with her, the very things that shocked would also amuse him. For I need hardly say he was not genuinely refined, and by the growing passion obscured them. There is no doubt that, had she been confronted as his wife with the common people of society, he would have become aware of many things as vulgarities which were only simplicities. But in the meantime, she was no more vulgar to him than a lamb or a baby is vulgar, however unfit either for a Belgravian drawing-room. Vulgar at the same time he would have thought and felt her, but for the love that made him do her justice. Love is the opener as well as closer of eyes. But men who, having seen, become blind again, think they have had their eyes finally opened. For some time there was no change in Eppy's behaviour, but that she was not tearful as before. She continued diligent, never grumbled at the hardest work, and seemed desirous of making up for remissness in the past, when in truth she was trying to make up for something else in the present. She would atone for what she would not tell, by doing immediate duty with the greater devotion. But by and by she began occasionally to show, both in manner and countenance, a little of the old pertness, mingled with uneasiness. The phenomenon, however, was so intermittent and unpronounced as to be manifest only to eyes familiar with her looks and ways. To Donal it was clear that the relation between her and Forgue was resumed. Yet she never went out in the evening, except sent by her grandmother, and then she always came home even with haste, anxious, it might have seemed, to avoid suspicion. It was the custom with Donal and Davy to go often into the fields and woods in the fine weather. They called this their observation class, to learn what they might of the multitudinous goings-on in this or that of nature's workshops. There each for himself and the other exercised his individual powers of seeing and noting and putting together. Donal knew little of woodland matters, having been chiefly accustomed to meadows and bare hillsides, yet in the woods he was the keener of the two to observe, and could the better teach that he was but a better learner. One day, as they were walking together under the thin shade of a fir thicket, Davy said, with a sudden change of subject, "I wonder if we shall meet Forgue to-day. He gets up early now and goes out. It is neither to fish nor shoot, for he doesn't take his rod or gun. He must be watching or looking for something. Shouldn't you say so, Mr. Grant?" This set Donal thinking. Eppy was never out at night, or only for a few minutes, and Forgue went out early in the morning. But if Eppy would meet him, how could he or anyone help it? End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 45. A Last Encounter. Now for a while Donal seldom saw Lady Arctura, and when he did, received from her no encouragement to address her. The troubled look had reappeared on her face. In her smile, as they passed in hall or corridor, glimmered an expression almost pathetic, something like an appeal, as if she stood in sore need of his help, but dared not ask for it. She was again much in the company of Miss Carmichael, and Donal had good cause to fear that the Phariseeism of her would-be directress was coming down upon her spirit, not like rain on the mown grass, but like frost on the spring flowers. The impossibility of piercing the Christian Pharisee holding the traditions of the elders in any vital part, so pachydermatous is he to any spiritual argument, is a sore trial to the old Adam still unslain in lovers of the truth. At the same time, nothing gives patience better opportunity for her perfect work. And it is well they cannot be reached by argument and so persuaded. They would but enter the circles of the faithful to work fresh schisms and breed fresh imposthumes. But Donal had begun to think that he had been too forbearing towards the hideous doctrines advocated by Miss Carmichael. It is one thing where evil doctrines are quietly held, and the truth associated with them assimilated by good people doing their best with what has been taught them, and quite another where they are forced upon some shrinking nature, weak to resist through the very reverence which is its excellence. The finer nature, from inability to think another of less pure intent than itself, is often at a great disadvantage in the hands of the coarser. He made up his mind that, risk as it was to enter into disputations with a worshipper of the letter, inasmuch as, for argument, the letter is immeasurably more available than the spirit, for while the spirit lies in the letter unperceived, it has no force, and the letter worshipper is incapable of seeing that God could not possibly mean what he makes of it. Notwithstanding the risk, he resolved to hold himself ready, and if anything was given him, to cry it out and not spare. Nor had he long resolved ere the opportunity came. It had come to be known that Donal frequented the old avenue, and it was with intent, in the pride of her acquaintance with Scripture, and her power to use it, that Miss Carmichael one afternoon led her unwilling, rather recusant, and very unhappy disciple thither. She sought an encounter with him. His insolence towards the old-established faith must be confounded, his obnoxious influence on Arctura frustrated. It was a bright autumnal day. The trees were sorely bereaved, but some foliage yet hung in thin yellow clouds upon their patient boughs. There was plenty of what Davy called scushling, that is, the noise of walking with scarce lifted feet among the thick-lying withered leaves. But less foliage means more sunlight. Donal was sauntering along, his book in his hand, now and then reading a little, now and then looking up to the half-bared branches, now and then, like Davy, sweeping a cloud of the fallen multitude before him. He was in this childish act, when, looking up, he saw the two ladies approaching. He did not see the peculiar glance Miss Carmichael threw her companion. "Behold your prophet," it said. He would have passed with lifted bonnet, but Miss Carmichael stopped, smiling. Her smile was bright, because it showed her good teeth, but was not pleasant, because it showed nothing else. "Glorying over the fallen, Mr. Grant?" she said. Donal in his turn smiled. "That is not Mr. Grant's way," said Arctura, "so far at least as I have known him." "How careless the trees are of their poor children!" said Miss Carmichael, affecting sympathy for the leaves. "Pardon me," said Donal, "if I grudge them your pity. There is nothing more of children in those leaves than there is in the hair that falls on the barber's floor." "It is not very gracious to pull a lady up so sharply," returned Miss Carmichael, still smiling. "I spoke poetically." "There is no poetry in what is not true," rejoined Donal. "Those are not the children of the tree." "Of course," said Miss Carmichael, a little surprised to find their foils crossed already. "A tree has no children, but—" "A tree no children!" exclaimed Donal. "What then are all those beech nuts under the leaves? Are they not the children of the tree?" "Yes, and lost, like the leaves," sighed Miss Carmichael. "Why do you say they are lost? They must fulfil the end for which they were made, and if so, they cannot be lost." "For what end were they made?" "I do not know. If they all grew up, they would be a good deal in the way." "Then you say there are more seeds than are required?" "How could I, when I do not know what they are required for? How can I tell that it is not necessary for the life of the tree that it should produce them all, and necessary too for the ground to receive so much life rent from the tree?" "But you must admit that some things are lost." "Yes, surely," answered Donal. "Why else should he come and look till he find?" No such answer had the theologian expected. She was not immediate with her rejoinder. "But some of them are lost after all," she said. "Doubtless. There are sheep that will keep running away. But he goes after them again." "He will not do that for ever." "He will." "I do not believe it." "Then you do not believe that God is infinite?" "I do." "How can you? Is he not the Lord God merciful and gracious?" "I am glad you know that." "But if his mercy and his graciousness are not infinite, then he is not infinite." "There are other attributes in which he is infinite." "But is he not infinite in all his attributes? He is partly infinite and partly finite, infinite in knowledge and power, but in love, in forgiveness, and all those things which are the most beautiful, the most divine, the most Christ-like, he is finite, measurable, bounded, small." "I care nothing for such finite reasoning. I take the word of inspiration, and go by that." "Let me hear then," said Donal, with an uplifting of his heart in prayer, for it seemed no light thing for Arctura which of them should show the better reason. Now it had so fallen that the ladies were talking about the doctrine called adoption, when first they saw Donal. Whence this doctrine was the first to occur to the champion of orthodoxy, as a weapon wherewith to foil the enemy. "The most precious doctrine, if one may say so, in the whole Bible, is that of adoption. God, by the mouth of his apostle Paul, tells us that God adopts some for his children, and leaves the rest. If because of this you say he is not infinite in mercy, when the Bible says he is, you are guilty of blasphemy." In a tone calm to solemnity, Donal answered, "God's mercy is infinite, and the doctrine of adoption is one of the falsest of false doctrines. In bitter lack of the spirit whereby we cry Abba, Father, the so-called church invented it, and it remains, a hideous mask wherewith false and ignorant teachers scare God's children from their Father's arms." "I hate sentiment, most of all in religion," said Miss Carmichael with contempt. "You shall have none," returned Donal. "Tell me what is meant by adoption." "The taking of children," answered Miss Carmichael, already spying a rock ahead, "and treating them as your own." "Whose children?" asked Donal. "Anyone's." "Whose," insisted Donal, "are the children whom God adopts?" She was on the rock, and a little staggered. But she pulled up courage and said, "The children of Satan." "Then how are they to be blamed for doing the deeds of their father?" "You know very well what I mean. Satan did not make them. God made them, but they sinned and fell." "Then did God repudiate them?" "Yes." "And they became the children of another?" "Yes, of Satan." "Then God disowns his children, and when they are the children of another, adopts them? Miss Carmichael, it is too foolish. Would that be like a father? Because his children do not please him, he repudiates them altogether, and then he wants them again, not as his own, but as the children of a stranger whom he will adopt. The original relationship is no longer of any force, has no weight, even with their very own father. What ground could such a parent have to complain of his children?" "You dare not say the wicked are the children of God the same as the good." "That be far from me. Those who do the will of God are infinitely more his children than those who do not. They are born of the innermost heart of God. They are then of the nature of Jesus Christ, whose glory is obedience. But if they were not in the first place, and in the most profound fact, the children of God, they could never become his children in that highest sense, by any fiction of adoption. Do you think if the devil could create, his children could ever become the children of God? But you and I, and every Pharisee, publican, and sinner in the world, are equally the children of God to begin with. That is the root of all the misery, and all the hope. Because we are his children, we must become his children in heart and soul, or be forever wretched. If we ceased to be his, if the relation between us were destroyed, which is impossible, no redemption would be possible. There would be nothing left to redeem. You may talk as you see fit, Mr. Grant, but while Paul teaches the doctrine, I will hold it. He may perhaps know a little better than you. Paul teaches no such doctrine. He teaches just what I have been saying. The word translated adoption, he uses for the raising of one who is a son to the true position of a son. The presumption in you to say what the apostle did or did not mean! Why, Miss Carmichael, do you think the gospel comes to us as a set of fools? Is there any way of truly or worthily receiving a message without understanding it? A message is sent for the very sake of being in some measure at least understood. Without that it would be no message at all. I am bound by the will and express command of the Master to understand the things he says to me. He commands me to see their rectitude, because they being true, I ought to be able to see them true. In the hope of seeing as he would have me see, I read my Greek Testament every day. But it is not necessary to know Greek to see what Paul means by the so translated adoption. You have only to consider his words with intent to find out his meaning, and without intent to find in them the teaching of this or that doctor of divinity. In the epistle to the Galatians, whose child does he speak of as adopted? It is the Father's own child, his heir, who differs nothing from a slave until he enters upon his true relation to his father, the full status of a son. So also in another passage, by the same word he means the redemption of the body, its passing into the higher condition of outward things, into a condition in itself, and a home around it, fit for the sons and daughters of God, that we be no more like strangers, but like what we are, the children of the house. To use any word of Paul's to make human being feel as if he were not by birth, making, origin, or whatever word of closer import can be found, the child of God, or as if anything he had done or could do could annul that relationship, is of the devil, the father of evil, not either of Paul or of Christ. Why, my lady, continued Donal, turning to Arctura, all the evil lies in this, that he is our father, and we are not his children. To fulfill the poorest necessities of our being, we must be his children in brain and heart, in body and soul and spirit, in obedience and hope and gladness and love. His out and out, beyond all that tongue can say, mind think, or heart desire. Then only is our creation finished. Then only are we what we were made to be. This is that for the sake of which we are troubled on all sides. He ceased. Miss Carmichael was intellectually cowed, but her heart was nowise touched. She had never had that longing after closest relation with God which sends us feeling after the Father. But now, taking courage under the overshadowing wing of the divine, Arctura spoke. "I do hope what you say is true, Mr. Grant," she said with a longing sigh. "Oh yes, hope. We all hope. But it is the word we have to do with," said Miss Carmichael. "I have given you the truth of this word," said Donal. But as if she heard neither of them, Arctura went on. "If it were but true," she moaned, "it would set right everything on the face of the earth." "You mean far more than that, my lady," said Donal. "You mean everything in the human heart, which will to all eternity keep moaning and crying out for the Father of it, until it is one with its one relation." He lifted his bonnet, and would have passed on. "One word, Mr. Grant," said Miss Carmichael. "No man holding such doctrines could with honesty become a clergyman of the Church of Scotland." "Very likely," replied Donal. "Good afternoon." "Thank you, Mr. Grant," said Arctura. "I hope you are right." When he was gone, the ladies resumed their walk in silence. At length Miss Carmichael spoke. "Well, I must say, of all the conceited young men I have had the misfortune to meet, your Mr. Grant bears the palm. Such self-assurance! Such presumption! Such forwardness!" "Are you certain, Sophia," rejoined Arctura, "that it is self-assurance, and not conviction, that gives him his courage?" He is a teacher of lies. He goes dead against all that good men say and believe. The thing is as clear as daylight. He is altogether wrong. What if God be sending fresh light into the minds of his people? The old light is good enough for me. But it may not be good enough for God. What if Mr. Grant should be his messenger to you and me? A likely thing! A raw student from the hills of Daurside. I cherish a profound hope that he may be in the right. Much good, you know, did come out of Galilee. Every place and every person is despised by somebody. Arctura! He has infected you with his frightful irreverence. If he be a messenger of Jesus Christ, said Arctura quietly, he has had from you the reception he would expect, for the disciple must be as his master. Miss Carmichael stood still abruptly. Her face was in a flame, but her words came cold and hard. "I am sorry," she said, "our friendship should come to so harsh a conclusion, Lady Arctura. But it is time it should end, when you speak so to one who has been doing her best for so long to enlighten you. If this be the first result of your new gospel, well. Remember who said, 'If an angel from heaven preach any other gospel to you than I have preached, let him be accursed.'" She turned back. "Oh, Sophia, do not leave me so!" cried Arctura. But she was already yards away, her skirt making a small whirlwind that went after her through the withered leaves. Arctura burst into tears, and sat down at the foot of one of the great beeches. Miss Carmichael never looked behind her. She met Donal again, for he too had turned. He uncovered, but she took no heed. She had done with him. Her poor Arctura. Donal was walking gently on, thinking with closed book, when the wind bore to his ear a low sob from Arctura. He looked up and saw her. She sat weeping like one rejected. He could not pass or turn and leave her thus. She heard his steps in the withered leaves, glanced up, dropped her head for a moment, then rose with a feeble attempt at a smile. Donal understood the smile. She would not have him troubled because of what had taken place. "Mr. Grant," she said, coming towards him, "St. Paul laid a curse upon even an angel from heaven if he preached any other gospel than his. It is terrible." "It is terrible, and I say amen to it with all my heart," returned Donal. "But the gospel you have received is not the gospel of Paul. It is one substituted for it, and that by no angel from heaven, but by men with hide-bound souls, who in order to get them into their own intellectual pockets melted down the ingots of the kingdom, and recast them in moulds of wretched legalism, borrowed of the Romans who crucified their master. Grand, childlike, heavenly things they must explain, forsooth, after vulgar worldly notions of law and right. But they meant well, seeking to justify the ways of God to men, therefore the curse of the apostle does not fall, I think, upon them. They sought a way out of their difficulties, and thought they had found one, when in reality it was their faith in God himself that alone got them out of the prison of their theories. But gladly would I see discomfited such as, receiving those inventions at the 100th hand, and moved by none of the fervour with which they were first promulgated, lay, as the word and will of God, lumps of iron and heaps of dust upon live, beating, longing hearts that cry out after their God. "Oh, I do hope what you say is true," panted Arctura. "I think I shall die if I find it is not." "If you find what I tell you untrue, it will only be that it is not grand and free and bounteous enough. To think anything too good to be true is to deny God, to say the untrue may be better than the true, that there might be a greater God than he. Remember, Christ is in the world still, and within our call." "I will think of what you tell me," said Arctura, holding out her hand. "If anything in particular troubles you," said Donal, "I shall be most glad to help you if I can. But it is better there should not be much talking. The thing lies between you and your father." With these words he left her. Arctura followed slowly to the house, and went straight to her room, her mind filling as she went with slow reviving strength and a great hope. No doubt some of her relief came from the departure of her incubus friend, but that must soon have vanished in fresh sorrow, save for the hope and strength to which this departure yielded the room. She trusted that by the time she saw her again, she would be more firmly grounded concerning many things, and able to set them forth aright. She was not yet free of the notion that you must be able to defend your convictions. She scarce felt at liberty to say she believed a thing, so long as she knew an argument against it which she could not show to be false. Alas for our beliefs if they go no farther than the poor horizon of our experience or our logic, or any possible wording of the beliefs themselves! Alas for ourselves if our beliefs are not what we shape our lives, our actions, our aspirations, our hopes, our repentances by. Donal was glad indeed to hope that now at length an open door stood before the poor girl. He had been growing much interested in her, as one on whom life lay heavy, one who seemed ripe for the kingdom of heaven, yet in whose way stood one who would neither enter herself, nor allow her to enter that would. She was indeed fit for nothing but the kingdom of heaven, so much was she already the child of him whom, longing after him, she had not yet dared to call her father. His regard for her was that of the gentle strong towards the weak he would help, and now that she seemed fairly started on the path of life, the path, namely, to the knowledge of him who is the life, his care over her grew the more tender. It is the part of the strong to serve the weak, to minister that whereby they too may grow strong. But he rather than otherwise avoided meeting her, and for a good many days they did not so much as see each other. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 46. A Horrible Story. The health of the Earl remained fluctuating. Its condition depended much on the special indulgence. There was hardly any sort of narcotic with which he did not at least make experiment, if he did not indulge in it. He made no pretence, even to himself, of seeking therein the furtherance of knowledge. He wanted solely to find how this or that, thus or thus modified or combined, would contribute to his living a life such as he would have it, and other quite than that ordered for him by a power which least of all powers he chose to acknowledge. The power of certain drugs he was eager to understand. The living source of him and them and their correlations he scarcely recognized. This came of no hostility to religion other than the worst hostility of all, that of a life irresponsive to its claims. He believed neither like saint nor devil. He believed and did not obey. He believed and did not yet tremble. The one day he was better, the other worse, according, as I say, to the character and degree of his indulgence. At one time it much affected his temper, taking from him all mastery of himself. At another made him so dull and stupid that he resented nothing except any attempt to rouse him from his habitude. Of these differences he took unfailing note, but the worst influence of all was a constant one, and of it he made no account. However the drugs might vary in their operations upon him, to one thing they all tended, the destruction of his moral nature. Urged more or less all his life by a sort of innate rebellion against social law, he had done great wrongs. Whether also committed what are called crimes, I cannot tell. No repentance had followed the remorse their consequences had sometimes occasioned. And now the possibility of remorse even was gradually forsaking him. Such a man belongs rather to the kind demoniacal than the kind human. Yet so long as nothing occurs giving to his possible an occasion to embody itself in the actual, he may live honoured, and die respected. There is always, not the less, the danger of his real nature, or rather unnature, breaking out in this way or that diabolical. Although he went so little out of the house, and apparently never beyond the grounds, he yet learned a good deal at times of things going on in the neighbourhood. Davy brought him news, so did Simmons, and now and then he would have an interview with his half-acknowledged relative, the factor. One morning before he was up, he sent for Donal, and requested him to give Davy a half-holiday, and do something for him instead. "You know, or perhaps you don't know, that I have a house in the town," he said, "the only house indeed now belonging to the earldom, a not very attractive house which you must have seen, on the main street, a little before you come to the Morven Arms." "I believe I know the house, my lord," answered Donal, "with strong iron stanchions to the lower windows, and—" "Yes, that is the house. and I dare say you have heard the story of it. I mean how it fell into its present disgrace. The thing happened more than 100 years ago, but I have spent some nights in it myself, notwithstanding." "I should like to hear it, my lord," said Donal. "You may as well have it from myself as from another. It does not touch any of us, for the family was not then represented by the same branch as now. I might else be thin-skinned about it. No mere legend, mind you, but a very dreadful fact, which resulted in the abandonment of the house. I think it time for my part that it should be forgotten and the house let. It was before the castle and the title parted company. That is a tale worth telling too. There was little fair play in either. But I will not trouble you with it now. Into the generation then above ground," the Earl began, assuming a book tone the instant he began to narrate. "By one of those freaks of nature specially strange and more inexplicable than the rest, had been born an original savage. You know that the old type, after so many modifications have been wrought upon it, will sometimes reappear in its ancient crudity amidst the latest development of the race, animal and vegetable too, I suppose. Well, so it was now. I use no figure of speech when I say that the apparition, the phenomenon, was a savage. I do not mean that he was an exceptionally rough man for his position, but for any position in the Scotland of that age. No doubt he was regarded as a madman, and used as a madman, but my opinion is the more philosophical. That, by an arrest of development, into the middle of the ladies and gentlemen of the family came a veritable savage, and one out of no darkest age of history, but from beyond all record, out of the awful prehistoric times." His lordship visibly and involuntarily shuddered, as at the memory of something he had seen. Into that region he had probably wandered in his visions. "He was a fierce and furious savage, worse than anything you can imagine. The only sign of any influence of civilization upon him was that he was cowed by the eye of his keeper. Never, except by rarest chance, was he left alone and awake. No one could tell what he might not do. He was of gigantic size, with coarse black hair, the brawniest fellow and the ugliest, they say, for you may suppose my description is but legendary, there is no portrait of him on our walls, with a huge, shapeless, cruel, greedy mouth." As his lordship said the words, Donal, with involuntary insight, saw both cruelty and greed in the mouth that spoke, though it was neither huge nor shapeless. Lips hideously red and large, with the whitest teeth inside them. "I give you the description," said his lordship, who evidently lingered, not without pleasure, on the details of his recital, "just as I used to hear it from my old nurse, who had been all her life in the family, and had it from her mother, who was in it at that time. His great passion, his keenest delight, was animal food. He ate enormously, more, it was said, than 3 hearty men. An hour after he had gorged himself, he was ready to gorge again. Roast meat was his main delight, but he was fond of broth also. He must have been more like Mrs. Shelley's creation in Frankenstein than any other. All the time I read that story, I had the vision of my far-off cousin constantly before me, as I saw him in my mind's eye when my nurse described him. And often I wondered whether Mrs. Shelley could have heard of him. In an earlier age and more practical, they would have got rid of him by readier and more thorough means, if only for shame of having brought such a being into the world. But they sent him with his keeper, a little man with a powerful eye, to that same house down in the town there. In an altogether solitary place they could persuade no man to live with him. At night he was always secured to his bed, otherwise his keeper would not have had courage to sleep, for he was as cunning as he was hideous. When he slept during the day, which he did frequently after a meal, his attendant contented himself with locking his door and keeping his ears awake. At such times only did he venture to look on the world. He would step just outside the street door, but would neither leave it nor shut it behind him, lest the savage should perhaps escape from his room, bar it, and set the house on fire. One beautiful Sunday morning, the brute, after a good breakfast, had fallen asleep on his bed, and the keeper had gone downstairs and was standing in the street with the door open behind him. All the people were at church, and the street was empty as a desert. He stood there for some time, enjoying the sweet air and the scent of the flowers, went in and got a light to his pipe, put coals on the fire, saw that the huge cauldron of broth which the cook had left in his charge when he went to church, it was to serve for dinner and supper both, was boiling beautifully, went back, and again took his station in front of the open door. Presently came a neighbour woman from her house, leading by the hand a little girl too young to go to church. She stood talking with him for some time. Suddenly she cried, "Good Lord, what's come of the bairn?" The same instant came one piercing shriek, from some distance it seemed. The mother darted down the neighbouring close, but the keeper saw that the door behind him was shut, and was filled with horrible dismay. He darted to an entrance in the close, of which he always kept the key about him, and went straight to the kitchen. There by the fire stood the savage, gazing with a fixed, fishy eye of rapture at the cauldron, which the steam, issuing in little sharp jets from under the lid, showed to be boiling furiously, with the grand prophecy of broth. Ghastly horror in his very bones, the keeper lifted the lid, and there, beside the beef, with the broth bubbling in waves over her, lay the child. The demon had torn off her frock, and thrust her into the boiling liquid. There rose such an outcry that they were compelled to put him in chains and carry him no one knew whither, but nurse said he lived to old age. Ever since, the house has been uninhabited, with, of course, the reputation of being haunted. If you happen to be in its neighbourhood when it begins to grow dark, you may see the children hurry past it in silence, now and then glancing back in dread, lest something should have opened the never-opened door and be stealing after them. They call that something the Red Etten. Only this ogre was black, I am sorry to say. Red was the proper colour for him. "It is a horrible story," said Donal. "I want you to go to the house for me. You do not mind going, do you?" "Not in the least," answered Donal. "I want you to search a certain bureau there for some papers. By the way, have you any news to give me about Forgue?" "No, my lord," answered Donal. "I do not even know whether or not they meet, but I am afraid." "Oh, I dare say," rejoined his lordship. "The whim is wearing off. One pellet drives out another. Behind the love in the pop-gun came the conviction that it would be simple ruin. But we Grahams are stiff-necked both to God and man, and I don't trust him much." "He gave you no promise, if you remember, my lord." "I remember very well. Why the deuce should I not remember? I am not in the way of forgetting things. No, by God, nor forgiving them either. Where there's anything to forgive, there's no fear of my forgetting." He followed the utterance with a laugh, as if he would have it pass for a joke, but there was no ring in the laugh. He then gave Donal detailed instructions as to where the bureau stood, how he was to open it with a curious key which he told him where to find in the room, how also to open the secret part of the bureau in which the papers lay. "Forget?" he echoed, turning and sweeping back on his trail. "I have not been in that house for 20 years. You can judge whether I forget. No," he added with an oath, "if I found myself forgetting, I should think it time to look out. But there is no sign of that yet, thank God. There, take the keys and be off. Simmons will give you the key of the house. You had better take that of the door in the close. It is easier to open." Donal went away, wondering at the pleasure his frightful tale afforded the Earl. He had seemed positively to gloat over the details of it. These were much worse than I have recorded. He showed special delight in narrating how the mother took the body of her child out of the pot. He sought Simmons and asked him for the key. The butler went to find it, but returned saying he could not lay his hands upon it. There was, however, the key of the front door. It might prove stiff. Donal took it, and having oiled it well, set out for Morven House. But on his way he turned aside to see the Comins. Andrew looked worse, and he thought he must be sinking. The moment he saw Donal, he requested they might be left alone for a few minutes. "My young friend," he said, "the Lord has favoured me greatly in granting my last days the light of your countenance. I ha' learnt a heap frae you, and I kenna how I could come at wanting you." Andrew," interrupted Donal, "I dinna weel ken how that can be, for it aye seemed to me ye had all the knowledge 'at was gone." "The man can ill teach who's not gone on learning, and maybe whiles he learns mair frae his scholar nor the scholar learns frae him. But it's all frae the Lord. The Lord is that spirit, and first o' all the spirit of obedience, wi'oot which there's no learning. Still, my son, it may comfort ye a wee in the time to come, to think the old cobbler Andrew Comyn gaed into the new world fitter company for the help ye gied him afore he gaed. May the Lord make a sight o' use o' ye. Folk say a heap about savin' souls, but o'er often, I doubt, they help to take frae them the sense o' hoo sair they're in want o' savin'. Surely a man should ken in himself mair and mair the need o' bein' saved, till he cries out and shouts, I am saved, for there's none in heaven but thee, and there's none upon the earth I desire besides thee. Man, woman, child, and live creature is but a portion o' thee, whereon to let the love o' thee run o'er. When a man can say that, he's saved, and not till then, though for long years he may have been aye comin' nearer to that goal of a hope, the heart of the father o' me, and you, and Doory, and Eppy, and all the nations of the earth. He stopped weary, but his eyes, fixed on Donal, went on where his voice had ended, and for a time Donal seemed to hear what his soul was saying, and to hearken with content. But suddenly their light went out. The old man gave a sigh, and said, It's o'er for this world, my friend. It's comin', the hour o' darkness. But the thing 'at's true when the light shines is as true in the dark. Ye cannot work, that's all. God'll gie me grace to lie still. It's all one. I would lie just as I used to sit in the days when I mended folks' shoon, and Doory happened to take away the light for a moment. I would sit aye looking down through the murk at my work, though I couldn't see a stime of it, the Allison in my hand ready to put in the next stick the moment the light fell upon the spot where it was to gang. That's how I would lie when I'm dayin', just waiting for the light, not for the dark, and making an incense offering o' my patience when I had nothing ither to offer, neither thought nor gladness nor sorrow, nothing but patience burning in pain. He'll accept that. For my son, the master's just as easy to please as he's ill to satisfy. Ye seen a mither o'er her wee lassie's sampler? She'll praise it, and be right pleased with it. But how gin she was to be content with the thing in her hand? The lassie's man, when she came to have one, would have an ill time of it with his hoes and his sarks. But now I have a favour to beg o' ye, not for my sake, but for hers. Gin ye hae the warning, ye'll be with me when I gang? It may be a comfort to mysel', I dinna ken. None can tell it hasna died afore, nor even then, for deaths are so different. Doubtless Lazarus's 2 deaths were fra far alike. But it'll be a great comfort to Doory, I'm clear upon that. She winna find herself so lonesome like, losing sight of her old man, gin the friend of his heart be aside her when he gangs. Please God, I'll be at your command, said Donal. No, cry upon Doory, for I wouldna see less of her nor I may. It may be years afore I get sight of her loving face again, but the same Lord's in her and in me, and we canna far be sunnered, however long the time afore we meet again. Donal called Doory, and took his leave. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 47. Morven House. Opposite Morven House was a building which had at one time been the stables to it, but was now part of a brewery. A high wall shut it off from the street. It was dinner time with the humbler people of the town, and there was not a soul visible when Donal put the key in the lock of the front door, opened it, and went in. He had timed his entrance so, desiring to avoid idle curiosity, and bring no gathering feet about the door. Almost on tiptoe he entered the lofty hall, high above the first story. The dust lay thick on a large marble table. But what was that? A streak across it, brushed sharply through the middle of the dust. It was strange, but he would not wait to speculate on the agent. The room to which the Earl had directed him was on the first floor, and he ascended to it at once, by the great oak staircase which went up the sides of the hall. The house had not been dismantled, although things had at different times been taken from it, and when Donal opened a leaf of shutter, he saw tables and chairs and cabinets inlaid with silver and ivory. The room looked stately, but everything was deep in dust. Carpets and curtains were thick with the deserted sepulchres of moths, and the air somehow suggested a tomb. Donal thought of the tombs of the kings of Egypt before ravaging conquerors broke into them, when they were yet full of all such gorgeous furniture as great kings desired, against the time when the souls should return to reanimate the bodies, so carefully spiced and stored to welcome them, and the great kings would be themselves again, with the added wisdom of the dead and judged. Conscious of a curious timidity, feeling a kind of awesomeness about every form in the room, he stepped softly to the bureau, applied its key, and following carefully the directions the Earl had given him, for the lock was Italian, with more than one quip and crank and wanton wile about it, succeeded in opening it. He had no difficulty in finding its secret place, nor the packet concealed in it, but just as he laid his hands on it, he was aware of a swift passage along the floor without, past the door of the room, and apparently up the next stair. There was nothing he could distinguish as footsteps, or as the rustle of a dress. It seemed as if he had heard but a disembodied motion. He darted to the door, which he had by habit closed behind him, and opened it noiselessly. The stairs above as below were covered with thick carpet. Any light human foot might pass without a sound. Only haste would murmur the secret to the troubled air. He turned, replaced the packet, and closed the bureau. If there was anyone in the house, he must know it, and who could tell what might follow? It was the merest ghost of a sound he had heard, but he must go after it. Some intruder might be using the Earl's house for his own purposes. Going softly up, he paused at the top of the second stair and looked around him. An iron-clenched door stood nearly opposite the head of it, and at the farther end of a long passage, on whose sides were several closed doors, was one partly open. From that direction came the sound of a little movement, and then of low voices. One, surely that of a woman. It flashed upon him that this must be the trysting-place of Eppy and Forgue. Fearing discovery before he should have gathered his wits, he stepped quietly across the passage to the door opposite, opened it, not without a little noise, and went in. It was a strange-looking chamber he had entered, that doubtless once occupied by the ogre, the Red Etten. Even in the bewilderment of the moment, the tale he had just heard was so present to him that he cast his eyes around, and noted several things to confirm the conclusion. But the next instant came from below what sounded like a thundering knock at the street door, a single knock, loud and fierce, possibly a mere runaway's knock. The start it gave Donal set his heart shaking in his bosom. Almost with it came a little cry and the sound of a door pulled open. Then he heard a hurried yet carefully soft step, which went down the stair. "Now is my time," said Donal to himself. "She is alone." He came out and went along the passage. The door at the end of it was open, and Eppy stood in it. She saw him coming, and gazed with widespread eyes of terror as if it were the Red Etten himself, waked and coming to devour her. As he came, her blue eyes opened wider, and seemed to fix in their orbits. Just as her name was on his lips, she dropped with a sharp moan. He caught her up and hurried with her down the stair. As he reached the first floor, he heard the sound of swift ascending steps, and the next moment was face to face with Forgue. The youth started back, and for a moment stood staring. His enemy had found him. But rage restored to him his self-possession. "Put her down, you scoundrel," he said. "She can't stand," Donal answered. "You've killed her, you damned spy." "Then I have been more kind than you." "What are you going to do with her?" "Take her home to her dying grandfather." "You've hurt her, you devil. I know you have." "She is only frightened. She is coming to herself. I feel her waking." "You shall feel me presently," cried Forgue. "Put her down, I say." Neither of them spoke loud, for dread of neighbours. Eppy began to writhe in Donal's arms. Forgue laid hold of her, and Donal was compelled to put her down. She threw herself into the arms of her lover, and was on the point of fainting again. "Get out of the house," said Forgue to Donal. "I am here on your father's business," returned Donal. "A spy and informer." "He sent me to fetch him some papers." "It is a lie," said Forgue. "I see it in your face." "So long as I speak the truth," rejoined Donal, "it matters little that you should think me a liar. But, my lord, you must allow me to take Eppy home." "A likely thing," answered Forgue, drawing Eppy closer and looking at him with contempt. "Give up the girl," said Donal sternly, "or I will raise the town and have a crowd about the house in 3 minutes." "You are the devil!" cried Forgue. "There! Take her, with the consequences! If you had let us alone, I would have done my part. Leave us now, and I'll promise to marry her. If you don't, you will have the blame of what may happen, not I." "But you will, dearest?" said Eppy in a tone terrified and beseeching. Gladly she would have had Donal hear him say he would. Forgue pushed her from him. She burst into tears. He took her in his arms again and soothed her like a child, assuring her he meant nothing by what he had said. "You are my own," he went on. "You know you are, whatever our enemies may drive us to. Nothing can part us. Go with him, my darling, for the present. The time will come when we shall laugh at them all. If it were not for your sake, and the scandal of the thing, I would send the rascal to the bottom of the stair. But it is better to be patient." Sobbing bitterly, Eppy went with Donal. Forgue stood shaking with impotent rage. When they reached the street, Donal turned to lock the door. Eppy darted from him and ran down the close, thinking to go in again by the side door. But it was locked, and Donal was with her in a moment. "You go home alone, Eppy," he said. "It will be just as well I should not go with you. I must see Lord Forgue out of the house." You winnot hurt him," pleaded Eppy. "Not if I can help it. I don't want to hurt him. You go home. It will be better for him as well as you." She went slowly away, weeping, but trying to keep what show of calm she could. Donal waited a minute or two, went back to the front door, entered, and hastening to the side door took the key from the lock. Then returning to the hall, he cried from the bottom of the stair, "My lord, I have both the keys. The side door is locked. I am about to lock the front door, and I do not want to shut you in. Pray come down." Forgue came leaping down the stair, and threw himself upon Donal in a fierce attempt after the key in his hand. The sudden assault staggered him, and he fell on the floor with Forgue above him, who sought to wrest the key from him. But Donal was much the stronger. He threw his assailant off him, and for a moment was tempted to give him a good thrashing. From this the thought of Eppy helped to restrain him, and he contented himself with holding him down till he yielded. When at last he lay quiet, "Will you promise to walk out if I let you up?" said Donal. "If you will not, I will drag you into the street by the legs." "I will," said Forgue, and getting up, he walked out and away without a word. Donal locked the door, forgetting all about the papers, and went back to Andrew's. There was Eppy, safe for the moment. She was busy in the outer room, and kept her back to him. With a word or two to the grandmother he left them, and went home revolving all the way what he ought to do. Should he tell the Earl, or should he not? Had he been a man of rectitude, he would not have hesitated a moment. But knowing he did not care what became of Eppy, so long as his son did not marry her, he felt under no obligation to carry him the evil report. The father might have a right to know, but had he a right to know from him? A noble nature finds it almost impossible to deal with questions on other than the highest grounds. Where those grounds are unrecognized, the relations of responsibility may be difficult indeed to determine. All Donal was able to conclude on his way home, and he did not hurry, was that if he were asked any questions he would speak out what he knew, be absolutely open. If that should put a weapon in the hand of the enemy, a weapon was not the victory. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 48. Paternal Revenge. No sooner had he entered the castle, where his return had been watched for, than Simmons came to him with the message that his lordship wanted to see him. Then first Donal remembered that he had not brought the papers. Had he not been sent for, he would have gone back at once to fetch them. As it was, he must see the Earl first. He found him in a worse condition than usual. His last drug, or combination of drugs, had not agreed with him, or he had taken too much, with correspondent reaction. He was in a vile temper. Donal told him he had been to the house, and had found the papers, but had not brought them, had in fact forgotten them. "A pretty fellow you are!" cried the Earl. "What, you left those papers lying about where any rascal may find them and play the deuce with them?" Donal assured him they were perfectly safe, under the same locks and keys as before. "You are always going about the bush!" cried the Earl. "You never come to the point. How the devil was it you locked them up again? To go prying all over the house, I suppose." Donal told him as much of the story as he would hear. Almost immediately he saw whither it tended, he began to abuse him for meddling with things he had nothing to do with. What right had he to interfere with Lord Forgue's pleasures? Things of the sort were to be regarded as non-existent. The linen had to be washed, but it was not done in the great court. Lord Forgue was a youth of position. Why should he be balked of his fancy? It might be at the expense of society. Donal took advantage of the first pause to ask whether he should not go back and bring the papers. He would run all the way, he said. "No, damn you," answered the Earl. "Give me the keys. All the keys, house keys and all. I should be a fool myself to trust such a fool again." As Donal was laying the last key on the table by his lordship's bedside, Simmons appeared, saying Lord Forgue desired to know if his father would see him. "Oh, yes, send him up," cried the Earl in a fury. "All the devils in hell at once." His lordship's rages came up from abysses of misery no man knew but himself. "You go into the next room, Grant," he said, "and wait there till I call you." Donal obeyed, took a book from the table, and tried to read. He heard the door to the passage open and close again, and then the sounds of voices. By degrees they grew louder, and at length the Earl roared out, so that Donal could not help hearing, "I'll be damned soul and body in hell, but I'll put a stop to this! Why, you son of a snake, I have but to speak the word, and you are— Well, what? Yes, I will hold my tongue, but not if he crosses me. By God, I have held it too long already. Letting you grow up the damnablest ungrateful dog that ever snuffed carrion, and your poor father perilling his soul for you, by God, you rascal!" "Thank heaven you cannot take the title from me, my lord," said Forgue coolly. "The rest you are welcome to give to Davy. It won't be too much, by all accounts." "Damn you and your title! A pretty title! Ha ha ha! Why, you infernal fool, you have no more right to the title than the beggarly kitchen maid you would marry. If you but knew yourself, you would crow in another fashion. Ha ha ha!" At this Donal opened the door. "I must warn your lordship," he said, "that if you speak so loud I shall hear every word." "Hear and be damned to you! That fellow there, you see him standing there, the mushroom that he is. Good God, how I loved his mother! And this is the way he serves me! But there was a providence in the whole affair. Never will I disbelieve in a providence again. It all comes out right, perfectly right. Small occasion had I to be breaking heart and conscience over it ever since she left me. Hang the pinchbeck rascal! He's no more Forgue than you are, Grant, and never will be Morven if he live 100 years. He's not a short straw better than any bastard in the street. His mother was the loveliest woman ever breathed, and loved me. Ah, God, it is something after all to have been loved so, and by such a woman. A woman, by God, ready and willing and happy to give up everything for me. Everything, do you hear, you damned rascal? I never married her. Do you hear, Grant? I take you to witness. Mark my words. We, that fellow's mother and I, were never married. By no law, Scotch or French or Dutch or what you will. He's a damned bastard, and may go about his business when he pleases. Oh yes, pray do. Marry your scullion when you please. You are your own master. Entirely your own master. Free as the wind that blows to go where you will and do what you please. I wash my hands of you. You'll do as you please, will you? Then do, and please me. I desire no better revenge. I only tell you once for all, the moment I know for certain you've married the wench, that moment I publish to the world, that is, I acquaint certain gossips with the fact, that the next Lord Morven will have to be hunted for like a truffle. Ha ha ha! He burst into a fiendish fit of laughter, and fell back on his pillow, dark with rage and the unutterable fury that made of his being a volcano. The two men had been standing dumb before him, Donal pained for the man on whom this phial of devilish wrath had been emptied, he white and trembling with dismay. An abject creature, crushed by a cruel parent. When his father ceased, he still stood, still said nothing. Power was gone from him. He grew ghastly, uttered a groan, and wavered. Donal supported him to a chair. He dropped into it and leaned back with streaming face. It was miserable to think that one capable of such emotion concerning the world's regard should be so indifferent to what alone can affect a man, the nature of his actions. So indifferent to the agony of another as to please himself at all risk to her, although he believed he loved her, and perhaps did love her better than anyone else in the world. For Donal did not at all trust him regarding Eppy, less now than ever. But these thoughts went on in him almost without his thinking them. His attention was engrossed with the passionate creatures before him. The father, too, seemed to have lost the power of motion, and lay with eyes closed, breathing heavily. But by and by he made what Donal took for a sign to ring the bell. He did so, and Simmons came. The moment he entered and saw the state his master was in, he hastened to a cupboard, took thence a bottle, poured from it something colourless, and gave it to him in water. It brought him to himself. He sat up again, and in a voice hoarse and terrible said, "Think of what I have told you, Forgue. Do as I would have you, and the truth is safe. Take your way without me, and I will take mine without you. Go." Donal went. Forgue did not move. What was Donal to do or think now? Perplexities gathered upon him. Happily there was time for thought, and for prayer, which is the highest thinking. Here was a secret affecting the youth his enemy, and the boy his friend, affecting society itself, that society which, largely capable and largely guilty of like sins, yet visits with such unmercy the sins of the fathers upon the children, the sins of the offender upon the offended. But there is another who visits them, and in another fashion. What was he to do? Was he to hold his tongue and leave the thing as not his, or to speak out as he would have done had the case been his own? Ought the chance to be allowed the nameless youth of marrying his cousin? Ought the next heir to the lordship to go without his title? Had they not both a claim upon Donal for the truth? Donal thought little of such things himself, but did that affect his duty in the matter? He might think little of money, but would he therefore look on while a pocket was picked? On reflection he saw, however, that there was no certainty the Earl was speaking the truth. For anything he knew of him, he might be inventing the statement in order to have his way with his son. For in either case he was a double-dyed villain, and if he spoke the truth, was none the less capable of lying. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 49. Filial Response. One thing then was clear to Donal, that for the present he had nothing to do with the affair. Supposing the Earl's assertion true, there was at present no question as to the succession. Before such question could arise, Forgue might be dead. Before that, his father might himself have disclosed the secret, while the longer Donal thought about it, the greater was his doubt whether he had spoken the truth. The man who could so make such a statement to his son concerning his mother must indeed have been capable of the wickedness assumed. But also the man who could make such a statement was surely vile enough to lie. The thing remained uncertain, and he was assuredly not called upon to act. But how would Forgue carry himself? His behaviour now would decide or at least determine his character. If he were indeed as honourable as he wished to be thought, he would tell Eppy what had occurred, and set himself at once to find some way of earning his and her bread, or at least to become capable of earning it. He did not seem to cherish any doubt of the truth of what had fallen in rage from his father's lips, for to judge by his appearance to the few and brief glances Donal had of him during the next week or so, the iron had sunk into his soul. He looked more wretched than Donal could have believed it possible for man to be. Abject quite. It manifested very plainly what a miserable thing, how weak and weakening, is the pride of this world. One who could be so cast down was hardly one, alas, of whom to expect any greatness of action. He was not likely to have honesty or courage enough to decline a succession that was not his, even though it would leave his way clear to marry Eppy. Whether any of Forgue's misery arose from the fact that Donal had been present at the exposure of his position, Donal could not tell, but he could hardly fail to regard him as a dangerous holder of his secret, one who would be more than ready to take hostile action in the matter. At the same time, such had seemed the paralyzing influence of the shock upon him, that Donal doubted if he had been at any time during the interview so much aware of his presence as not to have forgotten it entirely before he came to himself. Had he remembered the fact, would he not have come to him to attempt securing his complicity? If he meant to do right, why did he hesitate? There was but one way, and that plain before him. But presently Donal began to see many things an equivocating demon might urge. The claims of his mother. The fact that there was no near heir. He did not even know who would come in his place, that he would do as well with the property as another, that he had been already grievously wronged, that his mother's memory would be yet more grievously wronged, that the marriage had been a marriage in the sight of God, and as such he surely of all men was in heaven's right to regard it, and his mother had been the truest of wives to his father. These things and more Donal saw he might plead with himself, and if he was the man he had given him no small ground to think, he would in all probability listen to them. He would recall or assume the existence of many precedents in the history of noble families. He would say that, knowing the general character of their heads, no one would believe a single noble family without at least one unrecorded, undiscovered, or well-concealed irregularity in its descent. And he would judge it the cruelest thing to have let him know the blighting fact, seeing that in ignorance he might have succeeded with a good conscience. But what kind of a father was this, thought Donal, who would thus defile his son's conscience? He had not done it in mere revenge, but to gain his son's submission as well. Whether the poor fellow leaned to the noble or ignoble, it was no marvel he should wander about looking scarce worthy the name of man. If he would but come to him that he might help him! He could at least encourage him to refuse the evil and choose the good. But even if he would receive such help, the foregone passages between them rendered it sorely improbable it would ever fall to him to afford it. That his visits to Eppy were intermitted, Donal judged from her countenance and bearing. And if he hesitated to sacrifice his own pride to the truth, it could not be without contemplating as possible the sacrifice of her happiness to a lie. In such delay he could hardly be praying, "Lead me not into temptation." If not actively tempting himself, he was submitting to be tempted. He was lingering on the evil shore. Andrew Comyn stayed yet a week, slowly, gently fading out into life, darkening into eternal day, forgetting into knowledge itself. Donal was by his side when he went, but little was done or said. He crept into the open air in his sleep, to wake from the dreams of life, and the dreams of death, and the dreams of sleep all at once, and see them mingling together behind him like a broken wave, blending into one vanishing dream of a troubled, yet oh how precious night, past and gone. Once, about an hour before he went, Donal heard him murmur, "When I wake, I am still with thee." Dorry was perfectly calm. When he gave his last sigh, she sighed too, said, "I winna be long, Anaroo," and said no more. Eppy wept bitterly. Donal went every day to see them, till the funeral was over. It was surprising how many of the townsfolk attended it. Most of them had regarded the cobbler as a poor talkative enthusiast, with far more tongue than brains. Because they were so far behind and beneath him, they saw him very small. One cannot help reflecting what an indifferent trifle the funeral, whether plain to bareness, as in Scotland, or lovely with meaning, as often in England, is to the spirit who has but dropped his hurting shoes on the weary road, dropped all the dust and heat, dropped the road itself, yea, the world of his pilgrimage, which never was, never could be, never was meant to be his country, only the place of his sojourning, in which the stateliest house of marble can be but a tent, cannot be a house, yet less a home. Man could never be made at home here, save by a mutilation, a depression, a lessening of his being. Those who fancy it their home will come by growth one day to feel that it is no more their home than its mother's egg is the home of the lark. For some time Donal's savings continued to support the old woman and her granddaughter. But ere long, Dorry got so much to do in the way of knitting stockings and other things, and was set to so many light jobs by kindly people who respected her more than her husband, because they saw her less extraordinary, that she seldom troubled him. Miss Carmichael offered to do what she could to get Eppy a place, if she answered certain questions to her satisfaction. How she liked her catechizing I do not know, but she so far satisfied her interrogator that she did find her a place in Edinburgh. She wept sore at leaving Auchars, but there was no help. Rumour had been more cruel than untrue, and besides there was no peace for her near the castle. Not once had Lord Forgue sought her since he gave her up to Donal, and she thought he had then given her up altogether. Notwithstanding his kindness to her house, she all but hated Donal, perhaps the more nearly that her conscience told he had done nothing but what was right. Things returned into the old grooves at the castle, but the happy thought of his friend the cobbler, hammering and stitching in the town below, was gone from Donal. True, the craftsman was a nobleman now, but such he had always been. Forgue mooned about, doing nothing, and recognizing no possible help save in what was utter defeat. If he had had any faith in Donal, he might have had help fit to make a man of him, which he would have found something more than an earl. Donal would have taught him to look things in the face, and call them by their own names. It would have been the redemption of his being. To let things be as they truly are, and act with truth in respect of them, is to be a man. But Forgue showed little sign of manhood, present or to come. He was much on horseback, now riding furiously over everything, as if driven by the very fiend, now dawdling along with the reins on the neck of his weary animal. Donal once met him thus in a narrow lane. The moment Forgue saw him, he pulled up his horse's head, spurred him hard, and came on as if he did not see him. Donal shoved himself into the hedge, and escaped with a little mud. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 50. A Southeasterly Wind. One morning, Donal in the schoolroom with Davy, a knock came to the door, and Lady Arctura entered. "The wind is blowing from the southeast," she said. "Listen then, my lady, whether you can hear anything," said Donal. "I fancy it is a very precise wind that is wanted." "I will listen," she answered, and went. The day passed, and he heard nothing more. He was at work in his room in the warm evening twilight, when Davy came running to his door, and said Archie was coming up after him. He rose and stood at the top of the stair to receive her. She had heard the music, she said, very soft. Would he go on the roof? "Where were you, my lady," asked Donal, "when you heard it? I have heard nothing up here." "In my own little parlour," she replied. "It was very faint, but I could not mistake it." They went upon the roof. The wind was soft and low, an excellent thing in winds. They knew the paths of the roof better now, and had plenty of light, although the moon, rising large and round, gave them little of hers yet, and were soon at the foot of the great chimney-stack, which grew like a tree out of the house. There they sat down to wait and hearken. "I am almost sorry to have made this discovery," said Donal. "Why?" asked Lady Arctura. "Should not the truth be found, whatever it may be? You at least think so." "Most certainly," answered Donal. "And if this be the truth, as I fully expect it will prove, then it is well it should be found to be. But I should have liked it better it had been something we could not explain." "I doubt if I understand you." "Things that cannot be explained so widen the horizon around us, open to us fresh regions for question and answer, for possibility and delight. They are so many kernels of knowledge closed in the hard nuts of seeming contradiction. You know, my lady, there are stories of certain houses being haunted by a mysterious music presaging evil to the family." "I have heard of such music, but what can be the use of it?" "I do not know. I see not the smallest use in it. If it were of use, it would surely be more common. If it were of use, why should those who have it be of the class less favoured, so to speak, of the Lord of the universe, and the families of his poor never have it?" "Perhaps for the same reason that they have their other good things in this life," said Arctura. "I am answered," confessed Donal, "and have no more to say. These tales, if they require of us a belief in any special care over such houses, as if they were more precious in the eyes of God than the poorest cottage in the land, I cast them from me." "But," said Arctura, in a deprecating tone, "are not those houses which have more influence more important than the others?" "Surely, those which have more good influence. But such are rarely the great houses of a country. Our Lord was not an Asmonean prince, but the son of a humble maiden, his reputed father a working man." "I do not see. I should like to understand how that has to do with it." You may be sure the Lord took the position in life in which it was most possible to do the highest good, and without driving the argument, for every work has its own specialty, it seems probable that the true ends of his coming will still be better furthered from the standpoint of humble circumstances than from that of rank and position." "You always speak," said Arctura, "as if there were only the things Jesus Christ came for to be cared about. Is there nothing but salvation worthy a human being's regard?" "If you give a true and large enough meaning to the word salvation, I answer you at once, nothing. Only in proportion as a man is saved will he do the work of the world aright, the whole design of which is to rear a beautiful, blessed family. The world is God's nursery for his upper rooms. Oneness with God is the end of the order of things. When that is attained, we shall do greater things than the Lord himself did on the earth. But was that not Aeolus? Listen." There came a low, prolonged wail. The ladder was in readiness. Donal set it up in haste, climbed to the cleft, and with a sheet of brown paper in his hands, waited the next cry of the prisoned chords. He was beginning to get tired of his position, when suddenly came a stronger puff, and he heard the music distinctly in the shaft beside him. It swelled and grew. He spread the sheet of paper over the opening, the wind blew it flat against the chimney, and the sound instantly ceased. He removed it, and again came the sound. The wind continued and grew stronger, so that they were able to make this simple experiment until no shadow of a doubt was left. They had discovered the source of the music. By certain dispositions of the paper, they were even able to modify it. Donal descended, and said to Davy, "I wish you not to say a word about this to anyone, Davy, before Lady Arctura or I give you leave. You have a secret with us now. The castle belongs to Lady Arctura, and she has a right to ask you not to speak of it to anyone without her permission. I have a reason, my lady," he went on, turning to Arctura. "Will you please desire Davy to attend to what I say? I will immediately explain to you, but I do not want Davy to know my reason until you do. You can on the instant withdraw your prohibition, should you not think my reason a good one." "Davy," said Arctura, "I too have faith in Mr. Grant. I beg you will keep this all a secret for the present." "Oh, surely, cousin Archie," said Davy. "But, Mr. Grant, why should you make Archie speak to me too?" "Because the thing is her business, not mine. Run down and wait for me in my room. Go steadily over the bartizan, mind." Donal turned again to Arctura. "You know they say there is a hidden room in the castle, my lady?" "Do you believe it?" she returned. "I think there may be such a place." "Surely if there had been, it would have been found long ago." "They might have said that on the first report of the discovery of America." "That was far off, and across the great ocean." "And here are thick walls, and hearts careless and timid. Has anyone ever said in earnest about finding it?" "Not that I know of." "Then your objection falls to the ground. If you could have told me that one had tried to find the place, but without success, I would have admitted some force in it, though it would not have satisfied me without knowing the plans he had taken, and how they were carried out. On the other hand, it may have been known to many who held their peace about it. Would you not like to know the truth concerning that too?" "I should indeed. But would you not be sorry to lose another mystery?" "On the contrary, there is only the rumour of a mystery now, and we do not quite believe it. We are not at liberty, in the name of good sense, to believe it yet, but if we find the room, or the space even where it may be, we shall probably find also a mystery, something never in this world to be accounted for, but suggesting 100 unsatisfactory explanations. But pardon me, I do not in the least presume to press it." Lady Arctura smiled. "You may do what you please," she said. "If I seemed for a moment to hesitate, it was only that I wondered what my uncle would say to it. I should not like to vex him." "Certainly not. But would he not be pleased?" "I will speak to him, and find out. He hates what he calls superstition, and I fancy has curiosity enough not to object to a search. I do not think he would consent to pulling down, but short of that I don't think he will mind. I should not wonder if he even joined in the search." Donal thought with himself it was strange then he had never undertaken one. Something told him the Earl would not like the proposal. "But tell me, Mr. Grant, how would you set about it?" said Arctura, as they went towards the tower. "If the question were merely whether or not there was such a room, and not the finding of it—" "Excuse me, but how could you tell whether or not there was such a room except by searching for it?" "By determining whether there was or was not some space in the castle unaccounted for." I do not see. Would you mind coming to my room? It will be a lesson for Davy, too." She assented, and Donal gave them a lesson in cubic measure and content. He showed them how to reckon the space that must lie within given boundaries. If then within those boundaries they could not find so much, part of it must be hidden. If they measured the walls of the castle, allowing of course for their thickness and every irregularity, and from that calculated the space they must hold, then measured all the rooms and open places within the walls, allowing for all partitions, and having again calculated found the space fall short of what they had from the outside measurements to expect, they must conclude either that they had measured or calculated wrong, or that there was space in the castle to which they had no access. "But," continued Donal, when they had in a degree mastered the idea, "if the thing was to discover the room itself, I should set about it in a different way. I should not care about the measuring. I would begin and go all over the castle, first getting the outside shape right in my head, and then fitting everything inside it into that shape of it in my brain. If I came to a part I could not so fit at once, I would examine that according to the rules I have given you, take exact measurements of the angles and sides of the different rooms and passages, and find whether these enclosed more space than I could at once discover inside them. But I need not follow the process farther. Pulling down might be the next thing, and we must not talk of that." "But the thing is worth doing, is it not, even if we do not go so far as to pull down?" "I think so." "And I think my uncle will not object. Say nothing about it, though, Davy, till we give you leave." That "we" was pleasant in Donal's ears. Lady Arctura rose, and they all went down together. When they reached the hall, Davy ran to get his kite. "But you have not told me why you would not have him speak of the music," said Arctura, stopping at the foot of the great stair. "Partly because, if we were to go on to make search for the room, it ought to be kept as quiet as possible, and the talk about the one would draw notice to the other, and partly because I have a hope that the one may even guide us to the other." "You will tell me about that afterwards," said Arctura, and went up the stair. That night the Earl had another of his wandering fits. Also all night the wind blew from the south-east. In the morning Arctura went to him with her proposal. The instant he understood what she wished, his countenance grew black as thunder. "What!" he cried. "You would go pulling the grand old bulk to pieces for the sake of a foolish tale about the devil and a set of card-players? By my soul, I'll be damned if you do. Not while I'm above ground, at least. That's what comes of putting such a place in the power of a woman. It's sacrilege. By heaven, I'll throw my brother's will into chancery, rather." His rage was such as to compel her to think there must be more in it than appeared. The wilderness of the temper she had roused made her tremble, but it also woke the spirit of her race, and she repented of the courtesy she had shown him. She had the right to make what investigation she pleased. Her father would not have left her the property without good reasons for doing so, and of those reasons some might well have lain in the character of the man before her. Through all this rage the Earl read something of what had sent the blood of the Grahams to her cheek and brow. "I beg your pardon, my love," he said, "but if he was your father, he was my brother." "He is my father," said Arctura coldly. "Dead and gone, and all but forgotten." "No, my lord, not for one day forgotten, not for one moment unloved." "Ah, well, as you please. But because you love his memory, must I regard him as a Solon? 'Tis surely no great treason to reflect upon the wisdom of a dead man." "I wish you good day, my lord," said Arctura, very angry, and left him. But when presently she found that she could not lift up her heart to her Father in heaven, gladly would she have sent her anger from her. Was it not plainly other than good, when it came thus between her and the living God? All day at intervals she had to struggle and pray against it. A great part of the night she lay awake because of it. But at length she pitied her uncle too much to be very angry with him any more, and so fell asleep. In the morning she found that all sense of his having authority over her had vanished, and with it her anger. She saw also that it was quite time she took upon herself the duties of a landowner. What could Mr. Grant think of her, doing nothing for her people? But she could do little while her uncle received the rents and gave orders to Mr. Graham. She would take the thing into her own hands. In the meantime, Mr. Grant should, if he pleased, go on quietly with his examination of the house. But she could not get her interview with her uncle out of her head, and was haunted with vague suspicions of some dreadful secret about the house belonging to the present as well as the past. Her uncle seemed to have receded to a distance incalculable, and to have grown awful as he receded. She was of a nature almost too delicately impressionable. She not only felt things keenly, but retained the sting of them after the things were nearly forgotten. But then the swift and rare response of her faculties arose in no small measure from this impressionableness. At the same time, but for instincts and impulses derived from her race, her sensitiveness might have degenerated into weakness. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 51. A Dream. One evening, as Donal was walking in the little avenue below the terraces, Davy, who was now advanced to doing a little work without his master's immediate supervision, came running to him to say that Archie was in the schoolroom and wanted to see him. He hastened to her. "A word with you, please, Mr. Grant," she said. Donal sent the boy away. "I have debated with myself all day whether I should tell you," she began, and her voice trembled not a little. "But I think I shall not be so much afraid to go to bed if I do tell you what I dreamt last night." Her face was very pale, and there was a quiver about her mouth. She seemed ready to burst into tears. "Do tell me," said Donal sympathetically. "Do you think it very silly to mind one's dreams?" she asked. "Silly or not," answered Donal, "as regards the general run of dreams, it is plain you have had one that must be minded. What we must mind, it cannot be silly to mind." "I am in no mood, I fear, for philosophy," she rejoined, trying to smile. "It has taken such a hold of me that I cannot get rid of it, and there is no one I could tell it to but you. Anyone else would laugh at me, but you never laugh at anybody." I went to bed as well as usual, only a little troubled about my uncle's strangeness, and soon fell asleep to find myself presently in a most miserable place. It was like a brick-field, but a deserted brick-field. Heaps of broken and half-burnt bricks were all about. For miles and miles they stretched around me. I walked fast to get out of it. Nobody was near or in sight. There was not a sign of human habitation from horizon to horizon. All at once I saw before me a dreary church. It was old, tumble-down and dirty, not in the least venerable, very ugly, a huge building without shape, like most of our churches. I shrank from the look of it. It was more horrible to me than I could account for. I feared it. But I must go in. Why, I did not know, but I must. The dream itself compelled me. I went in. It looked as if nobody had crossed its threshold for 100 years. The pews were mouldering away. The canopy over the pulpit had half fallen, and rested its edge on the book-board. The great galleries had in parts tumbled into the body of the church. In other parts they hung sloping from the walls. The centre of the floor had fallen in, and there was a great descending slope of earth, soft-looking, mixed with bits of broken and decayed wood from the pews above and the coffins below. I stood gazing down in horror unutterable. How far the gulf went I could not see. I was fascinated by its slow depth and the thought of its possible contents, when suddenly I knew, rather than perceived, that something was moving in its darkness. It was something dead, something yellow-white. It came nearer. It was slowly climbing. Like one dead and stiff, it was labouring up the slope. I could neither cry out nor move. It was about 3 yards below me when it raised its head. It was my uncle, dead and dressed for the grave. He beckoned me, and I knew I must go. I had to go, nor once thought of resisting. My heart became like lead, but immediately I began the descent. My feet sank in the mould of the ancient dead, soft as if thousands of graveyard moles were forever burrowing in it, as down and down I went, settling and sliding with the black plain. Then I began to see the sides and ends of coffins in the walls of the gulf, and the walls came closer and closer as I descended, until they scarcely left me room to get through. I comforted myself with the thought that those in these coffins had long been dead, and must by this time be at rest, nor was there any danger of seeing mouldy hands come out to seize me. At last I saw that my uncle had stopped, and I stood still, a few yards above him, more composed than I can understand. The wonder is we are so believing, yet not more terrified in our dreams, said Donal. He began to heave and pull at a coffin that seemed to stop the way. Just as he got it dragged on one side, I saw on the bright silver handle of it the Morven crest. The same instant the lid rose, and my father came out of the coffin, looking alive and bright. My uncle stood beside him like a corpse beside a soul. "What do you want with my child?" he said, and my uncle cowered before him. He took my hand and said, "Come with me, my child," and I went with him. Oh, so gladly! My fear was gone, and so was my uncle. He led me up the way we had come down, but when we came out of the hole, instead of finding myself in the horrible church, I was in my own room. I looked round. No one was near. I was sorry my father was gone, but glad to be in my own room. Then I woke, and here was the terrible thing, not in my bed, but standing in the middle of the floor, just where my dream had left me. I cannot get rid of the thought that I really went somewhere. I have been haunted with it the whole day. It is a terror to me. For if I did, where is my help against going again?" "In God our Saviour," said Donal. "But had your uncle given you anything?" "I wish I could think so, but I do not see how he could." "You must change your room, and get Mistress Brookes to sleep near you." "I will." Gladly would Donal have offered to sleep, like one of his collies, outside her door, but Mrs. Brookes was the only one to help her. He began at once to make observations towards determining the existence or non-existence of a hidden room, but in the quietest way, so as to attract no attention, and had soon satisfied himself concerning some parts that it could not be there. Without free scope, and someone to help him, the thing was difficult. To gauge a building which had grown through centuries, to fit the varying tastes and changing needs of the generations, was in itself not easy, and he judged it all but impossible without drawing observation and rousing speculation. Great was the chaotic element in the congeries of erections and additions, brought together by various contrivances and with daringly enforced communication. Open spaces within the walls, different heights in the stories of contiguous buildings, breaks in the continuity of floors, and various other irregularities he found confusingly obstructive. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 52. Investigation. The autumn brought terrible storms. Many fishing boats came to grief. Of some the crews lost everything. Of others, the loss of their lives delivered their crews from smaller losses. There were many bereaved in the village, and Donal went about among them, doing what he could, and getting help for them where his own ability would not reach their necessity. Lady Arctura wanted no persuasion to go with him in some of his visits, and the intercourse she thus gained with humanity in its simpler forms, of which she had not had enough for the health of her own nature, was of high service to her. Perhaps nothing helps so much to believe in the Father as the active, practical love of the brother. If he who loveth not his own brother whom he hath seen can ill love God whom he hath not seen, then he who loves his brother must surely find it the easier to love God. Arctura found that to visit the widow and the fatherless in their afflictions, to look on and know them as her kind, to enter into their sorrows and share the elevating influence of grief genuine and simple, the same in every human soul, was to draw near to God. She met him in his children. For to honour, love, and be just to our neighbour is religion, and he who does these things will soon find that he cannot live without the higher part of religion, the love of God. If that do not follow, the other will sooner or later die away, leaving the man the worse for having had it. She found her way to God easier through the crowd of her fellows, while their troubles took her off her own, set them at a little distance from her, and so put it in her power to understand them better. One day after the fishing boats had gone out, rose a terrible storm. Some of them made for the harbour again, such as it was. Others kept out to sea. Stephen Kennedy's boat came ashore, bottom upward. His body was cast on the sands, close to the spot where Donal dragged the net from the waves. There was sorrow afresh through the village. Kennedy was a favourite, and his mother was left childless. No son would any more come sauntering in with his long slouch in the gloamin', and whether she would ever see him again, to know him, who could tell? For the common belief does not go much farther than paganism in yielding comfort to those whose living loves have disappeared, the fault not of Christianity, but of Christians. The effect of the news upon Forgue I have some ground for conjecturing. I believe it made him care a little less about marrying the girl, now that he knew no rival ready to take her, and feel also that he had one enemy the less, one danger the less in the path he would like to take. Within a week after, he left the castle, and if his father knew where he went, he was the only one who did. He had been pressing him to show some appearance of interest in his cousin. Forgue had professed himself unequal to the task at present. If he might go away for a while, he said, he would doubtless find it easier when he returned. The storms were over, the edges and hidden roots had begun to dream of spring, and Arctura had returned to her own room to sleep, when one afternoon she came to the schoolroom, and told Donal she had had the terrible dream again. "This time," she said, "I came out in my dream on the great stair, and went up to my room and into bed before I waked. But I dare not ask Mistress Brookes whether she saw me." "You do not imagine you were out of the room?" said Donal. "I cannot tell. I hope not. If I were to find I had been, it would drive me out of my senses. I was thinking all day about the lost room. I fancy it had something to do with that." "We must find the room and have done with it," said Donal. "Are you so sure we can?" she asked, her face brightening. "If there be one, and you will help me, I think we can," he answered. "I will help you." "Then first we will try the shaft of the music chimney. That it has never smoked, at least since those wires were put there, makes it something to question, though the draught across it might doubtless have prevented it from being used. It may be the chimney to the very room. But we will first try to find out whether it belongs to any room we know. I will get a weight and a cord. The wires will be a plague, but I think we can pass them. Then we shall see how far the weight goes down, and shall know on what floor it is arrested. That will be something gained. The plane of inquiry will be determined. Only there may be a turn in the chimney, preventing the weight from going to the bottom." "When shall we set about it?" said Arctura, almost eagerly. "At once," replied Donal. She went to get a shawl. Donal went to the gardener's tool-house and found a suitable cord. There was a 7-pound weight, but that would not pass the wires. He remembered an old 8-day clock on a back stair, which was never going. He got out its heavier weight, and carried it with the cord and the ladder to his own stair, at the foot of which was Lady Arctura, waiting for him. There was that in being thus associated with the lovely lady, in knowing that peace had begun to visit her through him, that she trusted him implicitly, looking to him for help and even protection, in knowing that nothing but wrong to her could be looked for from uncle or cousin, and that he held what might be a means of protecting her, should undue influence be brought to bear upon her. There was that in all this, I say, that stirred to its depth the devotion of Donal's nature. With the help of God he would foil her enemies, and leave her a free woman, a thing well worth a man's life. Many an angel has been sent on a smaller errand. Such were his thoughts as he followed Arctura up the stair, she carrying the weight and the cord, he the ladder, which it was not easy to get round the screw of the stair. Arctura trembled with excitement as she ascended, grew frightened as often as she found she had outstripped him, waited till the end of the ladder came poking round, and started again before the bearer appeared. Her dreams had disquieted her more than she had yet confessed. Had she been taking a way of her own, and choosing a guide instead of receiving instruction in the way of understanding? Were these things sent to her for warning, to show her into what an abyss of death her conduct was leading her? But the moment she found herself in the open air of Donal's company, her doubts and fears vanished for the time. Such a one as he must surely know better than those others the way of the spirit. Was he not more childlike, more straightforward, more simple, and, she could not but think, more obedient than those? Mr. Carmichael was older, and might be more experienced, but did his light shine clearer than Donal's? He might be a priest in the temple, but was there not a Samuel in the temple as well as an Eli? It was the young, strong, ruddy shepherd, the defender of his flock, who was sent by God to kill the giant. He was too little to wear Saul's armour, but he could kill a man too big to wear it. Thus meditated Arctura as she climbed the stair, and her hope and courage grew. A delicate conscience, sensitive feelings, and keen faculties subjected to the rough rasping of coarse, self-satisfied, unspiritual natures had almost lost their equilibrium. As to natural condition, no one was sounder than she, yet even now, when she had more than begun to see its falsehood, a headache would suffice to bring her afresh under the influence of the hideous system she had been taught, and wake in her all kinds of deranging doubts and consciousnesses. Subjugated so long to the untrue, she required to be for a time, until her spiritual being should be somewhat individualized, under the genial influences of one who was not afraid to believe, one who knew the Master. Nor was there danger to either, so long as he sought no end of his own, so long as he desired only his will, so long as he could say, "Whom is there in heaven but thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire besides thee." By the time she reached the top, she was radiantly joyous in the prospect of a quiet hour with him whose presence and words always gave her strength, who made the world look less mournful, and the will of God altogether beautiful, who taught her that the glory of the Father's love lay in the inexorability of its demands, that it is of his deep mercy that no one can get out until he has paid the uttermost farthing. They stepped upon the roof, and into the gorgeous afterglow of an autumn sunset. The whole country, like another sea, was flowing from that well of colour, in tidal waves of an ever-advancing creation. Its more ethereal part, rushing on above, broke on the old roofs and chimneys, and splashed its many-tinted foam all over them, while through it, and folded in it, came a cold, thin wind that told of coming death. Arctura breathed a deep breath, and her joy grew. It is wonderful how small a physical elevation, lifting us into a slightly thinner air, serves to raise the human spirits. We are like barometers, only work the other way. The higher we go, the higher goes our mercury. They stood for a moment in deep enjoyment, then simultaneously turned to each other. "My lady," said Donal, "with such a sky as that out there, it hardly seems as if there could be such a thing as our search tonight. Hollow places, hidden away for evil cause, do not go with it at all. There is the story of gracious invention and glorious gift. Here the story of greedy gathering and self-seeking, which all concealment involves." "But there may be nothing, you know, Mr. Grant," said Arctura, troubled for the house. "There may be nothing, but if there is such a room, you may be sure it has some relation with terrible wrong. What, we may never find out, or even the traces of it." "I shall not be afraid," she said, as if speaking with herself. "It is the terrible dreaming that makes me weak. In the morning I tremble as if I had been in the hands of some evil power." Donal turned his eyes upon her. How thin she looked in the last of the sunlight! A pang went through him at the thought that one day he might be alone with Davy in the huge castle, untended by the consciousness that a living light and loveliness flitted somewhere about its gloomy and ungenial walls. But he would not think the thought. How that dismal Miss Carmichael must have worried her! When the very hope of the creature in his Creator is attacked in the name of religion, when his longing after a living God is met with the offer of a paltry escape from hell, how is the creature to live? It is God we want, not heaven. His righteousness, not an imputed one for our own possession. Remission, not letting off. Love, not endurance for the sake of another, even if that other be the one loveliest of all. They turned from the sunset and made their way to the chimney stack. There once more Donal set up his ladder. He tied the clock weight to the end of his cord, dropped it in, and with a little management got it through the wires. It went down and down, gently lowered, till the cord was all out, and still it would go. "Do run and get some more," said Arctura. "You do not mind being left alone?" "No, if you will not be long." "I will run," he said, and run he did, for she had scarcely begun to feel the loneliness when he returned panting. He took the end she had been holding, tied on the fresh cord he had brought, and again lowered away. As he was beginning to fear that after all he had not brought enough, the weight stopped, resting, and drew no more. "If only we had eyes in that weight," said Arctura, "like the snails at the end of their horns." "We might have greased the bottom of the weight," said Donal, "as they do the lead when they want to know what kind of bottom there is to the sea. It might have brought up ashes. If it will not go any farther, I will mark the string at the mouth and draw it up." He moved the weight up and down a little. It rested still, and he drew it up. "Now we must mark off at the height of the chimney above the parapet wall," he said, "and then I will lower the weight towards the court below, until this last knot comes to the wall. The weight will then show us on the outside how far down the house it went inside." "Ah, I thought so," he went on, looking over after the weight. "Only to the first floor, or thereabouts. No, I think it is lower. But anyhow, my lady, as you can see, the place with which the chimney, if chimney it be, communicates, must be somewhere about the middle of the house, and perhaps is on the first floor. We can't judge very well looking down from here, and against a spot where there are no windows. Can you imagine what place it might be?" "I cannot," answered Arctura, "but I could go into every room on that floor without anyone seeing me." "Then I will let the weight down the chimney again, and leave it for you to see, if you can, below. If you find it, we must do something else." It was done, and they descended together. Donal went back to the schoolroom, not expecting to see her again till the next day. But in half an hour she came to him, saying she had been into every room on that floor, both where she thought it might be, and where she knew it could not be, and had not seen the weight. "The probability then is," replied Donal, "that thereabouts somewhere, there or farther down in that neighbourhood, lies the secret. But we cannot be sure, for the weight may not have reached the bottom of the shaft. Let us think what we shall do next." He placed a chair for her by the fire. They had the room to themselves. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 53. Mistress Brookes upon the Earl. They were hardly seated, when Simmons appeared, saying he had been looking everywhere for her ladyship, for his lordship was taken as he had never seen him before. He had fainted right out in the halfway room, and he could not get him to. Having given orders to send at once to Auchars for the doctor, Lady Arctura hastened with Donal to the room on the stair. The earl was stretched motionless and pale on the floor. But for a slight twitching in one muscle of the face, they might have concluded him dead. They tried to get something down his throat, but without success. The men carried him up to his chamber. He began to come to himself, and Lady Arctura left him, telling Simmons to come to the library when he could, and let them know how he was. In about an hour he came. The doctor had been, and his master was better. "Do you know any cause for the attack?" asked her ladyship. "I'll tell you all about it, my lady, so far as I know," answered the butler. "I was there in that room with him. I had taken him some accounts, and was answering some questions about them, when all at once there came a curious noise in the wall. I can't think what it was. An inward rumbling it was, that seemed to go up and down the wall with a sort of groaning, then stopped a while and came again. It sounded nothing very dreadful to me. Perhaps if it had been in the middle of the night I mightn't have liked it. His lordship started at the first sound of it, turned pale and gasped, then cried out, laid his hand on his heart, and rolled off his chair. I did what I could for him, but it wasn't like one of his ordinary attacks, and so I came to your ladyship. He's such a ticklish subject, you see, my lady. It's quite alarming to be left alone with him. It's his heart. And you know, my lady, I should be sorry to frighten you, but you know, Mr. Grant, a gentleman with that complaint may go off any moment. I must go back to him now, my lady, if you please." Arctura turned and looked at Donal. "We must be careful," he said. "We must," she answered. "Just thereabout is one of the few places in the house where you hear the music." "And thereabout the music chimney goes down. That is settled. But why should my lord be frightened so?" "I cannot tell. He is not like other people, you know." "Where else is the music heard? You and your uncle seem to hear it oftener than anyone else." "In my own room. But we will talk to-morrow. Good night." "I will remain here the rest of the evening," said Donal, "in case Simmons might want me to help with his lordship." It was well into the night, and he still sat reading in the library, when Mrs. Brookes came to him. She had had to get his lordship "what he called a cat, something or other, but was nothing but mustard to the soles of his feet to draw away the blood. He's better than noo," she said. "He's ta'en a dose o' one of the drugs he's aye potterin' with. Fain to learn the trade o' living for ever, I reckon. But that's a thing the Lord has keeped in his own hands. The tree o' life was never aten o', and never will be noo in this world. It's long transplanted. But as to living for ever, or I would be his lordship, I would give up the ghost at once." "What makes you say that, Mistress Brookes?" asked Donal. "It's no ilk I would answer sic a question till," she replied, "but I'm well assured ye has sense and heart enough both, not to hurt a creature. And I'll just gang so far as to say to yoursel', and atween the two of us, 'at I have heard from them 'at's away, them 'at well kent, being about the place and trusted, that when the fit was upon him, he was fell cruel to the bonny wife he married abroad and brought home with him, till a cold-hearted country, poor thing, she maun have thought it." "How could he have been cruel to her in the house of his brother? Even if he was the wretch to be guilty of it, his brother would never have connived at the ill treatment of any woman under his roof." "Hoo ken ye the old Earl so well?" asked Mrs. Brookes with a sly glance. "I ken," answered Donal, direct as was his wont, but finding somehow a little shelter in the dialect, "'at sic a daughter could ill ha' been born to any but a man that, well, 'at would at least behave till a woman like a man." "Ye're in the right. He was the tenderest hearted man. But he was far frae stout, and was a heap by himsel', near han as muckle as his lordship the present Earl. And the lady was that proud, and that devoted to the man she called her ain, that never a word o' what gaed on came to the ears of his brother, I dare to say, or I should warran ye there would have been a fine steer. It came, she said, my old auntie said, o' some kind of a madness they hadna a name for yet. I think mysel' there is a madness o' the heart as well as o' the head, and in that madness men take their women for a property o' their ain, to be handled any gait the devil puts into them. Cries in the dead o' the night, and never a shaw in the morning but white cheeks and red een, tells its ain tale. In the end the poor lady died. It might have lived but for him, and her bairnie died afore her, and the wrongs o' bairns and women stick long to the walls of the universe. It was said she came after him again. I kenna, but I have seen and heard in this house what I shall hold my tongue about. Sure I am he wasna a good man to the poor woman. When it comes to that, Maister Grant, it's no my lady and mem, but we're all women together. She died not in this house, I understand, but in the house down in the town, though that's neither here nor there. I wouldna wonder but the conscience might be woken up intil him. Some day it maun wake up. He'll be sorry, maybe, when he kens himsel' upon the border where a speck o' persons is o'er, and a woman's as good as a man, maybe a wheen better. The Lord'll set all thing right, or han it o'er till another. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 54. Lady Arctura's Room. The next day, when he saw Lady Arctura, Donal was glad to learn that, for all the excitement of the day before, she had passed a good night, and never dreamed at all. "I've been thinking it all over, my lady," he said, "and it seems to me that, if your uncle heard the noise of our plummet so near, the chimney can hardly rise from the floor you searched, for that room, you know, is half-way between the ground floor and first floor. Still, sound does travel so. We must betake ourselves to measurement, I fear. But another thing came into my head last night, which may serve to give us a sort of parallax. You said you heard the music in your own room. Would you let me look about in it a little? Something might suggest itself. Is it the room I saw you in once?" "Not that," answered Arctura, "but the bedroom beyond it. I hear it sometimes in either room, but louder in the bedroom. You can examine it when you please. If only you could find my bad dream and drive it out. Will you come now?" "It is near the Earl's room. Is there no danger of his hearing anything?" "Not the least. The room is not far from his, it is true, but it is not in the same block. There are thick walls between. Besides, he is too ill to be up." She led the way, and Donal followed her up the main staircase to the second floor, and into the small, curious, ancient room, evidently one of the oldest in the castle, which she had chosen for her sitting-room. Perhaps if she had lived less in the shadow, she might have chosen a less gloomy one. The sky was visible only through a little lane of walls and gables and battlements. But it was very charming, with its odd nooks and corners, recesses and projections. It looked an afterthought, the utilization of a space accidentally defined by rejection, as if every one of its sides were the wall of a distinct building. "I do wish, my lady," said Donal, "you would not sit so much where there is so little sunlight. Outer and inner things are in their origin one. The light of the sun is the natural world-clothing of the truth, and whoever sits much in the physical dark misses a great help to understanding the things of the light. If I were your director," he went on, "I would counsel you to change this room for one with a broad, fair outlook, so that when gloomy thoughts hid God from you, they might have his eternal contradiction in the face of his heaven and earth." "It is but fair to tell you," replied Arctura, "that Sophia would have had me do so. But while I felt about God as she taught me, what could the fairest sunlight be to me?" "Yes, what indeed?" returned Donal. "Do you know," he added presently, his eyes straying about the room, "I feel almost as if I were trying to understand a human creature. A house is so like a human mind, which gradually disentangles and explains itself as you go on to know it. It is no accidental resemblance, for as an unavoidable necessity, every house must be like those that built it." "But in a very old house," said Arctura, "so many hands of so many generations have been employed in the building, and so many fancied as well as real necessities have been at work, that it must be a conflict of many natures. But where the house continues in the same family, the builders have more or less transmitted their nature, as well as their house, to those who come after them." "Do you think, then," said Arctura, almost with a shudder, "that I inherit a nature like the house left me? That the house is an outside to me, fits my very self as the shell fits the snail?" "The relation of outer and inner is there, but there is given with it an infinite power to modify. Every one is born nearer to God than to any ancestor, and it rests with him to cultivate either the godness or the selfness in him, his original or his mere ancestral nature. The fight between the natural and the spiritual man is the history of the world. The man who sets his faults inherited makes atonement for the sins of those who went before him. He is baptized for the dead, not with water, but with fire." "That seems to me strange doctrine," said Arctura, with tremulous objection. "If you do not like it, do not believe it. We inherit from our ancestors vices no more than virtues, but tendencies to both. Vice in my great-great-grandfather may in me be an impulse." "How horrible!" cried Arctura. "To say that we inherit sin from Adam horrifies nobody. The source is so far back from us that we let the stream fill our cisterns unheeded. But to say we inherit it from this or that nearer ancestor causes the fact to assume its definite and individual reality, and make a correspondent impression." "Then you allow that it is horrible to think oneself under the influence of the vices of certain wicked people, through whom we come where we are?" "I would allow it, were it not that God is nearer to us than any vices, even were they our own. He is between us and those vices. But in us they are not vices, only possibilities, which become vices when they are yielded to. Then there are at the same time all sorts of counteracting and redeeming influences. It may be that wherein a certain ancestor was most wicked, his wife was especially lovely. He may have been cruel, and she tender as the hen that gathers her chickens under her wing. The main danger is, perhaps, of being caught in some sudden gust of unsuspected impulse, and carried away of the one tendency before the other has time to assert and the will to rouse itself. But those who doubt themselves and try to do right may hope for warning. Such will not, I think, be allowed to go far out of the way for want of that. Self-confidence is the worst traitor." "You comfort me a little." "And then you must remember," continued Donal, "that nothing in its immediate root is evil. That from best human roots worse things spring. No one, for instance, will be so full of indignation, of fierceness, of revenge, as the selfish man born with a strong sense of justice. But you say this is not the room in which you hear the music best?" "No, it is here." End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 55. Her Bedchamber. Lady Arctura opened the door of her bedroom. Donal glanced round it. It was as old-fashioned as the other. "What is behind that press there? Wardrobe, I think you call it," he asked. "Only a recess," answered Lady Arctura. "The press, I am sorry to say, is too high to get into it." Possibly, had the press stood in the recess, the latter would have suggested nothing. But having caught sight of the opening behind the press, Donal was attracted by it. It was in the same wall with the fireplace, but did not seem formed by the projection of the chimney, for it did not go to the ceiling. "Would you mind if I moved the wardrobe a little on one side?" he asked. "Do what you like," she answered. Donal moved it, and found the recess rather deep for its size. The walls of the room were wainscoted to the height of 4 feet or so, but the recess was bare. There were signs of hinges on one, and of a bolt on the other of the front edges. It had seemingly been once a closet, whose door continued the wainscot. There were no signs of shelves in it. The plaster was smooth. But Donal was not satisfied. He took a big knife from his pocket, and began tapping all round. The moment he came to the right-hand side, there was a change in the sound. "You don't mind if I make a little dust, my lady?" he said. "Do anything you please," answered Arctura. He sought in several places to drive the point of his knife into the plaster. It would nowhere enter it more than 1/4 of an inch. Here was no built wall, he believed, but one smooth stone. He found nothing like a joint till he came near the edge of the recess. There was a limit of the stone, and he began at once to clear it. It gave him a straight line from the bottom to the top of the recess, where it met another at right angles. "There does seem, my lady," he said, "to be some kind of closing up here, though it may of course turn out of no interest to us. Shall I go on, and see what it is?" "By all means," she answered, but turned pale as she spoke. Donal looked at her anxiously. She understood his look. "You must not mind my feeling a little silly," she said. "I am not silly enough to give way to it." He went on again with his knife, and had presently cleared the outlines of a stone that filled nearly all the side of the recess. He paused. Go on, said Arctura. "I must first get a better tool or two," answered Donal. "Will you mind being left?" "I can bear it, but do not be long. A few minutes may evaporate my courage." Donal hurried away to get a hammer and chisel, and a pail to put the broken plaster in. Lady Arctura stood and waited. The silence closed in upon her. She began to feel eerie. She felt as if she had but to will and see through the wall to what lay beyond it. To keep herself from so willing, she had all but reduced herself to mental inaction, when she started to her feet with a smothered cry. A knock not over gentle sounded on the door of the outer room. She darted to the bedroom door and flung it to, next the press, and with one push had it nearly in its place. Then she opened again the door, thinking to wait for a second knock on the other before she answered. But as she opened the inner, the outer door also opened, slowly, and a face looked in. She would rather have had a visitor from behind the press. It was her uncle, his face cadaverous, his eyes dull but with a kind of glitter in them, his look like that of a housebreaker. In terror of himself, in terror lest he should discover what they had been about, in terror lest Donal should appear, wishing to warn the latter, and certain that, early as it was, her uncle was not himself, with intuitive impulse, the moment she saw him, she cried out, "Uncle, what is that behind you?" She felt afterwards, and was very sorry, that it was both a deceitful and cruel thing to do, but she did it, as I have said, by a swift, unreflecting instinct, which she concluded, in thinking about it, came from the ready craft of some ancestor, and illustrated what Donal had been saying. The Earl turned, like one struck on the back, imagined something of which Arctura knew nothing, cowered to 2/3 of his height, and crept away. Though herself trembling from head to foot, Arctura was seized with such a pity that she followed him to his room, but she dared not go in. She stood a moment in the passage within sight of his door, and thought she heard his bell ring. Now Simmons might meet Donal. In a moment or two, however, she was relieved. Donal came round a turn, carrying his implements. She signed to him to make haste, and he was just safe inside her room, when Simmons came along on his way to his master's. She drew the door to, as if she had been just coming out, and said, "Knock at my door as you return, and tell me how your master is. I heard his bell." She then begged Donal to go on with his work, but stop it the moment she made a noise with the handle of the door, and resumed her place outside till Simmons should reappear. Full 10 minutes she stood waiting. It seemed an hour. Though she heard Donal at work within, and knew Simmons must soon come, though the room behind her was her own, and familiar to her from childhood, the long empty passage in front of her appeared frightful. What might not come pacing along towards her? At last she heard her uncle's door, steps, and the butler approached. She shook the handle of the door, and Donal's blows ceased. "I can't make him out, my lady," said Simmons. "It is nothing very bad, I think, this time, but he gets worse and worse, always taking more and more of them horrid drugs. It's no use trying to hide it. He'll drop off sudden one of these days. I've heard say laudanum don't shorten life, but it's not one nor two nor half a dozen sorts of laudanums he keeps mixing in that poor inside of his. The end must come, and what will it be? It's better you should be prepared for it when it do come, my lady. I've just been a-giving of him some into his skin, with a little sharp-pointed thing, a syringe, you know, my lady. He says it's the only way to take some medicines. He's just a slave to his medicines, my lady." As soon as he was gone, Arctura returned to Donal. He had knocked the plaster away, and uncovered a slab, very like one of the great stones on some of the roofs. The next thing was to prise it from the mortar, and that was not difficult. The instant he drew the stone away, a dank chill assailed them, accompanied by a humid smell, as from a long-closed cellar. They stood and looked, now at each other, now at the opening in the wall, where was nothing but darkness. The room grew cold and colder. Donal was anxious as to how Arctura might stand what discovery lay before them, and she was anxious to read his sensations. For her sake, he tried to hide all expression of the awe that was creeping over him, and it gave him enough to do. "We are not far from something, my lady," he said. "It makes one think of what he said who carries the light everywhere, that there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Shall we leave it for the present?" "Anything but that," said Arctura with a shiver. "Anything but an unknown, terrible something. But what can you do with it?" "Let the daylight in upon it." Her colour returned as she spoke, and a look of determination came into her eyes. "You will not be afraid to be left, then, when I go down?" "I am cowardly enough to be afraid, but not cowardly enough to let you go alone. I will share with you. I shall not be afraid. Not much. Not too much, I mean, if I am with you." Donal hesitated. "See," she went on, "I am going to light a candle, and ask you to come down with me. If down it be, it may be up." "I am ready, my lady," said Donal. She lighted the candle. "Had we not better lock the door, my lady?" "That might set them wondering," she answered. "We should have to lock both the doors of this room, or else both the passage doors. The better way will be to pull the press after us when we are behind it." "You are right, my lady. Please take some matches with you." "To be sure." "You will carry the candle, please. I must have my hands free. Try to let the light shine past me as much as you can, that I may see where I am going, but I shall depend most on my hands and feet." End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 56. The Lost Room. Donal then took the light from her hand, and looked in. The opening went into the further wall, and turned immediately to the left. He gave her back the candle, and went in. Arctura followed close. There was a stair in the thickness of the wall, going down steep and straight. It was not wide enough to let them go abreast. "Put your hand on my shoulder, my lady," said Donal. "That will keep us together. If I fall, you must stand stock still." She put her hand on his shoulder, and they began their descent. The steps were narrow and high. Therefore the stair was steep. They had gone down from 30 to 35 steps, when they came to a level passage, turning again at right angles to the left. It was twice the width of the stair. Its sides, like those of the stair, were of roughly dressed stones, and unplastered. It led them straight to a strong door. It was locked, and in the rusty lock they could see the key from within. To the right was another door, a smaller one which stood wide open. They went through, and by a short passage entered an opener space. Here on one side there seemed to be no wall, and they stood for a moment afraid to move lest they should tumble into darkness. But sending the light about, and feeling with hands and feet, they soon came to an idea of the place they were in. It was a little gallery, with arches on one side opening into a larger place, the character of which they could only conjecture, for nearly all they could determine was, that it went below and rose above where they stood. On the other side was a plain wall, such as they had had on both sides of them. They had been speaking in awe-filled whispers, and were now in silence, endeavouring to send their sight through the darkness beyond the arches. "Listen, my lady," said Donal. From above their heads came a chord of the aerial music, soft and faint and wild. A strange effect it had. It was like news of the still airy night and the keen stars, come down through secret ways into the dark places of the earth, from spaces so wide that they seemed the most awful of prisons. It sweetly fostered Arctura's courage. "That must be how the songs of angels sounded with news of high heaven to the people of old," she said. Donal was not in so high a mood. He was occupied at the moment with the material side of things. "We can't be far," he said, "from the place where our plummet came down. But let us try a little further." The next moment they came against a cord, and at their feet was the weight of the clock. At the other end of the little gallery they came again to a door, and again to a stair, turning to the right, and again they went down. Arctura kept up bravely. The air was not so bad as might have been feared, though it was cold and damp. This time they descended but a little way, and came to a landing place, on the right of which was a door. Donal raised a rusty latch and pushed. The door swung open against the wall, dropping from one hinge with the slight shock. 2 steps more they descended, and stood on a stone floor. Donal thought at first they must be in one of the dungeons, but soon bethought himself that they had not descended far enough for that. A halo of damp surrounded their candle. Its weak light seemed scarcely to spread beyond it. For some moments they took in nothing of what was around them. The floor first began to reveal itself to Donal's eye. In the circle of the light he saw, covered with dust as it was, its squares of black and white marble. Then came to him a gleam of white from the wall. It was a tablet, and at the other end was something like an altar or a tomb. "We are in the old chapel of the castle," he said. "But what is that?" he added instantly with an involuntary change of voice, and a shudder through his whole nervous being. Arctura turned. Her hand sought his and clasped it convulsively. They stood close to something which the light itself had concealed from them. Ere they were conscious of an idea concerning it, each felt the muscles of neck and face drawn, as if another power than their own invaded their persons. But they were live wills and would not be overcome. They forced their gaze, perception cleared itself, and slowly they saw and understood. With strangest dreamlike incongruity and unfitness, the thing beside them was a dark bedstead, with carved posts and low wooden tester, richly carved. This in the middle of a chapel. But there was no speculation in them. They could only see, not think. Donal took the candle. From the tester hung large pieces of stuff that had once made heavy curtains, but seemed hardly now to have as much cohesion as the dust on a cobweb. It held together only in virtue of the lightness to which decay had reduced it. On the bed lay a dark mass, like bedclothes and bedding not quite turned to dust. They could yet see something like embroidery in 1 or 2 places, dark like burnt paper, or half-burnt flaky rags, horrid as a dream of dead love. Heavens! What was that shape in the middle? What was that on the black pillow? What was that thick line stretching towards one of the head-posts? They stared speechless. Arctura pressed close to Donal. His arm went round her to protect her from what threatened almost to overwhelm himself, the inroad of an unearthly horror. plain to the eyes of both, the form in the middle of the bed was that of a human body, slowly crumbling where it lay. Bed and blankets and quilt, sheets and pillows had crumbled with it through the long wasting years, but something of its old shape yet lingered with the dust. That was a head that lay on the pillow. That was the line of a long arm that pointed across the pillow to the post. What was that, hanging from the bedpost and meeting the arm? God in heaven! There was a staple in the post, and from the staple came a chain, and there at its other end a ring, lying on the pillow, and through it, yes, through it, the dust arm passed. This was no mere death-bed. It was a torture bed, most likely a murder bed, and on it yet lay the body that died on it. Had lain for hundreds of years, unlifted for kindly burial. The place of its decease had been made its tomb, closed up and hidden away. A bed in a chapel, and one dead thereon. How could it be? Had the woman, for Donal imagined the form yet showed it the body of a woman, been carried thither of her own desire, to die in a holy place? That could not be. There was the chain. Had she sought refuge there from some persecutor? If so, he had found her. She was a captive, mad perhaps, more likely hated and the victim of a terrible revenge, left probably enough to die of hunger or disease, neglected or tended, who could tell? One thing only was clear, that there she died, and there she was buried. Arctura was trembling. Donal drew her closer, and would have taken her away, but she said in his ear, as if in dread of disturbing the dust, "I am not frightened, not very. It is only the cold, I think." They went softly to the other end of the chapel, almost clinging together as they went. They saw 3 narrow lancet windows on their right, but no glimmer came through them. They came to what had seemed an altar, and such it still seemed, but on its marble top lay the dust plainly of an infant, sight sad as fearful, and full of agonizing suggestion. They turned away, nor either looked at the other. The awful silence of the place seemed settling on them like a weight. Donal made haste, nor did Arctura seem less anxious to leave it. When they reached the stair, he made her go first. He must be between her and the terror. As they passed the door on the other side of the little gallery, down whose spiracle had come no second breath, Donal said to himself he must question that door, but to Arctura he said nothing. She had had enough of inquiry for the moment. Slowly they ascended to Arctura's chamber. Donal replaced the slab, and propped it in its position, gathered the plaster into the pail, replaced the press, and put a screw through the bottom of it into the floor. Arctura stood and watched him all the time. "You must leave your room again, my lady," said Donal. "I will. I shall speak to Mistress Brookes at once." "Will you tell her all about it?" "We must talk about that." How will she bear it? Thought Donal. How after such an experience can she spend the rest of the day alone? There is all the long afternoon and evening to be met. He gave the last turn to the screw in the floor, and rose. Then first he saw that Arctura had turned very white. "Do sit down, my lady," he said. "I would run for Mistress Brookes, but I dare not leave you." "No, no, we will go down together. Give me that bottle of eau de cologne, please." Donal did not know either eau de cologne or its bottle, but he darted to the dressing-table and guessed correctly. It revived her, and she began to take deep breaths. Then with a strong effort she rose to go down. The time for speech concerning what they had seen was not come. "Would you not like, my lady," said Donal, "to come to the schoolroom this afternoon? You could sit beside while I give Davy his lessons." "Yes," she answered at once. "I should like it much. Is there not something you could give me to do? Will you not teach me something?" "I should like to begin you with Greek, and teach you a little mathematics. Geometry first of all." "You frighten me." "Your fright wouldn't outlast the beginning," said Donal. "Anyhow, you will have Davy and me for company. You must be lonely sometimes. You see little of Miss Carmichael now, I fancy." "She has not been near me since that day in the avenue. We salute now and then, coming out of church. She will not come again except I ask her, and I shall be in no haste. She would only assume I was sorry, and could not do without her." "I should let her wait, my lady," said Donal. "She sorely wants humbling." "You do not know her, Mr. Grant, if you think anything I could do would have that effect on her. Pardon me, my lady, I did not imagine it your task to humble her. But you need not let her ride over you as she used to do. She knows nothing really, and a great many things unreally. Unreal knowledge is worse than ignorance. Would not Miss Graham be a better friend? She is much more lovable, but she does not trouble her head about the things I care for. I mean, religion," she added hesitatingly. "So much the better." "Mr. Grant! You did not let me finish, my lady. So much the better, I was going to say, till she begins to trouble her heart about it. Or rather, to untrouble her heart with it. The Pharisee troubled his head, and no doubt his conscience too, and did not go away justified. But the poor publican, as we with our stupid pity would call him, troubled his heart about it. And that trouble once set a-going, there is no fear. Head and all must soon follow. But how am I to get rid of this plaster without being seen?" "I will show you the way to your own stair without going down. The way we came once, you may remember. You can take it to the top of the house till it is dark. But I do not feel comfortable about my uncle's visit. Can it be that he suspects something? Perhaps he knows all about the chapel. And that stair, too. He is a man to enjoy having a secret. But our discovery bears out what we were saying as to the likeness of house and man. Does it not?" "You don't mean there is anything like that in me?" rejoined Arctura, looking frightened. "You!" he exclaimed. "But I mean no individual application," he added, "except as reflected from the general truth. This house is like every human soul, and so like me and you and all of us. We have found the chapel of the house, the place they used to pray to God in, built up, lost, forgotten, filled with dust and damp, and the mouldering dead lying there before the Lord, waiting to be made live again and praise him." "I said you meant me," murmured Arctura, with a faint, sad smile. "No, the time is past for that. It is long since first you were aware of the dead self in the lost chapel. A hungry soul soon misses both, and knows without being sure of it that they are somewhere. You have kept searching for them in spite of all persuasion that the quest was foolish." Arctura's eyes shone in her pale face, but they shone with gathering tears. Donal turned away, and took up the pail. She rose and guided him to his tower stair, where he went up, and she went down. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 57. The Housekeeper's Room. As the clock upon the schoolroom chimney-piece struck the hour, Arctura entered, and at once took her seat at the table with Davy, much to the boy's wonder and pleasure. Donal gave her a Euclid, and set her a task. She began at once to learn it, and after a while so brief that Davy stared incredulous, said, "If you please, Mr. Grant, I think I could be questioned upon it now." Less than a minute sufficed to show Donal that she thoroughly understood what she had been learning, and he set her then a little more. By the time their work was over, he had not a doubt left that such like intellectual occupation would greatly subserve all phases of her health. With entireness she gave herself to the thing she had to do, and Donal thought how strong must be her nature, to work so calmly and think so clearly after what she had gone through that morning. School over, and Davy gone to his rabbits. "Mistress Brookes invites us to supper with her," said Lady Arctura. "I asked her to ask us. I don't want to go to bed till I am quite sleepy. You don't mind, do you?" "I am very glad, my lady," responded Donal. "Don't you think we had better tell her all about it?" "As you think fit. The secret is in no sense mine. It is only yours, and the sooner it ceases to be a secret, the better for all of us." "I have but one reason for keeping it," she returned. "Your uncle?" "Yes. I know he will be annoyed, but there may be other reasons why I should reveal the thing." "There may, indeed," said Donal. "Still, I should be sorry to offend him more than I cannot help. If he were a man like my father, I should never dream of going against him. I should in fact leave everything to him he cared to attend to. But seeing he is the man he is, it would be absurd. I dare not let him manage my affairs for me much longer. I must understand for myself how things are going. You will not, I hope, arrange anything without the presence of a lawyer. I fear I have less confidence in your uncle than you have." Arctura made no reply, and Donal was afraid he had hurt her. But the next moment she looked up with a sad smile, and said, "Well, poor man, we will not compare our opinions of him. He is my father's brother, and I shall be glad not to offend him. But my father would have reason to be dissatisfied if I left everything to my uncle, as if he had not left everything to me. If he had been another sort of man, my father would surely have left the estate to him." At 9 o'clock they met in the housekeeper's room. Low-ceilinged, large, lined almost round with oak presses, which were Mistress Brookes's delight. She welcomed them as to her own house, and made an excellent hostess. But Donal would not mix the tumbler of toddy she would have had him take. For one thing, he did not like his hire to be operated upon from his lower. It made him feel as if possessed by a not altogether real self. But the root of his objection lay in the teaching of his mother. The things he had learned of his parents were to him his patent of nobility, vouchers that he was honourably descended. Of his birth he was as proud as any man. And hence this night he was led to talk of his father and mother, and the things of his childhood. He told Arctura all about the life he had led, how at one time he kept cattle in the fields, at another sheep on the mountains, how it came that he was sent to college, and all the story of Sir Gibbie. The night wore on. Arctura listened, did nothing but listen. She was enchanted. And it surprised Donal himself to find how calmly he could now look back upon what had seemed to threaten an everlasting winter of the soul. It was indeed the better thing that Ginevra should be Gibbie's wife. A pause had come, and he had fallen into a brooding memory of things gone by, when a sudden succession of quick knocks fell on his ear. He started, strangely affected. Neither of his companions took notice of it, though it was now past 1 o'clock. It was like a knocking with knuckles against the other side of the wall of the room. "What can that be?" he said, listening for more. "Heard you never that afore, Master Grant?" said the housekeeper. "I ha' grown so used to it my ears hardly take notice of it." "What is it?" asked Donal. "Ay, what is it? Tell me that, gin ye can," she returned. "It's just a chappin', and God's truth, it's all I ken about the same. It comes, I believe I'm safe to say, ilka night, but I couldna take my oath upon it. I ha' so entirely dropped paying any attention to it. There's things about many an old house, Mr. Grant, 'at'll take the day o' judgment till explain 'em. But so long as they keep to their own side of the wall, I dinna see I need trouble my head about them. Efter the experience I had as a young lass, away down in England yonner, at a place my auntie got me intil, for she kenned a heap o' grand folk through being herself so near connected with them as housekeeper in the castle here. Efter that, I'm saying, I wouldna need to be that easy scared." "What was it?" said Lady Arctura. "I don't think you ever told me." "No, my dear lady, I would have never thought o' telling ye any sic story, so long as ye was ower young not to be frighted at it. For 'deed, I think they're muckle to blame 'at tells bairns the very things they're not fit to hear, and fix the dread afore the sense. But I s' tell ye the noo, gin ye care to hear. It's a some awesome story, but there's something unco foolish like intil it as well. I canna say I think muckle o' craturs 'at tribble their heads about their heads, but that's tellin' aforehand." Here the good woman paused thoughtful. "I am longing to hear your story, Mistress Brookes," said Donal, supposing she needed encouragement. "I'm but thinking how to begin," she returned, "so's to gie ye a right hold o' the thing. I'm thinking I canna do better nor just tell it as it came to mysel'. Well, ye see, I was but a young lass, about, well, I might be 20, mair or less, when I gaed to the place I spake o'. It was away upon the borders o' Wales, like as gien folk ower there in Perth were doubtful whether sic a place was in the Hielands or the Lowlands. The maester o' the house was a young man away upon his travels, I kenna where, somewhere upon the continent, but that's a mickle word, and as he had the intention o' being away for some time to come, no caring to settle down offhand and look after his ain, there was but one gay old woman to housekeep, and me to help her, and a man or two about the place to look after the garden, and that was all. House and garden was to let, and was in the hands of one of the agents, as they call them, for the same purpose, to let, that is, for a term of years. Well, one day there came a gentleman to look at the place, and he was so well pleased with it, as well he might, for it was a bonny place. I laughing like, where this place is aye in the sulks. Na, no I dinna mean that, my lady, forgetting that it's yours. But ye maun own it takes a heap o' sun to guard this old house here look anything but some dour, and I beg your pardon, my lady." "You are quite right, Mistress Brookes," said Arctura with a smile. "If it were not for you it would be dour, dour. You do not know, Mr. Grant. Mistress Brookes herself does not know how much I owe her. I should have gone out of my mind for very dreariness 100 times but for her." "The short and the long of it was," resumed Mistress Brookes, "that the place was let and the place was ta'en, mickle to the satisfaction of all parties concerned. The old housekeeper, she being a fixture like, was to bide, and I was to bide as well, under the housekeeper, and have nothing to do with the stranger servants. They came. There was a gentleman of a middle age, and his lady some younger nor himsel', handsome but no bonny. But that has nothing to do with my tale, and I should take up your time with it, and it growing some late." "Never mind the time, Mistress Brookes," said Arctura. "We can do just as we please about that. One time is as good as another, isn't it, Mr. Grant?" "I sometimes sit up half the night myself," said Donal. "I like to know God's night. Only it won't do often, lest we make the brain, which is God's too, like a watch that won't go." "It's sair upsetting to the work," said the housekeeper. "What would the house be like if I was to do that?" "Do go on, please, Mistress Brookes," said Arctura. "Please do," echoed Donal. "Sir, and my lady, I'm ready to sit till the cocks be done crawing, and the day done dawing, to pleasure the one or the two o' ye. And so for my true tale. They were very decent, well-behaved folk, with a fine family, some grown and some growing. It was just a favour to see sic a halesome clan, for at 18 or their way, down to the wee toddlin' lassie was the very apple o' the eye to all the ane about the place. But that's neither here nor yet there. All goed on as all should gang on where the servants are no ower grand for their own work, nor ower meddlesome with the work of their neighbours. Nothing was neglected, nor anything girned about, but all was peace and harmony, as quo the old sang about our bonnie Kilmeny. That is, till one night. You see I'm telling ye as it came to mysel', and not till another. As I lay in my bed that night, and you may be sure at my age I lay no longer nor just to turn me ower once, and in general not that once. Just as I was falling asleep, up gat such a rummage in the servant hall, straight aneath where I was lying, and I thought to mysel' what upon earth's come to the place. Gin it be no the day of judgment, truth is no the day of small things, I said. It was as gin all the chairs and tables together were being rooted out of their places, and syne set back again, and the tables turned heels o'er head, and all the glass and all the plate for the dinner knockit about as gin they had been so many hailstones that werena wanted any mair, but might just lie where they fell. I couldna for the life of me think what it might be token, save and except a general frenzy had seized upon man and woman in the house. I got up in a hurry. Whatever was going on, I would not willingly gang, wanting my share of the sight. And just as I opened my door, who should I hear but the master crying at the head of the stair, "What in the name of all that's holy," says he, "is the meaning of this?" And I ran till him out of the passage and through the swing door into the great corridor, and says I, "'Deed, sir, I was wondering, and with your leave, sir, I'll gang and see," I said, gathering my shawl about me as well as I could to hide what was aneath it, or rather what was not aneath it, for I had not that muckle on. But says he, "No, no, you must not go. Who knows what it may be? I'll go myself. They may be robbers, and the men fighting them. You stop where you are." Saying that, he was halfways down the stair. I stood where I was, looking down and hearkening, and the noise still going on. But he could but a won the length of the hall, when it stoppit all at once and all together. You may think what a din it mun have been, when I tell you the quiet that came upon the heels of it just seemed to sting my two lugs. The same moment, I heard the maester crying to me to come down. I ran, and when I reached the servants' hall, where he stood just inside the door, I stood aside him and glowered. For would you believe me, the place was as decent and still as any kirkyard in the moonlight. There was not a thing out of its place, nor an air o' dist, nor the smallest disorder to be seen. All the things looked as gin they had settled themselves to sleep as usual, and had sleep until we came and waked them. The maester glowered at me, and I glowered at the maester. But all he said was, "A false alarm, you see, Rose." What he thought I cannot tell, but without another word we turned, and goed up the stair again together. At the top of the stair, the long corridor ran away until the dark afore us, for the candle the master carried flang not light half to the end of it, and frae out of the murk on a sudden came to meet us a rampaging and a rattling like a score o' knout running away with their iron tethers about their necks. Sic a rattling o' iron chains as ye never heard, and groaning and a grunting just fearsome. Again we stood, and looked at one another, and my word, but the master's face was enough to fright a body of itself, let alone the thing we heard and saw nothing to account for. "Gang away back to your bed, Rose," he said. "This'll never do." "And how are you to help it, sir?" said I. "That I cannot tell," answered he, "but I wouldn't for the world your mistress heard it. I left her fast asleep, and I hope she'll sleep through it." Did ye ever hear anything strange about the house before we came?" "Never, sir," said I. "As sure as I stand here shivering." For the night was in the simmer, and warm to that degree, and yet I was shivering as in the cold fit of a fever, and my mouth would hardly consent to make the words I sought to frame. We stood like mice afore the cap for a minute or two, but there came nothing more, and by degrees we grew a kind o' ashamed, like as gin we had been doubtful as to whether we had heard anything. And when again he said to me gang to my bed, I gaed to my bed, and wasn't long upon the road, for fear I would hear anything more, and into my bed and my head aneath the clothes and lay trembling. But there was none more of it that night, and I wasna owersair overcome to fall asleep. In the morning I told the housekeeper all about it, but she held her tongue in a manner that was, to say the least of it, very strange. She didna laugh, nor she didna grue nor yet glower, nor yet she didna say the thing was nonsense, but she just heard, and said not a word. I thought with myself, is it possible she doesna believe me? But I could not make that out either. So as she held her tongue, I just pulled the bridle o' mine, and vowed there should never be another word said by me till once she spake herself. And I would soon ha' had enough o' holding my tongue, but I had not to hold it to anybody but her. And I came to the conclusion that she was feared to be inspeered questions by them that had a right to speir them, for that she had heard of something afore, and kenned mair nor she was at liberty to speak about. But that was only the beginning, and little to what followed. For frae that night there was not one night past but some one or two disturbed, and whiles it was past abiding. The noises and the rumblings, and abune all the clanking of chains that goed on in that house, and the groans and the cries, and whiles the whistling, and what was most waur nor all, the laughing, was something dreadful, and I yont believing to any but them it was intil it. I sometimes think maybe the terror of it makes it look waur in the recollection nor it was, but I cannot keep my senses and not believe there was something altogether by ordinary in the affair. And when, or long, it came to the knowledge of the lady, and she was waked up at night and heard the thing, whatever it was, and syne when the bairns were waked up, and I the rummage now in this room, now in that, so that the living would be crying as loud as the dead, though they could ill make such a din, it was beyond all bearing. And the maester made up his mind to flit at once, come out what might. For as I ought to ha' telt ye, he had written to the owner of the house, that was my ain master, for it was not a hair o' use saying anything further to the agent. He only laughed, and declared it maun be some of his own folk was playing tricks upon him, which it angered him to hear, being as impossible as it was false. So straight away to his landlord he wrote, as I say, but as he was travelling about on the continent, he supposed either the letter had not reached him, and never would reach him, or he was sheltering himself under the idea they would think he had never had it, not wanting to move in the matter. But the very day he had made up his mind that nothing should make him spend another week in the house, for Monday nights were always the worst, there came a letter from the gentleman, saying that only that same hour that he was writing had he received the maester's letter, and he was sorry he had not had it before, but prayed him to put up with things till he got to him, and he would start at the farthest in 2 days more, and would set the thing right in less time than it would take to tell him what was amiss. A strange enough letter, to be sure. Mr. Harper, that was their butler, told me he had read every word of it. And so, as, not to mention the terrors of the night, the want of rest was like to ruin us altogether, we were all on the outlook for the appearance of our promised deliverer, so cock-sure of setting things straight again. Well, at last, and that was in a very few days, though they look it long to some in that house, he appeared, a nice-looking gentleman, with so sweet a smile it was not hard to believe whatever he'd tell you, and he had a light airy way with him that was to us oppressed creatures strangely comforting, ill as it was to believe he could ken what had been going on, and treat it in that fashion. However, and now, my lady, and Mr. Grant, I had to tell you what the butler told me, for I wasn't present to hear for mysel'. Maybe he wouldn't have told me, but that he wasn't an old man, though twice my age, and seemed to have taken a liking to me, though it never came to anything. And as I was always civil to any person that was civil to me, and never went farther than was becoming, he made me the return of talking to me at times, and telling me what he knew. The young gentleman was to stop and lunch with the maester, and in the meantime would have a glass of wine and a biscuit, and pulling a bunch of keys from his pocket, he desired Mr. Harper to take a certain one, and go to the door that was locked inside the wine cellar, and bring a bottle from a certain bin. Harper took the key, and was just going from the room, when he heard the visitor, though in truth he was more at home there than any of us, heard him say, "I'll tell you what you've been doing, sir, and you will tell me whether I'm not right." Hearing that, the butler drew the door to, but not that close, and made no haste to leave it, and so heard what followed. "I'll tell you what you've been doing," says he. "Didn't you find a man's head, a skull I mean, upon the premises?" Well, yes, I believe we did, when I think of it, says the master, for my butler, and there was the butler outside a-listening to the whole tale. My butler came to me one morning, saying, 'Look here, sir, that is what I found in a little box, close by the door of the wine cellar. It's a skull.' 'Oh,' said I, it was the maester that was speaking, 'it'll be some medical student has brought it home to the house.' So he asked me what he had better do with it. 'And you told him,' interrupted the gentleman, 'to bury it.' I did. It seemed the proper thing to do. 'I hadn't a doubt of it,' said the gentleman. 'That is the cause of all the disturbance.' 'That?' says the master. 'That, and nothing else,' answers the gentleman. And with that, as Harper confessed when he told me, there came o'er him such a horror that he dared no longer stand at the door, but for going down to the cellar to fetch the bottle of wine, that was merely beyond his human faculty. As it happed, I met him on the stair, as white as a sheet and ready to drop. 'What's the matter, Mr. Harper?' said I, and he told me all about it. 'Come along,' I said, 'we'll go to the cellar together. It's broad daylight, and there's nothing to hurt us.' So he went down. 'There, that's the box the thing was lying in,' said he, as we came out of the wine cellar. And with that came a groan out of the very ground at our feet. We both heard it, and stood shaking and dumb, gripping one another. 'I'm sure I don't know what in the name of heaven it can all mean,' said he, but that was when we were on the way up again. 'Did you show any disrespect?' said I. 'No,' said he, 'I but buried it, as I would anything else that had to be putting out of sight.' And as we were talking together, that was at the top of the cellar stair, there came a great ringing at the bell, and said he, 'They're wondering what's come of me and their wine, and weel they may. I mun run.' As soon as he entered the room, and this again you may see, my lady and Master Grant, he tell't me afterwards. 'Where did you bury the head you took frae the cellar?' said his master till him, and speered not a word as to how he had been so long gone for the wine. 'I buried it in the garden,' answered he. 'I hope you know the spot,' said the strange gentleman. 'Yes, sir, I do,' said Harper. 'Then come and show me,' said he. So the three of them went out together and got a spade, and luckily the butler was able to show them at once the very spot. And the gentleman, he howked up the skull with his own hands, careful not to touch it with the spade, and brought it back in his hand to the house, knocking the earth off it with his rough travelling gloves. But when Harper looked to be told to take it back to the place where he found it, and trembled at the thought, wondering how he was to get hold of me and nobody the wiser, for he didn't want to show fright in the daytime, to his great surprise and no small pleasure, the gentleman set the skull on the chimney-piece. And as lunch had been laid in the meantime, for Mr. Heywood, I had just gotten a grip of his name, had to be away again directly, he heard the whole story as he waited upon them. I suppose they thought it better he should hear and tell the rest, the sooner to gar them forget the terrors we had come through. Said the gentleman, 'Now you'll have no more trouble. If you do, write to me to the care of so-and-so, and I'll release you from your agreement. But please to remember that you brought it on yourself by interfering. I can't exactly say with my property, but with the property of one who knows how to defend it without calling in the aid of the law, which indeed would probably give him little satisfaction. It was the burying of that skull that brought on you all the annoyance.' 'I always thought,' said the maester, 'the dead preferred having their bones buried. Their ghosts indeed, according to Cocker, either would not or could not lie quiet until their bodies were properly buried. Where then could be our offence?' 'You may say what you will,' answered Mr. Heywood, 'and I cannot answer you, or pretend to explain the thing. I only know that when that head is buried, these same disagreeables always begin.' 'Then is the head in the way of being buried and dug up again?' asked the master. 'I will tell you the whole story, if you like,' answered his landlord. 'I would gladly hear it,' says he, 'for I would fain see daylight on the affair.' 'That I cannot promise you,' he said, 'but the story, as it is handed down in the family, you shall hear.' You may be sure, my lady, Harper was wide awake to hearken, and the more that he might tell it again in the hall. 'Somewhere about 150 years ago,' Mr. Heywood began, 'on a cold, stormy night, there came to the hall door a poor pedlar, a travelling merchant, you know, my lady, with his pack on his back, and would fain have parted with some of his goods to the folk of the hall. The butler, who must have been a rough sort of man, they were rough times those, told him they wanted nothing he could give them, and to go about his business. But the man, who was something obstinate, I dare say, and it may well be anxious to get shelter, as much for the night being girly as to sell his goods, keep it on begging and imploring to let the women folk at the least look at what he had brought. At last the butler, out of all patience with the man, gave him a great shove away from the door, so that the poor man fell down the steps, and banged the door to, nor ever looked to see whether the man got up again or no. In the morning, the pedlar they found him lying dead in a little wood or shaw, not far frae the house. And with that up got the cry, and what said they but that the butler had murdered him? So up he was ta'en and put upon his trial for it. And whether the man was not liked in the countryside I cannot tell, said the gentleman, but the cry was against him, and things went the wrong way for him, and that though no one about the house believed he had done the deed, more than he might have caused his death by pushing him down the steps. And even that he could hardly have intended, but only to get quit of him. And likely enough the man was weak, perhaps ill, and the weight of his pack on his back pulled him as he pushed. Still, after an all, and it's mysel that's saying this, not the gentleman, my lady, in a part of the country like that, gay and lonely, it was not the night to turn a fellow creature out in. The butler was at the same time an old and trusty servant, said Mr. Heywood, and his master was greatly concerned about the thing. It is impossible at this time of day, he said, to understand how such a thing could be, in the total absence of direct evidence, but the short and the weary long of it was, that the man was hanged, and hung in irons for the deed. And now you may be thinking the ghost of the poor pedlar began to haunt the house, but nothing of the kind. There was no disturbance of that or any other sort. The man was dead and buried, whoever did or did not kill him, and the body of him that was said to have killed him hung dangling in the wind, and neither of them said a word for or again the thing. But the heart of the man's master was sore. He couldna help thinking that maybe he was to blame, and might have done something more nor he thought of at the time to get the poor man off, for he was absolutely certain that, however rough he might have been, and whoever he might have been the cause of death to the troublesome pedlar, he had not meant to kill him. It was, in part at least, an accident, and he thought the hanging of him for it was hard lines. The maester was an old man, near hand outy, and took things the mair seriously, I dare say, that he was not that far frae the grave they had sent the poor butler till afore his time, gin that could be said o' one whose grave was with the weathercock. And he took himself to task as to whether he oughtna to have done something more, gone to the king maybe, for he couldna bide the thought of the poor man that had waited upon him so long and faithful, hanging and swinging up there, and the flesh dropping off of the bones of him, and still the bones hanging there, and swinging and creaking and crying. The thought, I say, was sair upon the old man. But the time passed, and I kenna how long or how short it may take for a body in sic a position to come asunder, but at last the bones began to drop, and as they dropped, there they lay, at the foot of the gallows, for nobody cared to meddle with them. And when that came to the knowledge of the old gentleman, he sent his folk to gather them up, and bury them out of sight, and what was left of the body, the upper part, holding together with the irons maybe, I kenna weel how, hung and swung there still in ilk wind that blew. But at the last, out of sorrow and respect for the dead, however he died, his old master sent quietly one mirk night, and had the lave of the bones ta'en down and laid in the earth. But frae that moment, think ye there was any peace in the house? A clanking of chains got up, and a howling, and a complaining and a creaking like in the wind, sic a stramash altogether, that the house was not fit to be lived in whiles, though it was sometimes waur nor other times, and some thought it had to do with the airt the wind blew. About that I ken naething. But it got on like that for months, maybe years. Mr. Harper was not sure how long the gentleman said, till the old man most wished himself in of the grave and out of the trouble. At last one day came an old man to see him, not so old as himself, but one he had kenned when they were at the college together. And this was a man that had travelled greatly, and was well learnt in a heap of things ordinary folk that gies themselves to the land and to the growing of corn and beasts is not likely to ken muckle about. He saw his old friend was in trouble, and didna carry his age calm like as was natural, and so speirt him what was the matter. And he told him the whole story, frae the hanging to the banging. "Well," said the learnt man, when he had heard all, "gin ye'll take my advice, ye'll just send and hook up the head, and take it into the house with ye, and let it bide there where it was used so long to be. Do that, and it's my opinion you'll hear no more of sic unruly goings on." The old gentleman took the advice, kenning no better. But it was the right advice, for frae that moment the rumour was o'er. They had no more of it. They laid the head in a decent bit box in the cellar, and there it remained, well content there to abide the day of that judgment that'll set many another judgment to the right about. Though what pleasure could be intil that cellar, mair nor intil a hole in the earth, is a thing not for me to say. So with that generation there was no more trouble. But in the course of time came first one and syne another, who forgot, maybe left at the whole affair, and did not believe a word of the same. But they are but fools that gang again the experience of their forebears. What would ye have but they would bury the head? And what would come of that but an old dismay het up again? Up gat the din, the rampagin', the clankin' and all, just the same as afore. But the minute that, frighted at the consequences of their folly, they acknowledged the property of the ghost in his own head, and took it out of the earth and into the house again, all was quiet directly, quiet as heart could desire. So that was the story. And when the lunch was o'er, and Mr. Harper was thinking the moment come when they would order him to take the head, and him trembling at the thought of touching it, and lay it where it was, and where it had so often been when it had a soul intil it, the gentleman got up, and he says to him, "Be so good," says he, "as fetch me my hat-box from the hall." Harper went and got it as desired, and the gentleman took and unlocked it, and round he turned where he stood, and up he took the skull frae the chimley-piece, neither as gin he loved it nor feared it, as what reason had he to do either, and handled it neither roughly nor with any show of mickle care, but into the hat-box it goed willy-nilly, and the lid shutting down upon it, and the key turned in the lock of it, and as gin he would make the thing right sure of not being putten again where it had sic an objection to gang. Up he took in his hand the hat-box, and the contrary head in the inside of it, and away with him on his travels, here away and there away o'er the face of the globe. He was on his way to Spain, he said at the moment, and we saw no more of him nor the head, nor heard ever a sound more of clanking nor gurning nor any other unholy din. And that's the truth. Make of it what ye like, my lady and Master Grant. Mistress Brookes was silent, and for some time not a syllable was uttered by either listener. At last Donal spoke. "It is a strange story, Mistress Brookes," he said, "and the stranger that it would show some of the inhabitants of the other world apparently as silly after 150 years as when first they arrived there." "I can say nothing anent that, sir," answered Mistress Brookes. "I'm not accountable for any inference that's to be drawn from it or true tale, and doubtless, sir, ye ken far better nor me. But where you see many folk draw out the thread of a long life, and never one sensible thing that they could help done or said, what for should you wonder gin now and then one in the other world show himself sick-like? When you consider the heap of folk that dies, and how there mun be so many more in the other world nor in this, I confess for my part, I wonder more it were left at peace at all, and that they come not swarming about us in the night, like black doves. You'll maybe say they cannot, and you'll maybe say they come, but so long as they plague me no war nor a friend upon the tither side of the wall, I cannot say that I care that mickle. But I think whiles how the ghosts maun laugh at them it laughs as gin there were no such creatures in the world. For my part, I neither fear them nor seek till them. I'll be one with them myself afore long. Only I would sair wuss and hope to gang in among better behaved ones nor them 'at gangs about plaguing folk." "You speak the best of sense, Mistress Brookes," said Donal. "But I should like to understand why the poor hanged fellow should have such an objection to having his skull laid in the ground. Why had he such a fancy for his old bones? Could he be so closely associated with them that he could not get on without the plenty of fresh air they got him used to when they hung on the gallows? And why did it content him to have only his head above ground? It is bewildering. We couldn't believe our bones rise again, even if Paul hadn't as good as told us they don't. Why should the dead haunt their bones as if to make sure of having their own again?" "But," said Mistress Brookes, "begging your pardon, sir, what ken ye as to what they think? Ye may ken better, but maybe they dinna. For hanna ye just allowed that such conduct as I describe it is no fit, whoever be guilty of the same, whether rowdy laddies in the street, or creatures ye cannot see in the house? They may think they'll want their bones by and by, though ye ken better. And whatever ye wise folk may think they know, ye ken it's not that long sin' a'body, aye the best of folk, thought the same. And there's not a doubt they all did at the time that man was hanged. And ye maun mind that in the house the head of him wouldna waste as it would in the yard." "But why bother about his head more than the rest of his bones?" "Well, sir, I'm thinking a ghost though he be, cannot surely be in two places at once. He could never think to plague till ilk bone of finger and toe was gathered in the cellar. That would be hopeless. And thinking anything of his bones, he might well think most of his head, and keep an eye upon that. Not many ghosts hae the chance of seeing so muckle of their bones as this one, or saying to themselves, 'Yon's mine where it swings.' Some ghosts have a cat-like nature for places, and what for no for bones? Mony's the story that Housekeeper, honest woman, telled me. When what had come was gone, it set her opening out her pack. I could hold ye there all night, telling ye one after another of them. But it's time to gang to our beds." "It is our turn to tell you something," said Lady Arctura, "only you must not mention it just yet. Mr. Grant has found the lost room." For a moment Mrs. Brookes said nothing, but neither paled nor looked incredulous. Her face was only fixed and still, as if she were finding explanation in the discovery. "I was aye of the mind it was," she said, "and many's the time I thought I would look for it to please mysel'. It's small wonder, the songs and the raps and such like." "You will not change your mind when you hear all," said Arctura. "I asked you to give us our supper, because I was afraid to go to bed." "You shouldn't have told her, sir. I've seen it with my own eyes." "You have been into it, my lady. What? It is a chapel. The old castle chapel. Mentioned, I know, somewhere in the history of the place, though no one, I suppose, ever dreamed the missing room could be that. And in the chapel," continued Arctura, hardly able to bring out the words, for a kind of cramping of the muscles of speech, "there was a bed, and in the bed the crumbling dust of a woman, and on the altar what was hardly more than the dusty shadow of a baby." "The Lord be about us!" cried the housekeeper, her well-seasoned composure giving way. "Ye saw that with your own eyen, my lady. Mr. Grant, how could ye let her ladyship look upon such things?" "I am her ladyship's servant," answered Donal. "That's verra true, but my bonny bairn, sich sights is not for you." "I ought to know what is in the house," said Arctura, with a shudder. "But already I feel more comfortable that you know too. Mr. Grant would like to have your advice as to what— You'll come and see them, won't you?" "When you please, my lady. To-night?" No, not to-night. Was that the knocking again? Some ghosts want their bodies to be buried, though your butler— "I wouldna wonder," responded Mistress Brookes thoughtfully. "Where shall we bury them?" asked Donal. "In England," said the housekeeper, "I used to hear a heap about consecrated ground, but to my mind it was the bodies o' God's handiwork, not the bishop, that consecrated the ground. Where the Lord lays down what he has done with, would aye be a sacred place to me. I dare say Moses, when he came upon it again in the desert, looked upon the ground where stood the bush where it burned, as a sacred place, though the fire was long out. Think na ye, Mr. Grant?" "I do," answered Donal. "But I do not believe the Lord Jesus thought one spot on the face of the earth more holy than another. Every dust of it was his Father's, neither more nor less, existing only by the thought of that Father. And I think that is what we must come to. But where shall we bury them? Where they lie, or in the garden?" "Some would doubtless ha' dust laid to dust in the kirkyard, but I would not willingly raise a clash in the countryside. Them that did it was your ain forebears, my lady, and such things are weel forgotten. And syne, what would the Earl say? It might upset him mair nor a bit. I'll consider of it." Donal accompanied them to the door of the chamber which again they shared, and then betook himself to his own high nest. There more than once in what remained of the night, he woke, fancying he heard the ghost music sounding its coronach over the dead below. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 58. A Soul Diseased. "Papa is very ill to-day, Simmons tells me," said Davy, as Donal entered the schoolroom. "He says he has never seen him so ill. Oh, Mr. Grant, I hope he is not going to die." "I hope not," returned Donal, not very sure, he saw when he thought about it, what he meant. For if there was so little hope of his becoming a true man on this side of some awful doom, why should he hope for his life here? "I wish you would talk to him as you do to me, Mr. Grant," resumed Davy, who thought what had been good for himself must be good for everybody. Of late the boy had been more than usual with his father, and he may have dropped some word that turned his father's thoughts toward Donal and his ways of thinking. However weak the Earl's will, and however dull his conscience, his mind was far from being inactive. In the afternoon, the butler brought a message that his lordship would be glad to see Mr. Grant when school was over. Donal found the Earl very weak, but more like a live man, he thought, than he had yet seen him. He pointed to a seat, and began to talk in a way that considerably astonished the tutor. "Mr. Grant," he began, with not a little formality, "I have known you long enough to believe I know you really. Now I find myself, partly from the peculiarity of my constitution, partly from the state of my health, partly from the fact that my views do not coincide with those of the Church of Scotland, and there is no episcopal clergyman within reach of the castle. I find myself, I say, for these reasons, desirous of some conversation with you, more for the sake of identifying my own opinions, than in the hope of receiving from you what it would be unreasonable to expect from one of your years." Donal held his peace. The very power of speech seemed taken from him. He had no confidence in the man, and nothing so quenches speech as lack of faith. But the Earl had no idea of this distrust, never a doubt of his listener's readiness to take any position he required him to take. Experience had taught him as little about Donal as about his own real self. "I have long been troubled," continued his lordship after a momentary pause, "with a question of which one might think the world must by this time be weary, which yet has, and always will have, extraordinary fascination for minds of a certain sort, of which my own is one. It is the question of the freedom of the will. How far is the will free, or how far can it be called free, consistently with the notion of a God over all?" He paused, and Donal sat silent, so long that his lordship opened the eyes which, the better to enjoy the process of sentence-making, he had kept shut, and half turned his head towards him. He had begun to doubt whether he was really by his bedside, or but one of his many visions, undistinguishable by him from realities. Reassured by the glance, he resumed. "I cannot, of course, expect from you such an exhaustive and formed opinion as from an older man who had made metaphysics his business, and acquainted himself with all that had been said upon the subject. At the same time, you must have expended a considerable amount of thought on these matters." He talked in a quiet, level manner, almost without inflection, and with his eyes again closed, very much as if he were reading a book inside him. "I have had a good deal," he went on, "to shake my belief in the common ideas on such points. Do you believe there is such a thing as free will?" He ceased, awaiting the answer which Donal felt far from prepared to give him. "My lord," he said at length, "what I believe, I do not feel capable, at a moment's notice, of setting forth. Neither do I think, however unavoidable such discussions may be in the forum of one's own thoughts, that they are profitable between men. I think such questions, if they are to be treated at all between man and man, and not between God and man only, had better be discussed in print, where what is said is in some measure fixed, and can with a glance be considered afresh. But not so either do I think they can be discussed to any profit." "What do you mean? Surely this question is of the first importance to humanity." "I grant it, my lord, if by humanity you mean the human individual. But my meaning is, that there are many questions, and this one, that can be tested better than argued." "You seem fond of paradox." "I will speak as directly as I can. Such questions are to be answered only by the moral nature, which first and almost only they concern, and the moral nature operates in action, not discussion." "Do I not then," said his lordship, the faintest shadow of indignation in his tone, "bring my moral nature to bear on a question which I consider from the ground of duty?" "No, my lord," answered Donal with decision. "You bring nothing but your intellectual nature to bear on it so. The moral nature, I repeat, operates only in action. To come to the point in hand, the sole way for a man to know he has freedom is to do something he ought to do which he would rather not do. He may strive to acquaint himself with the facts concerning will, and spend himself imagining its mode of working, yet all the time not know whether he has any will. But how am I to put a force in operation while I do not know whether I possess it or not? By putting it on operation. That alone. By being alive, by doing the next thing you ought to do, or abstaining from the next thing you are tempted to, knowing you ought not to do it. It sounds childish, and most people set action aside as what will do any time, and try first to settle questions which never can be settled but in just this divinely childish way. For not merely is it the only way in which a man can know whether he has a free will, but the man has in fact no will at all unless it comes into being in such action. Suppose he found he had no will, for he could not do what he wished." "What he ought, I said, my lord." "Well, what he ought," yielded the Earl, almost angrily. "He could not find it proved that he had no faculty for generating a free will. He might indeed doubt it the more, but the positive only, not the negative, can be proved. Where would be the satisfaction if he could only prove the one thing and not the other?" The truth alone can be proved, my lord. How should a lie be proved? The man that wanted to prove he had no freedom of will would find no satisfaction from his test, and the less the more honest he was. But the man anxious about the dignity of the nature given him would find every needful satisfaction in the progress of his obedience. How can there be free will where the first thing demanded for its existence or knowledge of itself is obedience? There is no free will save in resisting what one would like and doing what the truth would have him do. It is true the man's liking and the truth may coincide, but therein he will not learn his freedom, though in such coincidence he will always thereafter find it, and in such coincidence alone, for freedom is harmony with the originating law of one's existence. That's dreary doctrine. My lord, I have spent no little time and thought on the subject, and the result is some sort of practical clearness to myself. But were it possible, I should not care to make it clear to another, save by persuading him to arrive at the same conviction by the same path, that namely of doing the thing required of him. Required of him by what? By anyone, anything, any thought with which can go the word required by, anything that carries right in its demand. If a man does not do the thing which the very notion of a free will requires, what in earth, heaven, or hell would be the use of his knowing all about the will? But it is impossible he should know anything. You are a bold preacher, said the Earl. Suppose now a man was unconscious of any ability to do the thing required of him. I should say there was the more need he should do the thing. That is nonsense. If it be nonsense, the nonsense lies in the supposition that a man can be conscious of not possessing a power. He can only be not conscious of possessing it, and that is a very different thing. How is a power to be known but by being a power? And how is it to be a power but in its own exercise of itself? There is more in man than he can at any given moment be conscious of. There is life, the power of the eternal behind his consciousness, which only in action can he make his own, of which therefore only in action, that is obedience, can he become conscious, for then only is it his. You are splitting a hair. If the only way to life lay through a hair, what must you do but split it? The fact, however, is that he who takes the live sphere of truth for a flat intellectual disc may well take the disc's edge for a hair. Come, come, how does all this apply to me? A man who would really like to make up his mind about the thing, and is not at the moment aware of any very pressing duty that he is neglecting to do. Is your lordship not aware of some not very pressing duty that you are neglecting to do? Some duties need but to be acknowledged by the smallest amount of action to become paramount in their demands upon us. That is the worst of it, murmured the Earl. I refuse. I avoid such acknowledgment. Who knows whither it might carry me, or what it might not go on to demand of me? He spoke like one unaware that he spoke. Yes, my lord, said Donal. That is how most men treat the greatest things. The devil blinds us that he may guide us. The devil! Bah! Cried his lordship, glad to turn at right angles from the path of the conversation. You don't surely believe in that legendary personage? He who does what the devil would have him do is the man who believes in him, not he who does not care whether he is or not, so long as he avoids doing his work. If there be such a one, his last thought must be to persuade men of his existence. He is a subject I do not care to discuss. He is not very interesting to me. But if your lordship now would but overcome the habit of depending on medicine, you would soon find out that you had a free will. His lordship scowled like a thundercloud. I am certain, my lord, added Donal, that the least question asked by the will itself will bring an answer. 1,000 asked by the intellect will bring nothing. I did not send for you to act the part of Father Confessor, Mr. Grant, said his lordship, in a tone which rather perplexed Donal. But as you have taken upon you the office, I may as well allow you keep it. The matter to which you refer, that of my medical treatment of myself, is precisely what has brought me into my present difficulty. It would be too long a story to tell you how, like poor Coleridge, I was first decoyed, then enticed from one stage to another. The desire to escape from pain is a natural instinct. And that, and the necessity also for escaping my past self, especially in its relations to certain others, have brought me by degrees into far too great a dependence on the use of drugs. And now that from certain symptoms I have ground to fear a change of some kind not so far off, I do not of course mean tomorrow or next year, but somewhere nearer than it was this time, I won't say last year, but say 10 years ago, why then, one begins to think about things one has been too ready to forget. I suppose, however, If the will be a natural possession of the human being, and if a man should, through actions on the tissue of his brain, have ceased to be conscious of any will, it must return to him the moment he is free from the body, that is, from the dilapidated brain. My lord, I would not have you count too much upon that. We know very little about these things. But what if the brain give the opportunity for the action which is to result in freedom? What if there should, without the brain, be no means of working our liberty? What if we are here like birds in a cage, with wings, able to fly, but not flying about the cage? And what if, when we are dead, we shall indeed be out of the cage, but without wings, having never made use of such as we had while we had them? Think for a moment what we should be without the senses. We shall be able at least to see and hear, else where were the use of believing in another world? I suspect, my lord, the other world does not need our believing in it to make a fact of it. But if a man were never to teach his soul to see, if he were obstinately to close his eyes upon this world, and look at nothing all the time he was in it, I should be very doubtful whether the mere fact of going a little more dead would make him see. The soul never having learned to see, its sense of seeing, correspondent to and higher than that of the body, never having been developed, how should it expand and empower itself by mere deliverance from the one best schoolmaster to whom it would give no heed? The senses are, I suspect, only the husks under which are ripening the deeper, keener, better senses belonging to the next stage of our life. And so, my lord, I cannot think that, if the will has not been developed, through the means and occasions given it, the mere passing into another condition will set it free. For freedom is the unclosing of the idea which lies at our root, and is the vital power of our existence. The rose is the freedom of the rose-tree. I should think, having lost his brain, and got nothing instead, a man would find himself a mere centre of unanswerable questions. You go too far for me, said his lordship, looking a little uncomfortable. But I think it is time to try and break myself a little of the habit, or almost time. By degrees one might, you know, eh? I have little faith in doing things by degrees, my lord, except such indeed as by their very nature cannot be done at once. It is true a bad habit can only be contracted by degrees, and I will not say, because I do not know, whether anyone has ever cured himself of one by degrees, but it cannot be the best way. What is bad ought to be got rid of at once. Ah, but don't you know? That might cost you your life. What of that, my lord? Life, the life you mean, is not the first thing. Not the first thing? Why, the Bible says, all that a man hath will he give for his life. That is in the Bible, but whether the Bible says it is another thing. I do not understand silly distinctions. Why, my lord, who said that? What does it matter who said it? Much, always. Everything, sometimes. Who said it, then? The devil. The devil he did, and who ought to know better, I should like to ask? Every man ought to know better. And besides, it is not what a man will or will not do, but what a man ought or ought not to do. Ah, there you have me, I suppose. But there are some things so damned difficult that a man must be very sure of his danger before he can bring himself to do them. That may be, my lord. In the present case, however, you must be aware that the danger is not to the bodily health alone. These drugs undermine the moral nature as well. I know it. I cannot be counted guilty of many things. They were done under the influence of hellish concoctions. It was not I, but these things working in me, on my brain, making me see things in a false light. This will be taken into account when I come to be judged, if there be such a thing as the day of judgment. One thing I am sure of, said Donal, that your lordship will have fair play. At first, not quite knowing what you were about, you may not have been much to blame. But afterwards, when you knew that you were putting yourself in danger of doing you did not know what, you were as much to blame as if you made a Frankenstein demon and turned him loose on the earth, knowing yourself utterly unable to control him. And is not that what the God you believe in does every day? My lord, the God I believe in has not lost his control over either of us. Then let him set the thing right. Why should we draw his plough? He will set it right, my lord, but probably in a way your lordship will not like. He is compelled to do terrible things sometimes. Compelled? What should compel him? The love that is in him, the love that he is. He cannot let us have our own way to the ruin of everything in us he cares for. Then the spirit awoke in Donal, or came upon him, and he spoke. My lord, he said, if you would ever again be able to thank God, if there be one in the other world to whom you would go, if you would make up for any wrong you have ever done, if you would ever feel in your soul once more the innocence of a child, if you care to call God your Father, if you would fall asleep in peace and wake to a new life, I conjure you to resist the devil, to give up the evil habit that is dragging you lower and lower every hour. It will be very hard, I know. Anything I can do, watching with you night and day, giving myself to help you, I am ready for. I will do all that lies in me to deliver you from the weariness and sickness of the endeavour. I will give my life to strengthen yours and count it well spent and myself honoured. I shall then have lived a life worth living. Resolve, my lord. In God's name, resolve at once to be free. Then you shall know you have a free will, for your will have made itself free by doing the will of God against all disinclination of your own. It will be a glorious victory, and will set you high on the hill whose peak is the throne of God. I will begin tomorrow, said the Earl feebly, and with a strange look in his eyes. But now you must leave me. I need solitude to strengthen my resolve. Come to me again tomorrow. I am weary, and must rest a while. Send Simmons. Donal was nowise misled by the easy, postponed consent, but he could not prolong the interview. He rose and went. In the act of shutting the door behind him, something, he did not know what, made him turn his head. The Earl was leaning over the little table by his bedside, and pouring something from a bottle into a glass. Donal stood transfixed. The Earl turned and saw him, cast on him a look almost of demoniacal hate, put the glass to his lips and drank off its contents, then threw himself back on his pillows. Donal shut the door, not so softly as he intended, for he was agitated. A loud curse at the noise came after him. He went down the stair not only with a sense of failure, but with an exhaustion such as he had never before felt. There are men of natures so inactive that they cannot even enjoy the sight of activity around them. Men with schemes and desires are in their presence intrusive. Their existence is a sleepy lake, which would not be troubled even with the wind of far-off labour. Such Lord Morven was not by nature. Up to manhood he had led even a stormy life. But when his passions began to yield, his self-indulgence began to take the form of laziness, and it was not many years before he lay with never a struggle in the chains of the evil power which had now reduced him to moral poltroonery. The tyranny of this last wickedness grew worse after the death of his wife. The one object of his life, if life it could be called, was only and ever to make it a life of his own, not the life which God had meant it to be, and had made possible to him. On first acquaintance with the moral phenomenon, it had seemed to Donal an inhuman and strangely exceptional one. But reflecting, he came presently to see that it was only a more pronounced form of the universal human disease, a disease so deep-seated that he who has it worst least knows or can believe that he has any disease, attributing all his discomfort to the condition of things outside him, whereas his refusal to accept them as they are is one most prominent symptom of the disease. Whether by stimulants or narcotics, whether by company or ambition, whether by grasping or study, whether by self-indulgence, by art, by books, by religion, by love, by benevolence, we endeavour after another life than that which God means for us, a life of truth, namely, of obedience, humility, and self-forgetfulness. We walk equally in a vain show. For God alone is, and without him we are not. This is not the mere clang of a tinkling metaphysical cymbal. He that endeavours to live apart from God must at length find, not merely that he has been walking in a vain show, but that he has been himself but the phantom of a dream. But for the life of the living God, making him be and keeping him being, he must fade even out of the limbo of vanities. He more and more seldom went out of the house, more and more seldom left his apartment. At times he would read a great deal, then for days would not open a book, but seem absorbed in meditation, a meditation which had nothing in it worthy of the name. In his communications with Donal, he did not seem in the least aware that he had made him the holder of a secret by which he could frustrate his plans for his family. These plans he clung to, partly from paternity, partly from contempt for society, and partly in the fancy of repairing the wrong he had done his children's mother. The morally diseased will atone for wrong by fresh wrong, in its turn to demand like reparation. He would do anything now to secure his sons in the position of which in law he had deprived them, by the wrong he had done the woman whom all had believed his wife. Through the marriage of the eldest with the heiress, he would make him the head of the house in power as in dignity, and this was now almost the only tie that bound him to the reality of things. He cared little enough about Forgue, but his conscience was haunted with his cruelties to the youth's mother. These were often such as I dare not put on record. They came all of the pride of self-love and self-worship, as evil demons as ever raged in the fiercest fire of Moloch. In the madness with which they possessed him, he had inflicted upon her not only sorest humiliations, but bodily tortures. He would see, he said, what she would bear for his sake. In the horrible presentments of his drug-procured dreams, they returned upon him in terrible forms of righteous retaliation. And now, though to himself he was constantly denying a life beyond, the conviction had begun to visit and overwhelm him that he must one day meet her again. Fain then would he be armed with something which for her sake he had done for her children. One of the horrible laws of the false existence he led was that, for the deadening of the mind to any evil, there was no necessity it should be done and done again. It had but to be presented in the form of a thing done, or a thing going to be done, to seem a thing reasonable and doable. In his being, a world of false appearances had taken the place of reality. A creation of his own had displaced the creation of the essential life, by whose power alone he himself falsely created, and in this world he was the dupe of his own home-born phantoms. Out of this conspiracy of marsh and mirage, what vile things might not issue? Over such a chaos, the devil has power all but creative. He cannot in truth create, but he can with the degenerate created work moral horrors too hideous to be analogized by any of the horrors of the unperfected animal world. Such are being constantly produced in human society. Many of them die in the darkness in which they are generated. Now and then one issues, blasting the public day with its hideous glare. Because they are seldom seen, many deny they exist, or need be spoken of if they do. But to terrify a man at the possibilities of his neglected nature is to do something towards the redemption of that nature. School hours were over, but Davy was seated where he had left him, still working. At sight of him, Donal, feeling as if he had just come from the presence of the damned, almost burst into tears. A moment more, and Arctura entered. It was as if the roof of hell gave way, and the blue sky of the eternal came pouring in heavenly deluge through the ruined vault. "I have been to call upon Sophia," she said. "I am glad to hear it," answered Donal. Any news from an outer world of yet solvable humanity was welcome as summer to a land of ice. "Yes," she said, "I am able to go and see her now, because I am no longer afraid of her. Partly, I think, because I no longer care what she thinks of me. Her power over me is gone." "And will never return," said Donal, "while you keep close to the Master. With him you need no human being to set you right, and will allow no human being to set you wrong. You will need neither friend nor minister nor church, though all will help you. I am very glad, for something seems to tell me I shall not be long here." Arctura dropped on a chair, pale as rosy before. "Has anything fresh happened?" she asked, in a low voice that did not sound like hers. "Surely you will not leave me while... I thought... What is it?" "It is only a feeling I have," he answered. "I believe I am out of spirits." "I never saw you so before," said Arctura. "I hope you are not going to be ill." "Oh no, it is not that. I will tell you some day, but I cannot now. All is in God's hands." She looked anxiously at him, but did not ask him any question more. She proposed they should take a turn in the park, and his gloom wore gradually off. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 59. Dust to Dust. The next night, as if by a common understanding, for it was without words spoken, the three met again in the housekeeper's room, where she had supper waiting. Of business nothing was said until that was over. Mistress Brookes told them 2 or 3 of the stories of which she had so many, and Donal recounted 1 or 2 of those that floated about his countryside. "I've been thinking," said Mistress Brookes at length, "seeing it's a bonny starry night, we couldna do better than lift and lay down this very night. The hoose is asleep." "What do you say to that place in the park where was once a mausoleum?" said Donal. "It's the very place, and the sooner the better. Dinna ye think, my lady?" Arctura, with a look, referred the question to Donal. "Surely," he answered. "But will there not be some preparations to make?" "There's no need of many," returned the housekeeper. "I'll get a fine old sheet, and into it we'll put the remains, and roll them up, and carry them to their home. I'll go and get it, my lady." "But wouldna it be better for you and me, sir, to get all that done by ourselves? My lady could join us when we came up." "She wouldn't like to be left here alone. There is nothing to be called fearsome." "Nothing at all," said Arctura. "The forces of nature," said Donal, "are constantly at work to destroy the dreadful, and restore the wholesome. It is but a few handfuls of clean dust." The housekeeper went to one of her presses, and brought out a sheet. Donal put a plaid round Lady Arctura. They went up to her room, and so down to the chapel. Half-way down the narrow descent, Mistress Brookes murmured, "Eh, sirs," and said no more. Each carried a light, and the 2 could see the chapel better. A stately little place it was. When the windows were unmasked, it would be beautiful. They stood for some moments by the side of the bed, regarding in silence. Seldom sure had bed borne one who slept so long, one who, never waking, might lie there still. When they spoke, it was in whispers. "How are we to manage it, Mistress Brookes?" said Donal. "Lay the sheet handy, along the side of the bed, Master Grant, and I shall lay in the dust, handful by handful. I have that respect for the dead, I had no difficulty about handling anything belonging to them." "Gin it had not been that he took it again," said Donal, "the Lord's own body would have come to this." As he spoke, he laid the sheet on the bed, and began to lay in it the dry dust and air-wasted bones, handling them as reverently as if the spirit had but just departed. Mistress Brookes would have prevented Arctura, but she insisted on having her share in the burying of her own. Who they were, God knew, but they should be hers anyhow, and one day she would know. For to fancy we go into the other world, a set of spiritual moles burrowing in the dark of a new and unknown existence, is worthy only of such as have a lifeless law to their sire. We shall enter it as children with a history, as children going home to a long line of living ancestors, to develop closest relations with them. She would yet talk, live face to face, with those whose dust she was now lifting in her 2 hands to restore it to its dust. Then they carried the sheet to the altar, and thence swept into it every little particle, back to its mother dust. That done, Donal knotted the sheet together, and they began to look around them. Desirous of discovering where the main entrance to the chapel had been, Donal spied under the windows a second door, and opened it with difficulty. It disclosed a passage below the stair, 3 steps lower than the floor of the chapel, parallel with the wall, and turning at right angles under the gallery. Here he saw signs of an obliterated door in the outer wall, but could examine no farther for the present. In the meantime, his companions had made another sort of discovery. Near the foot of the bed was a little table, on which were 2 drinking vessels, apparently of pewter, and a mouldering pack of cards. Card-playing and the hidden room did hold some relation with each other. The cards and the devil were real. Donal took up the sheet, a light burden, and Arctura led the way. Arrived at her room, they went softly across to the door opening on Donal's stair, not without fear of the Earl, whom indeed they might meet anywhere, and by that descending, reached the open air, and took their way down the terraces and through the park to the place of burial. It was a frosty night, with the waning sickle of a moon low in the heaven, and many brilliant stars above it. Followed by faint ethereal shadows, they passed over the grass, through the ghostly luminous dusk, of funereal processions, one of the strangest that ever sought a tomb. The ruin was in a hollow, surrounded by trees. Donal removed a number of fallen stones, and dug a grave. They lowered into it the knotted sheet, threw in the earth again, heaped the stones above, and left the dust with its dust. Then silent they went back, straight along the green, moon-regarded rather than moonlit grass. If anyone had seen them through the pale starry night, he would surely have taken them for a procession of the dead themselves. No dream of death sought Arctura that night, but in the morning she woke suddenly from one of disembodied delight. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 60. A Lesson About Death. Whatever Lady Arctura might decide concerning the restoration of the chapel to the light of day, Donal thought it would not be amiss to find, without troubling her, what he could of its relation to the rest of the house, and it favoured his wish that Arctura was prevailed upon by the housekeeper to remain in bed the next day. Her strong will, good courage, and trusting heart had made severe demands upon an organization as delicate as responsive. It was now Saturday. He resolved to go alone in the afternoon to explore, and first of all would try the door beside the little gallery. As soon as he was free, he got the tools he judged necessary and went down. The door was of strong, sound oak, with ornate iron hinges right across it. He was on the better side for opening it, that is, the inside, but though the ends of the hinges were exposed, the door was so well within the frame that it was useless to think of heaving them off the bearing pins. The huge lock and its bolt were likewise before him, but the key was in the lock from the other side, so that it could not be picked, while the nails that fastened it to the door were probably riveted through a plate. But there was the socket into which the bolt shot. That was merely an iron staple. He might either force it out with a lever, or file it through. Having removed the roughest of the rust with which it was caked, and so reduced its thickness considerably, he set himself to the task of filing it through, first at the top, then at the bottom. It was a slow but sure process, and would make no great noise. Although it was broad daylight outside, so like midnight was it here, and the season that belongs to the dead, that he was haunted with the idea of a presence behind him. But not once did he turn his head to see, for he knew that if he yielded to the inclination it would but return the stronger. Old experience had taught him that the way to meet the horrors of the fancy is to refuse them a single hair's breadth of obedience. And as he worked, the conviction grew that the only protection against the terrors of alien presence is the consciousness of the home presence of the eternal. If a man felt that presence, how could he fear any other? But for those who are not one with the source of being, every manifestation of that being in a life other than their own must be more or less a terror to them. It is alien, antipathous, other. It may be unappeasable, implacable. The time must even come when to such their own being will be a horror of repugnant consciousness. For God, not self, is ours. His being, not our own, is our home. He is our kind. The work was slow. The impression on the hard iron of the worn file so weak that he was often on the point of giving up the attempt. Fatigue at length began to invade him, and therewith the sense of his situation grew more keen. Great weariness overcomes terror. The beginnings of weariness enhance it. Every now and then he would stop, thinking he heard the cry of a child, only to recognize it as the noise of his file. He resolved at last to stop for the night, and after tea go to the town to buy a new and fitter file. The next day was Sunday, and in the afternoon Donal and Davy were walking in the old avenue together. They had been to church, and had heard a dull sermon on the most stirring fact next to the resurrection of the Lord himself, his raising of Lazarus. The whole aspect of the theme, as presented by the preaching man, was so dull and unreal, that not a word on the subject had passed between them on the way home. "Mr. Grant, how could anybody make a dead man live again?" said Davy suddenly. "I don't know, Davy," answered Donal. "If I could know how, I should probably be able to do it myself." "It is very hard to believe." "Yes, very hard. That is, if you do not know anything about the person said to have done it, to account for his being able to do it, though another could not. But just think of this. If one had never seen or heard about death, it would be as hard, perhaps harder, to believe that anything could bring about that change. The one seems to us easy to understand, because we are familiar with it. If we had seen the other take place a few times, we should see in it nothing too strange, nothing indeed but what was to be expected in certain circumstances. But that is not enough to prove it ever did take place. Assuredly not. It cannot even make it look in the least probable. Tell me, please, anything that would make it look probable. I will not answer your question directly, but I will answer it. Listen, Davy. In all ages men have longed to see God, some men in a grand way. At last, according to the story of the Gospel, the time came when it was fit that the Father of men should show himself to them in his Son, the one perfect man, who was his very image. So Jesus came to them. But many would not believe he was the Son of God, for they knew God so little that they did not see how like he was to his Father. Others, who were more like God themselves, and so knew God better, did think him the Son of God, though they were not pleased that he did not make more show. His object was not to rule over them, but to make them know and trust and obey his Father, who was everything to him. Now, when anyone died, his friends were so miserable over him that they hardly thought about God, and took no comfort from him. They said the dead man would rise again at the last day, but that was so far off, the dead was gone to such a distance, that they did not care for that. Jesus wanted to make them know and feel that the dead were alive all the time, and could not be far away, seeing they were all with God in whom we live. That they had not lost them, even though they could not see them, for they were quite within his reach, as much so as ever, that they were just as safe with and as well looked after by his Father and their Father as they had ever been in all their lives. It was no doubt a dreadful-looking thing to have them put in a hole and waste away to dust, but they were not therefore gone out, they were only gone in. To teach them all this he did not say much, but just called one or two of them back for a while. Of course Lazarus was going to die again, but can you think his two sisters either loved him less or wept as much over him the next time he died? No, it would have been foolish. Well, if you think about it, you will see that no one who believes that story and weeps as they did the first time can escape reproof. Where Jesus called Lazarus from, there are his friends, and there are they waiting for him. Now I ask you, Davy, was it worth while for Jesus to do this for us? Is not the great misery of our life that those dear to us die? Was it, I say, a thing worth doing, to let us see that they are alive with God all the time, and can be produced any moment he pleases? Surely it was, sir. It ought to take away all the misery. Then it was a natural thing to do, and it is a reasonable thing to think that it was done. It was natural that God should want to let his children see him, and natural he should let them know that he still saw and cared for those they had lost sight of. The whole thing seems to me reasonable. I can believe it. It implies, indeed, a world of things of which we know nothing, but that is for, not against it, seeing such a world we need. And if anyone insists on believing nothing but what he has seen something like, I leave him to his misery and the mercy of God. If the world had been so made that men could easily believe in the maker of it, it would not have been a world worth any man's living in. Neither would the God that made such a world, and so revealed himself to such people, be worth believing in. God alone knows what life is enough for us to live, what life is worth his and our while. We may be sure he is laboring to make it ours. He would have it as full, as lovely, as grand as the sparing of nothing. Not even his own Son can render it. If we would only let him have his own way with us. If we do not trust him, will not work with him, are always thwarting his endeavours to make us alive, then we must be miserable. There is no help for it. As to death, we know next to nothing about it. Do we not? Say the faithless. Do we not know the darkness, the emptiness, the tears, the sinkings of heart, the desolation? Yes, you know those, but those are your things, not death's. About death you know nothing. God has told us only that the dead are alive to him, and that one day they will be alive again to us. The world beyond the gates of death is, I suspect, a far more home-like place to those that enter it than this world is to us. "I don't like death," said Davy, after a silence. "I don't want you to like what you call death, for that is not the thing itself. It is only your fancy about it. You need not think about it at all. The way to get ready for it is to live, that is, to do what you have to do." "But I do not want to get ready for it. I don't want to go to it, and to prepare for it is like going straight into it." "You will have to go to it whether you prepare for it or not. You cannot help going to it. But it must be like this world, seeing the only way to prepare for it is to do the thing God gives us to do." "Aren't you afraid of death, Mr. Grant?" "No, I am not. Why should I fear the best thing that in its time can come to me? Neither will you be afraid when it comes. It is not the dreadful thing it looks." "Why should it look dreadful if it is not dreadful?" "That is a very proper question. It looks dreadful, and must look dreadful, to everyone who cannot see in it that which alone makes life not dreadful. If you saw a great dark cloak coming along the road as if it were round somebody, but nobody inside it, you would be frightened, would you not?" "Indeed I should. It would be awful." "It would. But if you spied inside the cloak, and making it come towards you, the most beautiful loving face you ever saw, of a man carrying in his arms a little child, and saw the child clinging to him, and looking in his face with a blessed smile, would you be frightened at the black cloak?" "No, that would be silly." "You have your answer. The thing that makes death look so fearful is that we do not see inside it. Those who see only the black cloak, and think it is moving along of itself, may well be frightened. But those who see the face inside the cloak would be fools indeed to be frightened. Before Jesus came, people lived in great misery about death. But after he rose again, those who believed in him always talked of dying as falling asleep. And I dare say the story of Lazarus, though it was not such a great thing after the rising of the Lord himself, had a large share in enabling them to think that way about it." When they went home, Davy, running up to Lady Arctura's room, recounted to her, as well as he could, the conversation he had just had with Mr. Grant. "Oh, Arkie," he said, "to hear him talk, you would think death hadn't a leg to stand upon." Arctura smiled, but it was a smile through a cloud of unshed tears. Lovely as death might be, she would like to get the good of this world before going to the next. As if God would deny us any good. At one time she had been willing to go, she thought, but she was not now. The world had of late grown very beautiful to her. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 61. The Bureau. On the Monday night, Donal again went down into the hidden parts of the castle. Arctura had come to the schoolroom, but seemed ill-able for her work, and he did not tell her what he was doing farther. They were rather the ghosts of fears than fears themselves that had assailed him, and this time they hardly came near him as he wrought. With his new file he made better work than before, and soon finished cutting through the top of the staple. Trying it then with a poker as a lever, he broke the bottom part across, so there was nothing to hold the bolt, and with a creaking noise of rusty hinges the door slowly opened to his steady pull. Nothing appeared but a wall of plank. He gave it a push. It yielded. Another door, close-fitting and without any fastening, flew open, revealing a small closet or press, and on the opposite side of it, a third door. This he could not at once open. It was secured, however, with a common lock, which cost him scarcely any trouble. It opened on a little room, of about 9 feet by 7. He went in. It contained nothing but an old-fashioned secretary or bureau, and a seat like a low music-stool. It may have been a vestry for the priest, thought Donal, but it must have been used later than the chapel, for this desk is not older than the one at the Mains, which Mistress Jean said was made for her grandmother. Then how did it get into the place? There was no other door. Above the bureau was a small window, or what seemed a window, doubtful with dirt, but door there was not. It was not too large to enter by the oak door, but it could not have got to it along any of the passages he had come through. It followed that there must, and that not so very long ago, have been another entrance to the place in which he stood. He turned to look at the way he had himself come. It was through a common press of painted deal, filling the end of the little room, there narrowed to about 5 feet. When the door in the back of it was shut, it looked merely a part of the back of the press. He turned again to the bureau, with a strange feeling at his heart. The cover was down, and on it lay some sheets of paper, discoloured with dust and age. A pen lay with them, and beside was an ink bottle of the commonest type, the ink in powder and flakes. He took up one of the sheets. It had a great stain on it. The bottle must have been overturned. But was it ink? No, it stood too thick on the paper. With a gruesome shiver, Donal wetted his finger and tried the surface of it. A little came off, a tinge of suspicious brown. There was writing on the paper. What was it? He held the faded lines close to the candle. They were not difficult to decipher. He sat down on the stool and read thus, his reading broken by the stain. There was no date. My husband, for such I will, blot, are in the sight of God, blot. Men, why are you so cruel? What, blot, deserve these terrors, blot. In thought have I, blot, hard upon me to think of another. Here the writing came below the blot, and went on unbroken. My little one is gone, and I am left lonely, oh so lonely. I cannot but think that if you had loved me as you once did, I should yet be clasping my little one to my bosom, and you would have a daughter to comfort you after I am gone. I feel sure I cannot long survive this. Ah, there my hand has burst out bleeding again. But do not think I mind it. I know it was only an accident. You never meant to do it, though you teased me by refusing to say so. Besides, it is nothing. You might draw every drop of blood from my body, and I would not care if only you would not make my heart bleed so. Oh, it is gone all over my paper, and you will think I have done it to let you see how it bleeds. But I cannot write it all over again, it is too great a labour and too painful to write, so you must see it just as it is. I dare not think where my baby is, for if I should be doomed never to see her because of the love I have borne to you, and consented to be as you wished, if I am cast out from God because I loved you more than him, I shall never see you again. For to be where I could see you would never be punishment enough for my sins. Here the writing stopped. The bleeding of the hand had probably brought it to a close. The letter had never been folded, but lying there, had lain there. He looked if he could find a date. There was none. He held the sheet up to the light, and saw a paper mark, while close by lay another sheet with merely a date, in the same hand, as if the writer had been about to commence another in lieu of the letter spoiled. Strange, thought Donal with himself. An old withered grief looks almost as pitiful as an old withered joy. But who is to say either is withered? Those who look upon death as an evil, yet regard it as the healer of sorrows. Is it such? No one can tell how long a grief may last unwithered. Surely till the life heals it. He is a coward who would be cured of his sorrow by mere lapse of time, by the mere forgetting of a brain that grows musty with age. It is God alone who can heal, the God of the dead and of the living, and the dead must find him or be miserable for evermore. He had not a doubt that the letter he had read was in the writing of the mother of the present Earl's children. What was he to do? He had thought he was looking into matters much older, things over which the permission of Lady Arctura extended, and in truth what he had discovered, or seen corroborated, was a thing she had a right to know, but whether he ought to tell her at once he did not yet see. He took up his candle, and with a feeling of helpless dismay, withdrew to his chamber. But when he reached the door of it, yielding to a sudden impulse, he turned away, and went farther up the stair and out upon the bartizan. It was a frosty night, and the stars were brilliant. He looked up and said, O Saviour of men, thy house is vaulted with light. Thy secret places are secret from excess of light. In thee is no darkness at all. Thou hast no terrible crypts and built-up places. Thy light is the terror of those who love the darkness. Fill my heart with thy light. Let me never hunger or thirst after anything but thy will, that I may walk in the light, and light not darkness may go forth from me. As he turned to go in, came a faint chord from the Aeolian harp. It sings, brooding over the very nest of evil deeds, he thought. The light eternal, with keen arrows of radiant victory, will yet at last rout from the souls of his creatures the demons that haunt them. But if there be creatures of God that have turned to demons, may not human souls themselves turn to demons? Would they then be victorious over God, too strong for him to overcome, beyond the reach of repentance? How would they live? By their own power? Then were they gods. But they did not make themselves, and could not live of themselves. If not, then they must live by God's power. How then should they be beyond his reach? If the demons can never be brought back, then the life of God, the all-pure, goes out to keep alive, in and for evil, that which is essentially bad. For that which is irredeemable is essentially bad. Thus reasoned Donal with himself, and his reasoning, instead of troubling his faith, caused him to cling the more to the only one, the sole hope and saviour of the hearts of his men and women, without whom the whole universe were but a charnel house in which the ghosts of the dead went about crying, not over the life that was gone from them, but its sorrows. He stood and gazed out over the cold sea. And as he gazed, a shivering surge of doubt, a chill wave of negation came rolling over him. He knew that in a moment he would strike out with the energy of a strong swimmer, and rise to the top of it, but now it was tumbling him about at its evil will. He stood and gazed, with a dull sense that he was waiting for his will. Suddenly came the consciousness that he and his will were one, that he had not to wait for his will, but had to wake, to will, that is, and do, and so be. And therewith he said to himself, "It is neither time nor eternity, nor human consolation, nor everlasting sleep, nor the satisfied judgment, nor attained ambition even in love itself that is the cure for things. It is the heart, the will, the being of the Father. While that remains, the irremediable, the irredeemable cannot be. If there arose a grief in the heart of one of his creatures not otherwise to be destroyed, he would take it into himself, there consume it in his own creative fire, himself bearing the grief, carrying the sorrow. Christ died, and would die again rather than leave one heartache in the realms of his love, that is, of his creation. Blessed are they who have not seen, and yet have believed." Over his head the sky was full of shining worlds, mansions in the Father's house, built or building. We are not at the end of things, he thought, but in the beginnings and on the threshold of creation. The Father is as young as when first the stars of the morning sang, the Ancient of Days, who can never grow old. He who has ever filled the dull unbelieving nations with food and gladness, has a splendour of delight for the souls that believe, ever as by their obedience they become capable of receiving it. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 62. The Crypt. "When are you going down again to the chapel, Mr. Grant?" said Lady Arctura. She was better now, and able to work. "I was down last night, and want to go again this evening by myself, if you don't mind, my lady," he answered. "I am sure it will be better for you not to go down till you are ready to give your orders to have everything cleared away for the light and air to enter. The damp and closeness of the place are too much for you." "I think it was rather the want of sleep that made me ill," she answered, "but you can do just as you please." "I thank you for your confidence, my lady," returned Donal. "I do not think you will repent it." "I know I shall not." Having some things to do first, it was late before Donal went down, intent on learning the former main entrance, and verifying the position of the chapel in the castle. He betook himself to the end of the passage under the little gallery, and there examined the signs he had observed. Those must be the outer ends of 2 of the steps of the great staircase. They came through, resting on the wall. That end of the chapel, then, adjoined the main stair. Evidently, too, a door had been built up in the process of constructing the stair. The chapel, then, had not been entered from that level since the building of the stair. Originally there had, most likely, been an outside stair to this door, in an open court. After a little more examination, partial of necessity from lack of light, he was on his way out, and already near the top of the mural stair, thinking of the fresh observations he would take outside in the morning, when behind, overtaking him from the regions he had left, came a blast of air, and blew out his candle. He shivered, not with the cold of it, though it did breathe of underground damps and doubtful growths, but from a feeling of its having been sent after him to make him go down again. For did it not indicate some opening to the outer air? He relighted his candle and descended, carefully guarding it with one hand. The cold sigh seemed to linger about him as he went, gruesome as from a closed depth, the secret bosom of the castle into which the light never entered. But wherever it came from last, however earthy and fearful, it came first from the open regions of life, and had but passed through a gloom that life itself must pass. Could it have been a draught down the pipe of the music chords? No, for they would have loosed some light-winged messenger with it. He must search till he found its entrance below. He crossed the little gallery, descended, and went again into the chapel. It lay as still as the tomb which it was no more. He seemed to miss the presence of the dead, and feel the place deserted. All round its walls, as far as he could reach or see, he searched carefully, but could perceive no sign of possible entrance for the messenger blast. It came again, plainly through the open door under the windows. He went again into the passage outside the wall, and the moment he turned into it, the draught seemed to come from beneath, blowing upwards. He stooped to examine. His candle was again extinguished. Once more he relighted it. Searching then along the floor and the foot of the walls, he presently found, in the wall of the chapel itself, close to the ground, a narrow horizontal opening. It must pass under the floor of the chapel. All he saw was a mere slit, but the opening might be larger, and partially covered by the flooring slab, which went all the length of the slit. He would try to raise it. That would want a crowbar, but having got so far he would not rest till he knew more. It must be very late, and the domestics all in bed. But what hour it was he could not tell, for he had left his watch in his room. It might be midnight, and he burrowing like a mole about the roots of the old house, or like an evil thing in the heart of a man. No matter, he would follow up his search. After what, he did not know. He crept up, and out of the castle by his own stair, so to the tool-house. It was locked, but lying near was a half-worn shovel. That might do. He would have a try with it. Like one in a dream of ancient ruins, creeping through mouldy and low-browed places, he went down once more into the entrails of the house. Inserting the sharp edge of the worn shovel in the gap between the stone and that next it, he raised it more readily than he had hoped, and saw below it a small window, whose sill sloped steeply inward. How deep the place might be, and whether it would be possible to get out of it again, he must discover before entering. He took a letter from his pocket, lighted it, and threw it in. It revealed a descent of about 7 feet, into what looked like a cellar. He blew his candle out, put it in his pocket, got into the window, slid down the slope, and reached his new level with ease. He then lighted his candle, and looked about him. His eye first fell on a large flat stone in the floor, like a gravestone, but without any ornament or inscription. It was a roughly vaulted place, unpaved, its floor of damp, hard-beaten earth. In the wall to the right of that through which he had entered was another opening, low down, like the crown of an arch, the rest of which was beneath the floor. As near as he could judge, it was right under the built-up door in the passage above. He crept through it, and found himself under the spiral of the great stair, in the small space at the bottom of its well. On the floor lay a dustpan and a housemaid's brush, and there was the tiny door at which they were shoved in after their morning's use upon the stair. It was open, inwards. He crept through it. He was in the great hall of the house. and there was one of its windows wide open. Afraid of being by any chance discovered, he put out his light, and proceeded up the stair in the dark. He had gone but a few steps when he heard the sound of descending feet. He stopped and listened. They turned into the half-way room. When he reached it, he heard sounds which showed that the Earl was in the closet behind it. Things rushed together in his mind. He hurried up to Lady Arctura's room, thence descended, for the third time that night, but no farther than the oak door, passed through it, entered the little chamber, and hastening to the farther end of it, laid his ear against the wall. Plainly enough, he heard the sounds he had expected, those of the dream-walking rather than sleep-walking Earl, moaning, and calling in a low voice of entreaty after someone whose name did not grow audible to the listener. Ah, thought Donal, who would find it hard to believe in roaming and haunting ghosts that had once seen this poor man roaming his own house and haunting that chamber? How easily I could punish him now, with a lightning blast of terror. It was but a thought. It did not amount to a temptation. Donal knew he had no right. Vengeance belongs to the Lord, for he alone knows how to use it. I do not believe that mere punishment exists anywhere in the economy of the highest. I think mere punishment a human idea, not a divine one. But the consuming fire is more terrible than any punishment invented by riotous and cruel imagination. Punishment indeed it is, not mere punishment, a power of God for his creature. Love is God's being. Love is his creative energy. They are one. God's punishments are for the casting out of the sin that uncreates, for the recreating of the things his love made and sin has unmade. He heard the lean hands of the Earl go slowly sweeping, at the ends of his long arms, over the wall. He had seen the thing, else he could hardly have interpreted the sounds. And he heard him muttering on, though much too low for his words to be distinguishable. Had they been, Donal by this time was so convinced that he had to do with an evil and dangerous man, that he would have had little scruple in listening. It is only righteousness that has a right to secrecy, and does not want it. Evil has no right to secrecy, alone intensely desires it, and rages at being foiled of it. For when its deeds come to the light, even evil has righteousness enough left to be ashamed of them. But he could remain no longer. His very soul felt sick within him. He turned hastily away to leave the place, but carrying his light too much in front, and forgetting the stool, he came against it and knocked it over, not without noise. A loud cry from the other side of the wall revealed the dismay he had caused. It was followed by a stillness, and then a moaning. He made haste to find Simmons, and sent him to his master. He heard nothing afterwards of the affair. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 63. The Closet. Tender over Lady Arctura, Donal would ask a question or two of the housekeeper before disclosing what further he had found. He sought her room, therefore, while Arctura and Davy, much together now, were reading in the library. "Did you ever hear anything about that little room on the stair, Mistress Brookes?" he asked. "I cannot say," she answered, but thoughtfully. "Bide a wee. Old auntie did mention something once about— Bide a wee. I have a willing memory. Maybe I'll mind upon it in the know. It was something about bigging up and taking down. Something he was to do, and something he never did. I'm sure I cannot tell, but gimme time and I'll mind upon it. One says I with me, only I mun had time." Donal waited, and said not a word. "I mind this much," she said at length, "that they used to be together in that room. I mind too that there was something about building up one wall and pulling down another. It's coming back to me." She paused again a while, and then said, "All I can recollect, Mr. Grant, is this, that after her death he biggit up something not far frae that room. What was it no? And there was something about making of the room bigger. Who that could be by building up I cannot think. Yet I feel sure that was what he did." "Would you mind coming to the place?" said Donal. To see it might help you to remember."
"I will, sir. Come ye here about 10:30, and we s' gang thegither."
As soon as the house was quiet, they went. But Mistress Brookes could recall nothing, and Donal gazed about him to no purpose. "What's that?" he said at last, pointing to the wall on the other side of which was the little chamber. Two arches, in chalk, as it seemed, had attracted his gaze. Light surely was about to draw nigh through the darkness. Chaos surely was settling a little towards order. The one arch was drawn opposite the hidden chamber, the other against the Earl's closet, as it had come to be called in the house, most of the domestics thinking he there said his prayers. It looked as if there had been an intention of piercing the wall with such arches to throw the two small rooms on the other side as recesses into the larger. But if that had been the intent, what could the building of a wall, vaguely recollected by Mistress Brookes, have been for? That a wall had been built he did not doubt, for he believed he knew the wall. But why? "What's that?" said Donal. "What?" returned Mistress Brookes. "Those two arches." The housekeeper looked at them thoughtfully for a few moments.
"I canna help fancying," she said slowly. "Yes, I'm sure that's the very thing my aunt told me about. That's the two places where he was going to take the wall down to make the room larger. But I'm sure she said something about building the wall as well."
"Look here," said Donal. "I will measure the distance from the door to this other side of the first arch. Now come into the closet behind. Look here. This same measurement takes us right up to the end of the place. So you see, if we were to open the other arch, it would be into something behind this wall."
"Then this may be the very wall he biggit?"
"I don't doubt it. But what could he have built it for if he was going to open the other wall? I must think it all over. It was after his wife's death, you say?"
"Yes, I believe so."
"One might have thought he would not care about enlarging the room after she was gone."
"But, sir, he wasna just a pattern of a good man," said the housekeeper. "And what for make this room less?"
"May it not have been for the sake of shutting out or hiding something?" suggested Donal.
"I do remember a certain thing. Curious. But what then as to the opening of it after?"
"He has never done it," said Donal significantly. "The thing takes shape to me in this way, that he wanted to build something out of sight, to annihilate it, but in order to prevent speculation, he professed the intention of casting the one room into the other, then built the wall across, on the pretence that it was necessary for support when the other was broken through, or perhaps that two recesses with arches would look better. But when he had got the wall built, he put off opening the arches on one pretext or another, till the thing should be forgotten altogether, as you see it is already, almost entirely. I have been at the back of that wall, and heard the Earl moaning and crying on this side of it."
"God bless me!" cried the good woman. "I'm no easy scared, but that's fearful to think o'."
"You would not care to come there with me?"
"Not the night, sir. Come to my room again, and I shall make ye a cup of coffee and tell ye the story. It's all come back to me now, the thing 'at made my aunt tell me about the building of this wall. 'Deed, sir, I hae hardly a doubt the thing was just as ye say."
They went to her room. There was Lady Arctura sitting by the fire.
"My lady!" cried the housekeeper. "I thought I left ye sound asleep."
"So I was, I dare say," answered Arctura. "But I woke again, and finding you had not come up, I thought I would go down to you. I was certain you and Mr. Grant would be somewhere together. Have you been discovering anything more?" Mrs. Brookes gave Donal a look. He left her to tell as much or as little as she pleased.
"We have been prowling about the house, but not down yonder, my lady. I think you and me would do weel to leave that to Mr. Grant."
"When your ladyship is quite ready to have everything set to rights," said Donal, "and to have a resurrection of the chapel, then I shall be glad to go with you again. But I would rather not even talk more about it just at present." "As you please, Mr. Grant," replied Lady Arctura. "We will say nothing more till I have made up my mind. I don't want to vex my uncle, and I find the question rather a difficult one, and the more difficult that he is worse than usual. Will you not come to bed now, Mistress Brookes?" End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 64. The Garland-Room. All through the terrible time, the sense of help and comfort and protection in the presence of the young tutor went on growing in the mind of Arctura. It was nothing to her, what could it be, that he was the son of a very humble pair, that he had been a shepherd and a cowherd and a farm labourer, less than nothing. She never thought of the facts of his life except sympathetically, seeking to enter into the feelings of his memorial childhood and youth. She would never have known anything of those facts but for their lovely intimacies of all sorts with nature divine, human, animal, cosmical. By sharing with her his emotional history, Donal had made its facts precious to her. Through them he had gathered his best, by home and by prayer, by mother and father, by sheep and mountains and wind and sky. And now he was to her a tower of strength, a refuge, a strong city, the shadow of a great rock in a weary land. She trusted him the more that he never invited her trust, never put himself before her, for always before her he set life, the perfect heart origin of her and his yet unperfected humanity, teaching her to hunger and thirst after being righteous like God, with the assurance of being filled. She had once trusted in Miss Carmichael, not with her higher being, only with her judgment, and both her judgment and her friend had misled her. Donal had taught her that obedience, not to man but to God, was the only guide to holy liberty, and so had helped her to break the bonds of those traditions which, in the shape of authoritative utterances of this or that church, lay burdens grievous to be borne upon the souls of men. For Christ, against all the churches, seemed to her to express Donal's mission. An air of peace, an atmosphere of summer twilight after the going down of the sun, seemed to her to precede him and announce his approach with a radiation felt as rest. She questioned herself nowise about him. Falling in love was a thing unsuggested to her. If she was in what is called danger, it was of a better thing. The next day she did not appear. Mistress Brookes had persuaded her to keep her bed again for a day or two. There was nothing really the matter with her, she said herself, but she was so tired she did not care to lift her head from the pillow. She had slept well, and was troubled about nothing. She sent to beg Mr. Grant to let Davy go and read to her, and to give him something to read, good for him as well as for her. Donal did not see Davy again till the next morning. "Oh, Mr. Grant," he said, "you never saw anything so pretty as Arkie is in bed. She is so white and so sweet, and she speaks with a voice so gentle and low. She was so kind to me for going to read to her. I never saw anybody like her. She looks as if she had just said her prayers, and God had told her she should have everything she wanted." Donal wondered a little, but hoped more. Surely she must be finding rest in the consciousness of God. But why was she so white? Was she going to die? A pang shot to his heart. If she were to go from the castle, it would be hard to stay in it, even for the sake of Davy. Donal, no more than Arctura, imagined himself fallen in love. He had loved once, and his heart had not yet done aching, though more with the memory than the presence of pain. He was utterly satisfied with what the father of the children had decreed, and would never love again. But he did not seek to hide from himself that the friendship of Lady Arctura, and the help she sought and he gave, had added a fresh and strong interest to his life. At the first dawn of power in his heart, when he began to make songs in the fields and on the hills, he had felt that to brighten with true light the clouded lives of despondent brothers and sisters was the one thing worth its living for. It was what the Lord came into the world for. Neither had his trouble made him forget it, for more than 1 week or so. While the pain was yet gnawing grievously, he woke to it again with self-accusation, almost self-contempt. To have helped this lovely creature, whose life had seemed lapped in an ever closer clasping shroud of perplexity, was a thing to be glad of. Not to the day of his death, but to the never-ending end of his life, was an honour conferred upon him by the Father to last for evermore. For he had helped to open a human door for the Lord to enter. She within heard him knock, but trying was unable to open. To be God's helper with our fellows is the one high calling, the presence of God in the house, the one high condition. At the end of a week Arctura was better, and able to see Donal. She had had Mistress Brookes's bed moved into the same room with her own, and had made the dressing-room into a sitting-room. It was sunny and pleasant, the very place Donal thought he would have chosen for her. The bedroom, too, which the housekeeper had persuaded her to take when she left her own, was one of the largest in the castle, the Garland-Room. Old-fashioned, of course, but as cheerful as stateliness would permit, with gorgeous hangings and great pictures, far from homely, but with sun in it half the day. Donal congratulated her on the change. She had been prevented from making one sooner, she said, by the dread of owing any comfort to circumstance. It might deceive her as to her real condition. "It could not deceive God, though," answered Donal, "who fills with righteousness those who hunger after it. It is pride to refuse anything that might help us to know him, and of all things his sunlit world speaks of the Father of lights. If that makes us happier, it makes us fitter to understand him, and he can easily send what cloud may be needful to temper it. We must not make our own world, inflict our own punishments, or order our own instruction. We must simply obey the voice in our hearts and take lovingly what he sends." The next day she told him she had had a beautiful night, full of the loveliest dreams. One of them was, that a child came out of a grassy hillock by the wayside, called her mamma, and said she was much obliged to her for taking her off of the cold stone, and making her a butterfly. And with that, the child spread out gorgeous and great wings, and soared up to a white cloud, and there sat laughing merrily to her. Every afternoon Davy read to her, and thence Donal gained a duty, that of finding suitable pabulum for the two. He was not widely read in light literature, and it made necessary not a little exploration in the region of it. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 65. The Wall. On the day after the last triad in the housekeeper's parlour, as Donal sat in the schoolroom with Davy, about noon it was, he became aware that for some time he had been hearing laborious blows apparently at a great distance. Now that he attended, they seemed to be in the castle itself, deadened by mass, not distance. With a fear gradually becoming more definite, he sat listening for a few moments. "Davy," he said, "run and see what is going on." The boy came rushing back in great excitement. "Oh, Mr. Grant, what do you think?" he cried. "I do believe my father is after the lost room! They are breaking down a wall!" "Where?" asked Donal, half starting from his seat. "In the little room behind the halfway room, on the stair, you know." Donal was silent. What might not be the consequences? "You may go and see them at work, Davy," he said. "We shall have no more lessons this morning. Was your papa with them?" "No, sir. At least, I did not see him. Simmons told me he sent for the masons this morning and set them to take the wall down. Oh, thank you, Mr. Grant. It is such fun! I do wonder what is behind it. It may be a place you know quite well, or a place you never saw before." Davy ran off, and Donal instantly sped to a corner where he had hidden some tools, thence to Lady Arctura's deserted room, and so to the oak door. He remembered seeing another staple in the same post, a little lower down. If he could get that out, he would drive it in beside the remains of the other, so as to hold the bolt of the lock. If the Earl knew the way in, as doubtless he did, he must not learn that another had found it. Not yet, at least. As he went down, every blow of the masons pounding at the wall seemed in his very ears. He peeped through the press door. They had not yet got through the wall. No light was visible. He made haste to restore things, only a stool and a few papers, to their exact positions when first he entered. Close to him, on the other side of the partition, shaking the place, the huge blows were falling like those of a ram on the wall of a besieged city, of which he was the whole garrison. He stepped into the press and drew the door after him. With his last glance behind him, he saw, in the faint gleam of light that came with it, a stone fall. He must make haste. The demolition would go on much faster now, but before they had the opening large enough to pass, he would have done what he wanted. With a strong piece of iron for a lever, he drew the staple from the post, then drove it in astride of the bolt, careful to time his blows to those of the masons. That done, he ran down to the chapel, gathered what dust he could sweep up from behind the altar, and laid it on its top, restored on the bed, with its own dust, a little of the outline of what had lain there, dropped the slab to its place in the floor of the passage, closed the door of the chapel with some difficulty because of its broken hinge, and ascended. The sounds of battering had ceased, and as he passed the oak door he laid his ear to it. Someone was in the place. The lid of the bureau shut with a loud bang, and he heard a lock turned. The wall could not be half down yet. The Earl must have entered the moment he could get through. Donal hastened up and out of the dreadful place, put the slab in the opening, secured it with a strut against the opposite side of the recess, and closed the shutters and drew the curtains of the room. If the Earl came up the stair in the wall, found the stone immovable, and saw no light through any chink about its edges, he would not suspect it had been displaced. He then went to Lady Arctura. "I have a great deal to tell you," he said, "but at this moment I cannot. I am afraid of the Earl finding me with you." "Why should you mind that?" said Arctura. "Because I think he is suspicious about the lost room. He has had a wall taken down this morning. Please do not let him see you know anything about it. Davy thinks he is set on finding the lost room. I think he knew all about it long ago. You can ask him what he has been doing. You must have heard the masons." "I hope I shall not stumble into anything like a story, for if I do I must out with everything." In the afternoon, Davy was full of the curious little place his father had discovered behind the wall. But if that was the lost room, he said, it was not at all worth making such a fuss about. It was nothing but a big closet with an old desk kind of thing in it. In the afternoon also, the Earl went to see his niece. It was the first time they met after his rude behaviour on her proposal to search for the lost room. "What were you doing this morning, uncle?" she said. "There was such a thumping and banging somewhere in the castle. Davy said you were determined, he thought, to find the lost room." "Nothing of the kind, my love," answered the Earl. "I do hope they will not spoil the stair carrying the stones and mortar down." "What was it then, uncle?" "Simply this, my dear. My late wife, your aunt, and I had a plan for taking that closet behind my room on the stair into the room itself. In preparation, I had a wall built across the middle of the closet so as to divide it and make 2 recesses of it, and act also as a buttress to the weakened wall. Then your aunt died, and I hadn't the heart to open the recesses or do anything more in the matter. So one half of the closet was cut off and remained inaccessible. But there had been left in it an old bureau containing papers of some consequence, for it was heavy, and intended to occupy the same position after the arches were opened. Now, as it happens, I want one of those papers, so the wall has had to come down again." "But, uncle, what a pity!" said Arctura. "Why did you not open the arches? The recesses would have been so pretty in that room." "I am sorry I did not think of asking you what you would like done about it, my child. The fact is, I never thought of your taking any interest in the matter. I had naturally lost all mine. You will please to observe, however, I have only restored what I had myself disarranged, not meddled with anything belonging to the castle." "But now you have the masons here, why not go on and make a little search for the lost room?" said Arctura, venturing once more. "We might pull down the castle and be none the wiser. Bah! The building up of half the closet may have given rise to the whole story." "Surely, uncle, the legend is older than that." "It may be, you cannot be sure. Once a-going, it would immediately cry back to a remote age. Prove that anyone ever spoke of it before the building of that foolish wall." "Surely some remember hearing it long before that." "Nothing is more treacherous than a memory confronted with a general belief," said the Earl, and took his leave. The next morning Arctura went to see the alteration. She opened the door of the little room. It was twice its former size, and 2 bureaus were standing against the wall. She peeped into the cupboard at the end of it, but saw nothing there. The same morning she made up her mind that she would go no farther at present in regard to the chapel. It would be to break with her uncle. In the evening she acquainted Donal with her resolve, and he could not say she was wrong. There was no necessity for opposing her uncle. There might soon come one. He told her how he had entered the closet from behind, and of the noise he had made the night before, which had perhaps led to the opening of the place. But he did not tell her of what he had found on the bureau. The time might come when he must do so, but now he dared not render her relations with her uncle yet more uncomfortable. Neither was it likely such a woman would consent to marry such a man as her cousin had shown himself. When that danger appeared, it would be time to interpose. For the mere succession to an empty title, he was not sure that he was bound to speak. The branch which could produce such scions might well be itself a false graft on the true stem of the family. If not, what was the family worth? He must at all events be sure it was his business before he moved in the matter. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 66. Progress and Change. Things went on very quietly for a time. Arctura grew better, resumed her studies, and made excellent progress. She would have worked harder, but Donal would not let her. He hated forcing, even with the good will of the plant itself. He believed in a holy, unhasting growth. God's ways want God's time. Long after, people would sometimes say to him, "That is very well in the abstract, but in these days of hurry a young fellow would that way be left ages behind." "With God," would Donal say. "Tut, tut, the thing would never work." "For your ends," Donal would answer, "it certainly would never work. But your ends are not those of the universe." "I do not pretend they are, but they are the success of the boy." "That is one of the ends of the universe, and your reward will be to thwart it for a season. I decline to make one in a conspiracy against the design of our Creator. I would fain die loyal." He was of course laughed at, and not a little despised, as an extravagant enthusiast. But those who laughed found it hard to say for what he was enthusiastic. It seemed hardly for education, when he would even do what he could sometimes to keep a pupil back. He did not care to make the best of anyone. The truth was, Donal's best was so many miles ahead of theirs that it was below their horizon altogether. If there be any relation between time and the human mind, every forcing of human process, whether in spirit or intellect, is hurtful, a retarding of God's plan. Lady Arctura's old troubles were gradually fading into the limbo of vanities. At times, however, mostly when unwell, they would come in upon her like a flood. What if, after all, God were the self-loving being theology presented, a being from whom no loving human heart could but recoil with a holy dislike? What if it was because of a nature specially evil that she could not accept the God in whom the priests and elders of her people believed? But again and again, in the midst of profound wretchedness from such doubt, had a sudden flush of the world's beauty, that beauty which Jesus has told us to consider and the modern Pharisee to avoid, broken like gentlest, mightiest sunrise through the hellish fog, and she had felt a power upon her as from the heart of a very God, a God such as she would give her life to believe in, one before whom she would cast herself in speechless adoration, not of his greatness, of that she felt little, but of his loving kindness, the gentleness that was making her great. Then would she care utterly for God and his Christ, nothing for what men said about them. The Lord never meant his lambs to be under the tyranny of any, least of all the tyranny of his own most imperfect church. Its work is to teach. Where it cannot teach, it must not rule. Then would God appear to her not only true, but real, the heart of the human to which she could cling and so rest. The corruption of all religion comes of leaving the human, and God is the causing human, for something imagined holier. Men who do not see the loveliness of the truth search till they find a lie they can call lovely. What but a human reality could the heart of man ever love? What else are we offered in Jesus but the absolutely human? That Jesus has two natures is of the most mischievous fictions of theology. The divine and the human are not two. Suddenly, after an absence of months, reappeared Lord Forgue, cheerful, manly, on the best terms with his father, and plainly willing to be on still better terms with his cousin. He had left the place a mooning youth. He came back a man of the world, easy in carriage, courteous in manners, serene in temper, abounding in what seemed the results of observation, attentive but not too attentive, jolly with Davy, distant with Donal, polite to all. Donal could hardly receive the evidence of his senses. He would have wondered more had he known every factor in the change. All about him seemed to say it should not be his fault if the follies of his youth remained unforgotten, and his airy carriage sat well upon him. None the less, Donal felt there was no restoration of the charm which had at first attracted him. That was utterly vanished. He felt certain he had been going downhill, and was now, instead of negatively, consciously and positively untrue. With gradations undefined, but not unmarked of Donal, as if the man found himself under influences of which the youth had been unaware, he began to show himself not indifferent to the attractions of his cousin. He expressed concern that her health was not what it had been, sought her in her room when she did not appear, professed an interest in knowing what books she was reading, and what were her studies with Donal, behaved like a good brother cousin, who would not be sorry to be something more. And now the Earl, to the astonishment of the household, began to appear at table, and apparently as a consequence of this, Donal was requested rather than invited to take his meals with the family, not altogether to his satisfaction, seeing he could not only read while he ate alone, but could get through more quickly, and have the time thus saved for things of greater consequence. His presence made it easier for Lord Forgue to act his part, and the manners he brought to the front left little to be desired. He bowed to the judgment of Arctura, and seemed to welcome that of his father, to whom he was now as respectful as moralist could desire. Yet he sometimes faced a card he did not mean to show. Who that is not absolutely true can escape the mishap? There was condescension in his politeness to Donal, and this, had there been nothing else, would have been enough to revolt Arctura. But in truth, he impressed her altogether as a man of outsides. She felt that she did not see the man he was, but the nearest approach he could make to the man he would be taken for. He was gracious, dignified, responsive, kind, amusing, accurate, ready, everything but true. He would make of his outer man all but what it was meant for, a revelation of the inner. It was that, notwithstanding. He was a man dressed in a man, and his dress was a revelation of much that he was, while he intended it only to show much that he was not. No man can help unveiling himself, however long he may escape even his own detection. There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed. Things were meant to come out and be read and understood in the face of the universe. The soul of every man is as a secret book, whose content is yet written on its cover for the reading of the wise. How differently it is read by the fool, whose very understanding is a misunderstanding. He takes a man for a god when on the point of being eaten up of worms. He buys for 30 pieces of silver him whom the sepulchre cannot hold. Well for those in the world of revelation who give their sins no quarter in this. Forgue had been in Edinburgh a part of the time, in England another part. He had many things to tell of the people he had seen, and the sports he had shared in. He had developed and enlarged a vein of gentlemanly satire, which he kept supplied by the observation and analysis of the peculiarities, generally weaknesses, of others. These, as a matter of course, he judged merely by the poor standard of society. Question concerning any upon the larger human scale, he could give no account of them. To Donal's eyes, the man was a shallow pool, whose surface brightness concealed the muddy bottom. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 67. The Breakfast Room. 2 years before, Lady Arctura had been in the habit of riding a good deal, but after an accident to a favourite horse, for which she blamed herself, she had scarcely ridden at all. It was quite as much, however, from the influence of Miss Carmichael upon her spirits that she had forsaken the exercise. Partly because her uncle was neither much respected nor much liked, she had visited very little, and after mental trouble assailed her, growing under the false prescriptions of the soul doctor she had called in, she withdrew more and more, avoiding even company she would have enjoyed, and which would before now have led her to resume it. For a time she persisted in refusing to ride with Forgue. In vain he offered his horse, assuring her that Davy's pony was quite able to carry him. She had no inclination to ride, she said. But at last one day, lest she should be guilty of unkindness, she consented, and so enjoyed the ride, felt indeed so much the better for it, that she did not thereafter so positively as before decline to allow her cousin to look out for a horse fit to carry her. And Forgue, taking her consent for granted, succeeded, with the help of the factor, in finding for her a beautiful creature, just of the sort to please her. Almost at sight of him she agreed to his purchase. This put Forgue in great spirits and much contentment with himself. He did not doubt that, gaining thus opportunity so excellent, he would quickly succeed in withdrawing her from the absurd influence which, to his dismay, he discovered his enemy had in his absence gained over her. He ought not to have been such a fool, he said to himself, as to leave the poor child to the temptations naturally arising in such a dreary solitude. He noted with satisfaction, however, that the parson's daughter seemed to have forsaken the house. And now at last, having got rid of the folly that a while possessed him, he was prepared to do his duty by the family, and to that end would make unfaltering use of the fascinations experience had taught him he was, in a most exceptional degree, gifted with. He would at once take Arctura's education in his own hands, and give his full energy to it. She should speedily learn the difference between the assistance of a gentleman and that of a clotpole.
He had in England improved in his riding as well as his manners, and knew at least how a gentleman, if not how a man, ought to behave to the beast that carried him. Also, having ridden a good deal with ladies, he was now able to give Arctura not a few hints to the improvement of her seat, her hand, her courage. Nor was there any nearer road, he judged from what he knew of his cousin, to her confidence and gratitude, than showing her a better way in a thing. But thinking that in teaching her to ride, he could make her forget the man who had been teaching her to live, he was not a little mistaken in the woman he desired to captivate. He did not yet love her even in the way he called loving, else he might have been less confident, but he found her very pleasing. Invigorated by the bright frosty air, the life of the animal under her, and the exultation of rapid motion, she seemed better in health, more merry and full of life than he had ever seen her. He put all down to his success with her. He was incapable of suspecting how little of it was owing to him, incapable of believing how much to the fact that she now turned to the Father of Spirits without fear, almost without doubt, thought of him as the root of every delight of the world. At the heart of the horse she rode, in the wind that blew joy into hers as she swept through its yielding bosom, knew him as altogether loving and true, the Father of Jesus Christ, as like him as like could be like, more like him than anyone else in the universe could be like another, like him as only eternal Son can be like eternal Father. It was no wonder that with such a well of living water in her heart she should be glad, merry even, and ready for anything her horse could do. Flying across a field in the very wildness of pleasure, her hair streaming behind her, and her pale face glowing, she would now and then take a jump Forgue declared he could not face in cold blood. He did not know how far from cold her blood was. He began to wonder he had been such a fool as to neglect her for, well, never mind, and to feel something that was like love, and was indeed admiration. But for the searing brand of his past he might have loved her truly, as a man may without being the most exalted of mortals. For in love we are beyond our ordinary selves. The deep thing in us peers up into the human air, and is of God. Therefore cannot live long in the mephitic air of a selfish and low nature, but sinks again out of sight. He was not at his ease with Arctura. He was afraid of her. When a man is conscious of wrong, knows in his history what would draw a hideous smudge over the portrait he would present to the eyes of her he would please, he may well be afraid of her. He makes liberal allowance for himself, but is not sure she will. And before Forgue lay a social gulf which he could pass only on the narrow plank of her favour. The more he was with her, the more he admired her, the more he desired to marry her. The more satisfied he grew with his own improvement, the more determined he became that for no poor, unjust scruples would he forego his happiness. There was but one trifle to be kept from the world. It might know everything else about him, and once in possession of the property, who would dispute the title? Then again, he was not certain that his father had not merely invented a threat. Surely if the fact were such, he would, even in rage diabolical, have kept it to himself. Impetuous, and accustomed to what he counted success, he soon began to make plainer advance toward the end on which his self-love and cupidity at least were set. But knowing in a vague manner how he had carried himself before he went, Arctura, uninfluenced by the ways of the world, her judgment unwarped, her perception undimmed, her instincts nice, her personal delicacy exacting, had never imagined he could approach her on any ground but that of cousinship and a childhood of shared sports. She had seen that Donal was far from pleased with him, and believed Forgue knew that she knew he had been behaving badly. Her behaviour to him was indeed largely based on the fact that he was in disgrace. She was sorry for him. By and by, however, she perceived that she had been allowing too much freedom where she was not prepared to allow more, and so one day declined to go with him. They had not had a ride for a fortnight, the weather having been unfavourable, and now when a morning broke into the season like a smile from an estranged friend, she would not go. He was annoyed, then alarmed, fearing adverse influence. They were alone in the breakfast-room. "Why will you not, Arctura?" he asked reproachfully. "Do you not feel well?" "I am quite well," she answered. "It is such a lovely day," he pleaded. "I am not in the mood. There are other things in the world besides riding, and I have been wasting my time, riding too much. I have learnt next to nothing since Larkie came." "Oh, bother, what have you to do with learning? Health is the first thing." "I don't think so. And learning is good for the health. Besides, I would not be a mere animal for perfect health. Let me help you then with your studies." "Thank you," she answered, laughing a little, "but I have a good master already. that is Davy and I, are reading Greek and mathematics with Mr. Grant."
Forgue's face flushed. "I ought to know as much of both as he does," he said.
"Ought, perhaps, but you know you do not."
"I know enough to be your tutor."
"Yes, but I know enough not to be your pupil."
"What do you mean?"
"That you can't teach."
"How do you know that?"
"Because you do not love either Greek or mathematics, and no one who does not love can teach."
"That is nonsense. If I don't love Greek enough to teach it, I love you enough to teach you," said Forgue.
"You are my writing master," said Arctura. "Mr. Grant is my master in Greek."
Forgue strangled an imprecation on Mr. Grant, and tried to laugh, but there was not a laugh inside him. "Then you won't ride today?" he said.
"I think not," replied Arctura. She ought to have said she would not. It is a pity to let doubt alight on decision. Her reply reopened the whole question.
"I cannot see what should induce you to allow that fellow the honour of reading with you," said Forgue. "He's a long-winded, pedantic, ill-bred lout."
"Mr. Grant is my friend," said Arctura, and raising her head looked him in the eyes.
"Take my word for it, you are mistaken in him," he said.
"I neither value nor ask your opinion of him," returned Arctura. "I merely acquaint you with the fact that he is my friend."
"Here's the devil and all to pay," thought Forgue. "I beg your pardon," he said. "You do not know him as I do."
"Not? And with so much better opportunity of judging."
"He has never played the dominie with you," said Forgue foolishly.
"Indeed he has."
"He has? Confound his insolence! How?"
"He won't let me study as I want. How has he interfered with you?"
"We won't quarrel about him," rejoined Forgue, attempting a tone of gaiety, but instantly growing serious. "We who ought to be so much to each other." Something told him he had already gone too far.
"I do not know what you mean. Or rather, I am not willing to think I know what you mean," said Arctura. "After what took place—" In her turn she ceased. He had said nothing.
"Jealous," concluded Forgue. "A good sign." "I see he has been talking against me," he said.
"If you mean Mr. Grant, you mistake. He never, so far as I remember, once mentioned you to me."
"I know better."
"You are rude. He never spoke of it, but I have seen enough with my own eyes."
"If you mean that silly fancy, why, Arctura, you know it was but a boyish folly."
"And since then you have grown a man. How many months has it taken?"
"I assure you, on the word of a gentleman, there is nothing in it now. It is all over, and I am heartily ashamed of it." A pause of a few seconds followed. It seemed as many minutes, and unbearable. "You will come out with me?" said Forgue.
She might be relenting, though she did not look like it. "No," she said, "I will not."
"Well," he returned, with simulated coolness, "this is rather cavalier treatment, I must say, to throw a man over who has loved you so long, and for the sake of a lesson in Greek."
"How long, pray, have you loved me?" said Arctura, growing angry. "I was willing to be friendly with you, so much so that I am sorry it is no longer possible."
"You punish me pretty sharply, my lady, for a trifle of which I told you I was ashamed," said Forgue, biting his lip.
"It was the merest—" "I do not wish to hear anything about it," said Arctura sternly. Then, afraid she had been unkind, she added in altered tone, "You had better go and have a gallop. You may have Larkie if you like." He turned and left the room. She only meant to pique him, he said to himself. She had been cherishing her displeasure, and now that she had had her revenge, would feel better and be sorry next. It was a very good morning's work after all. It was absurd to think she preferred a Greek lesson from a clown to a ride with Lord Forgue. Was not she too a Graham? Partly to make the reconciliation the easier, partly because the horse was superior to his own, he would ride Larkie. But his reasoning was not so satisfactory to him as to put him in a good temper, and poor Larkie had to suffer for his ill humour. His least movement that displeased him put him in a rage, and he rode him so foolishly as well as tyrannically that he brought him home quite lame, thus putting an end for a time to all hope of riding again with Arctura. Instead of going and telling her what he had done, he sent for the farrier, and gave orders that the mishap should not be mentioned. A week passed, and then another, and as he could say nothing about riding, he was in a measure self-banished from Arctura's company. A furious jealousy began to master him. He scorned to give place to it, because of the insult to himself if he allowed a true ground for it. But it gradually gained power. This country bumpkin, this cowherd, this man of spelling books and grammars to come between his cousin and him. Of course he was not so silly as imagine for a moment she cared for him, that she would disgrace herself by falling in love with a fellow just loosed from the plough-tail. She was a Graham,
and could never be a traitor to her blood. If only he had not been such an infernal fool! A vulgar little thing without an idea in her head. So unpleasant, so disgusting at last with her love-making. Nothing pleased her but hugging and kissing. That was how he spoke to himself of the girl he had been in love with. Damn that schoolmaster! She would never fall in love with him, but he might prevent her from falling in love with another. No attractions could make way against certain prepossessions. The girl had a fancy for being a saint, and the lout burned incense to her. So much he gathered from Davy. His father must get rid of the fellow. If he thought he was doing so well with Davy, why not send the two away together till things were settled? But the Earl thought it would be better to win Donal. He counselled him that every Grant was Lord Seafield's cousin, and every Highlander an implacable enemy where his pride was hurt. His lordship did not reflect that, if what he said were true of Donal, he must have left the castle long ago. There was but one thing that would have made it impossible for Donal to remain, interference, namely, between him and his pupil. Forgue did not argue with his father, he had given that up. At the same time, if he had told all that had passed between him and Donal, the Earl would have confessed he had advised an impossibility. Forgue took a step in a very different direction. He began to draw to himself the good graces of Miss Carmichael. He did not know how little she could serve him. Without being consciously insincere, she flattered him, and speedily gained his confidence. Well descended on the mother's side, she had grown up fit, her father said, to adorn any society. With a keen appreciation of the claims and dignities of the aristocracy, she was well able to flatter the prejudices she honoured and shared in. Careful not to say a word against his cousin, she made him feel more and more that his chief danger lay in the influence of Donal. She fanned thus his hatred of the man who first came between him and his wrath, next between him and his love, and last between him and his fortunes. If only Davy would fall ill and require change of air! But Davy was always in splendid health. Now that he saw himself in such danger of failing, he fancied himself far more in love with Arctura than he was. And as he got familiarized with the idea of his illegitimacy, although he would not assent to it, he made less and less of it, which would have been a proof to any other than himself that he believed it. In further sign of the same, he made no inquiry into the matter, did not once even question his father about it. If it was true, he did not want to know it. He would treat his lack of proof as ignorance, and act as with the innocence of ignorance. A fellow must take for granted what was commonly believed. At last, and the last was not long in arriving, he almost ceased to trouble himself about it. His father laughed at his fear of failure with Arctura, but at times contemplated the thing as an awful possibility. Not that he loved Forgue much. The only way fathers in sight of the grave can fancy themselves holding on to the things they must leave, is in their children. But Lord Morven had a stronger and better reason for his unrighteousness. In a troubled, self-reproachful way, he loved the memory of their mother, and through her cared even for Forgue more than he knew. They were also his own, as much as if he had been legally married to her. For the relation in which they stood to society, he cared little so long as it continued undiscovered. He enjoyed the idea of stealing a march on society, and seeing the sons he had left at such a disadvantage behind him, ruffling it, in spite of absurd law, with the foolish best. From the grave he would so have his foot on the neck of his enemy, Law. He was one of the many who can rejoice in even a stolen victory. Nor would he ever have been the fool to let the truth fly, except under the reaction of evil drugs, and the rush of fierce wrath at the threatened ruin of his cherished scheme. Arctura thenceforth avoided her cousin as much as she could, only remembering that the house was hers, and she must not make him feel he was not welcome to use it. They met at meals, and she tried to behave as if nothing unpleasant had happened, and things were as before he went away. "You are very cruel, Arctura," he said one morning he met her in the terrace avenue. "Cruel," returned Arctura coldly. "I am not cruel. I would not willingly hurt anyone." "You hurt me much. You give me not a morsel, not a crumb of your society." "Percy," said Arctura, "if you will be content to be my cousin, we shall get on well enough. But if you are set on what cannot be, once for all, believe me, it is of no use. You care for none of the things I live for. I feel as if we belonged to different worlds, so little have we in common. You may think me hard, but it is better we should understand each other. If you imagine that because I have the property you have a claim on me, be sure I will never acknowledge it. I would 1,000 times rather you had the property and I were in my grave. I will be anything, do anything, "Learn anything you please," cried Forgue, his heart aching with disappointment. "I know what such submission is worth," said Arctura. "I should be everything till we were married, and then nothing. You dissemble, you hide even from yourself, but you are not hard to read." Perhaps she would not have spoken just so severely, had she not been that morning unusually annoyed with his behaviour to Donal, and at the same time specially pleased with the calm, unconsciously dignified way in which Donal took it, casting it from him as the rock throws aside the sea wave. It did not concern him. The dull world has got the wrong phrase. It is he who resents an affront who pockets it. He who takes no notice lets it lie in the dirt. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 68. Larkie. It was a lovely day in spring. "Please, Mr. Grant," said Davy, "may I have a holiday?" Donal looked at him with a little wonder. The boy had never before made such a request. But he answered him at once. "Yes, certainly, Davy. But I should like to know what you want it for." "Arkie very much wants to have a ride today. She says Larkie— I gave him his name, to rhyme with Arkie. She says Larkie will forget her, and she does not wish to go out with Forgue, so she wants me to go with her on my pony." "You will take good care of her, Davy." "I will take care of her, but you need not be anxious about us, Mr. Grant. Arkie is a splendid rider, and much pluckier than she used to be." Donal did, however, he could not have said why, feel a little anxiety. He repressed it as unfaithfulness, but it kept returning. He could not go with them. There was no horse for him, and to go on foot would, he feared, spoil their ride. He was so much afraid also of presuming on Lady Arctura's regard for him, that he would have shrunk from offering had it been more feasible. He got a book and strolled into the park, not even going to see them off. Forgue might be about the stable and make things unpleasant. Had Forgue been about the stable, he would, I think, have somehow managed to prevent the ride, for Larkie, though much better, was not yet cured of his lameness. Arctura did not know he had been lame, or that he had therefore been very little exercised, and was now rather wild, with a pastern joint far from equal to his spirit. There was but a boy about the stable, who either did not understand or was afraid to speak. She rode in a danger of which she knew nothing. The consequence was that, jumping the merest little ditch in a field outside the park, they had a fall. The horse got up and trotted limping to the stable. His mistress lay where she fell. Davy, wild with misery, galloped home. From the height of the park, Donal saw him tearing along, and knew something was amiss. He ran, got over the wall, found the pony's track, and following it, came where Arctura lay. There was a little clear water in the ditch. He wet his handkerchief and bathed her face. She came to herself, opened her eyes with a faint smile, and tried to raise herself, but fell back helpless and closed her eyes again. "I believe I am hurt," she murmured. "I think Larkie must have fallen." Donal would have carried her, but she moaned so that he gave up the idea at once. Davy was gone for help. It would be better to wait. He pulled off his coat and laid it over her, then kneeling, raised her head a little from the damp ground upon his arm. She let him do as he pleased, but did not open her eyes. They had not long to wait. Several came running, among them Lord Forgue. He fell beside his cousin on his knees, and took her hand in his. She neither moved nor spoke. As instead of doing anything he merely persisted in claiming her attention, Donal saw it was for him to give orders. "My lady is much hurt," he said. "One of you go at once for the doctor. The others bring a hand-barrow. I know there is one about the place. Lay the squab of a sofa on it, and make haste. Let Mistress Brookes know." "Mind your own business," said Forgue. "Do as Mr. Grant tells you," said Lady Arctura, without opening her eyes. The men departed running. Forgue rose from his knees, and walked slowly to a little distance, where he stood gnawing his lip. "My lord," said Donal, "please run and fetch a little brandy for her ladyship. She has fainted." What could Forgue do but obey? He started at once, and with tolerable speed. Then Arctura opened her eyes, and smiled. "Are you suffering much, my lady?" asked Donal. "A good deal," she answered.
but I don't mind it. Thank you for not leaving me. It is no more than I can bear, only bad when I try to move."
"They will not be long now," he said. Again she closed her eyes and was silent. Donal watched the sweet face, which a cloud of suffering would every now and then cross, and lifted up his heart to the Saviour of men. He saw them coming with the extemporized litter, behind them Mistress Brookes, with Forgue and one of the maids. When she came up, she addressed herself in silence to Donal. He told her he feared her ladyship's spine was hurt. After his direction, she put her hands under her, and the maid took her feet, while he, placing his other arm under her shoulders and gently rising, raised her body. Being all strong and gentle, they managed the moving well, and laid her slowly on the litter. Except a moan or two, and a gathering of the brows, she gave no sign of suffering. Nothing to be called a cry escaped her. Donal at the head, and a groom at the foot, lifted the litter, and with ordered step started for the house. Once or twice she opened her eyes and looked up at Donal, then, as if satisfied, closed them again. Before they reached the house, the doctor met them, for they had to walk slowly. Forgue came behind, in a devilish humour. He knew that first his ill usage of Larkie, and then his preventing anything being said about it, must have been the cause of the accident. But he felt with some satisfaction, for self simply makes devils of us, that if she had not refused to go out with him, it would not have happened. He would not have allowed her to mount Larkie. Served her right, he caught himself saying once, and was ashamed. But presently said it again. Self is as full of worms as it can hold. God deliver us from it. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George MacDonald. Chapter 69. The Sick Chamber. She was carried to her room and laid on her bed. The doctor requested Mrs. Brookes and Donal to remain, and dismissed the rest, then proceeded to examine her. There were no bones broken, he said, but she must be kept very quiet. The windows must be darkened, and she must, if possible, sleep. She gave Donal a faint smile and a pitiful glance, but did not speak. As he was following the doctor from the room, she made a sign to Mrs. Brookes with her eyes that she wanted to speak to him. He came and bent over to hear, for she spoke very feebly.
"You will come and see me, Mr. Grant?"
"I will indeed, my lady."
"Every day?"
"Yes, most certainly," he replied. She smiled, and so dismissed him. He went with his heart full. A little way from the door stood Forgue, waiting for him to come out. He had sent the doctor to his father. Donal passed him with a bend of the head. He followed him to the schoolroom. "It is time this farce was over, Grant," he said. "Farce, my lord?" repeated Donal indignantly. "These attentions to my lady." "I have paid her no more attention than I would your lordship had you required it," answered Donal sternly. "That would have been convenient, doubtless. But there has been enough of humbug, and now for an end to it. Ever since you came here you have been at work on the mind of that inexperienced girl, with your damned religion, for what end you know best, and now you've half killed her by persuading her to go out with you instead of me. The brute was lame and not fit to ride, any fool might have seen that." "I had nothing to do with her going, my lord. She asked Davy to go with her, and he had a holiday on purpose." "All very fine, but, my lord, I have told you the truth, but not to justify myself. You must be aware your opinion is of no value in my eyes. But tell me one thing, my lord. If my lady's horse was lame, how was it she did not know? You did." Forgue thought Donal knew more than he did, and was taken aback. "It is time the place was clear of you," he said. "I am your father's servant, not yours," answered Donal, "and do not trouble myself as to your pleasure concerning me. But I think it is only fair to warn you that, though you cannot hurt me, nothing but honesty can take you out of my power." Forgue turned on his heel, went to his father, and told him he knew now that Donal was prejudicing the mind of Lady Arctura against him. But not until it came in the course of the conversation did he mention the accident she had had. The Earl professed himself greatly shocked, got up with something almost like alacrity from his sofa, and went down to inquire after his niece. He would have compelled Mrs. Brookes to admit him, but she was determined her lady should not be waked from a sleep invaluable to her for the sake of receiving his condolements, and he had to return to his room without gaining anything. If she were to go, the property would be his, and he could will it as he pleased. That was, if she left no will. He sent for his son, and cautioned him over and over to do nothing to offend her, but wait. What might come, who could tell? It might prove a serious affair. Forgue tried to feel shocked at the coolness of his father's speculation, but allowed that, if she was determined not to receive him as her husband, the next best thing, in the exigence of affairs, would certainly be that she should leave a world for whose uses she was ill-fitted, and go where she would be happier. The things she would then have no farther need of would be welcome to those to whom by right they belonged more really than to her. She was a pleasant thing to look upon, and if she had loved him, he would rather have had the property with than without her. But there was this advantage, he would be left free to choose. Lady Arctura lay suffering, feverish, and restless. Mrs. Brookes would let no one sit up with her but herself. The Earl would have sent for a suitable nurse. A friend of his in London would find one. But she would not hear of it. And before the night was over she had greater reason still for refusing to yield her post. It was evident her young mistress was more occupied with Donal Grant than with the pain she was suffering. In her delirium she was constantly desiring his presence. "I know he can help me," she would say. "He is a shepherd, like the Lord himself." And Mistress Brookes, though by no means devoid of the prejudices of the rank with which her life had been so much associated, could not but allow that a nobler life must be possible with one like Donal Grant than with one like Lord Forgue. In the middle of the night Arctura became so unquiet that her nurse, calling the maid she had in a room near, flew like a bird to Donal, and asked him to come down. He had but partially undressed, thinking his help might be wanted, and was down almost as soon as she. Ere he came, however, she had dismissed the maid. Donal went to the bedside. Arctura was moaning and starting, sometimes opening her eyes, but distinguishing nothing. Her hand lay on the counterpane. He laid his upon it. She gave a sigh as of one relieved. A smile came flickering over her face, and she lay still for some time. Donal sat down beside her and watched. The moment he saw her begin to be restless or look distressed, he laid his hand upon hers. She was immediately quiet, and lay for a time as if she knew herself safe. When she seemed about to wake, he withdrew. So things went on for many nights. Donal slept instead of working when his duties with Davy were over, and lay at night in the corridor, wrapped in his plaid. For even after Arctura began to recover, her nights were sorely troubled, and her restoration would have been much retarded had not Donal been near to make her feel she was not abandoned to the terrors she passed through. One night the Earl, wandering about in the anomalous condition of neither ghost nor genuine mortal, came suddenly upon what he took for a huge animal in wait to devour. He was not terrified, for he was accustomed to such things, and thought at first it was not of this world. He had no doubt of the reality of his visions, even when he knew they were invisible to others, and even in his waking moments had begun to believe in them as much as in the things then evident to him, or rather, perhaps, to disbelieve equally in both. He approached to see what it was, and stood staring down upon the mass. Gently it rose and confronted him, if confronting that may be called where the face remained so undefined, for Donal took care to keep his plaid over his head. He had hope in the probable condition of the Earl. He turned from him and walked away. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 70. A Plot. But his lordship had his suspicions, and took measures to confirm or set them at rest, with the result that he concluded Donal madly in love with his niece, and unable while she was ill to rest anywhere but, with the devotion of a savage, outside her door. If he did not take precautions, the lout would oust the lord. Ever since Donal spoke so plainly against his self-indulgence, he had not merely hated but feared the country lad. He recognized that Donal feared nothing, had no respect of persons, would speak out before the world. He was doubtful also whether he had not allowed him to know more than it was well he should know. It was time to get rid of him, only it must be done cautiously, with the appearance of a good understanding. If he had him out of the house before she was able to see him again, that would do, and if in the meantime she should die, all would be well. His distrust, once roused, went farther than that of his son. He had not the same confidence in blue blood. He knew a few things more than Forgue, believed it quite possible that the daughter of a long descent of lords and ladies should fall in love with a shepherd lad. And as no one could tell what might have to be done if the legal owner of the property persisted in refusing her hand to the rightful owner of it, the fellow might be seriously in the way. Arctura slowly recovered. She had not yet left her room, but had been a few hours on the couch every day for a fortnight, and the doctor, now sanguine of her final recovery, began to talk of carrying her to the library. The Earl, who never suspected that Mrs. Brookes, having hitherto kept himself from her room, would admit the tutor, the moment he learned that the library was in view for her, decided that there must be no more delay. He had by this time contrived a neat little plan. He sent for Donal. He had been thinking, the Earl said, that he must want a holiday. He had not seen his parents since he came to the castle, and he had been thinking besides how desirable it was that Davy should see some other phases of life than those to which he had hitherto been accustomed. There was great danger of boys brought up in his position getting narrow, and careless of the lives and feelings of their fellow men. He would take it as a great kindness if Donal, who had a regard to the real education of his pupil, would take him to his home, and let him understand the ways of life among the humbler classes of the nation, so that, if ever he went into Parliament, he might have the advantage of knowing the heart of the people for whom he would have to legislate. Donal listened, and could not but agree with the remarks of his lordship. In himself he had not the least faith, wondered indeed which of them thought the other the greater fool to imagine that after all that had passed, Donal would place any confidence in what the Earl said. But he listened. What Lord Morven really had in his mind he could not surmise, but not the less to take Davy to his father and mother was a delightful idea. The boy was growing fast, and had revealed a faculty quite rare in one so young for looking to the heart of things, and seeing the relation of man to man. Therefore such a lesson as the Earl proposed would indeed be invaluable to him. Then again, this faculty had been opened in him through a willing perception of those eternal truths in a still higher relation of persons, which are open only to the childlike nature, whence he would be especially fitted for such company as that of his father and mother, who could now easily receive the boy as well as himself, since their house and their general worldly condition had been so much bettered by their friend, Sir Gibbie. With them, Davy would see genuine life, simplicity, dignity, and unselfishness, the very embodiment of the things he held constantly before him. There might be some other reason behind the Earl's request which it would be well for him to know, but he would sooner discover that by a free consent than by hanging back. Anything bad it could hardly be. He shrank indeed from leaving Lady Arctura while she was yet so far from well, but she was getting well much faster now. For a fortnight there had been no necessity for his presence to soothe her while she slept. Neither did she yet know, so far at least as he or Mistress Brookes was aware, that he had ever been near her in the night. It was well also because of the position of things between him and Lord Forgue that he should be away for a while. It would give a chance for that foolish soul to settle down, and let common sense assume the reins, while yet the better coachman was not allowed to mount the box. He had, of course, heard nothing of the strained relations between him and Lady Arctura. He might otherwise have been a little more anxious. For the Earl, Davy, he thought, would be a kind of pledge or hostage. In regard of what, he could not specify, but, though he little suspected what such a man was capable of sacrificing to gain a cherished end, some security for him, some hold over him, seemed to Donal not undesirable. When Davy heard the proposal, he was wild with joy. Actually to see the mountains and the sheep and the collies of which Donal had told him such wonderful things, to be out all night perhaps with Donal and the dogs and the stars and the winds, perhaps a storm would come, and he would lie in Donal's plaid under some great rock, and hear the wind roaring around them but not able to get at them, and the sheep would come and huddle close up to them and keep them warm with their woolly sides, and he would stroke their heads and love them. Davy was no longer a mere child, far from it, but what is loveliest in the child's heart was only the stronger in him, and the prospect of going with Donal was a thing to be dreamed of day and night till it came. Nor were the days many before their departure was definitely settled. The Earl would have Mr. Grant treat his pupil precisely as one of his own standing. He might take him on foot if he pleased. The suggestion was eagerly accepted by both. They got their boxes ready for the carrier, packed their wallets, and one lovely morning late in spring, just as summer was showing her womanly face through its smiles and tears, they set out together. It was with no small dismay that Arctura heard of the proposal. She said nothing, however, only when Donal came to take his leave she broke down a little. "We shall often wish, Davy and I, that you were with us, my lady," he said. "Why?" she asked, unable to say more. "Because we shall often feel happy, and what then can we do but wish you shared our happiness?" She burst into tears, and presently was able to speak. "Don't think me silly," she said. "I know God is with me, and as soon as you are gone I will go to him to comfort me, but I cannot help feeling as if you were leaving me like a lamb among wolves. I can give no reason for it, I only feel as if some danger were near me. But I have you yet, Mistress Brookes. God and you will take care of me. Indeed, if I hadn't you," she added, laughing through her tears, "I should run away with Mr. Grant and Davy." "If I had known you felt like that," said Donal, "I would not have gone. Yet I hardly see how I could have avoided it, being Davy's tutor, and bound to do as his father wishes with him. Only, dear Lady Arctura, there is no chance, in this or in anything. We will not forget you, and in 3 weeks or a month we shall be back." "That is a long time," said Arctura, ready to weep again. Is it necessary to say she was not a weak woman? It is not betrayal of feeling, but avoidance of duty that constitutes weakness. After an illness he has borne like a hero, a strong man may be ready to weep like a child. What the common people of society think about strength and weakness is poor stuff, like the rest of their wisdom. She speedily recovered her composure, and with the gentlest smile bade Donal good-bye. She was in her sitting-room next the state-chamber where she now slept. The sun was shining in at the open window, and with it came the song of a little bird, clear and sweet. "You hear him," said Donal, "how he trusts God without knowing it. We are made able to trust him, knowing in whom we believe. Ah, dear Lady Arctura, no heart even yet can tell what things God has in store for them who will just let him have his way with them. Good-bye. Write to me if anything comes to you that I can help you in, and be sure I will make haste to you the moment you let me know you want me." "Thank you, Mr. Grant. I know you mean every word you say. If I need you, I will not hesitate to send for you. Only if you come, it will be as my friend, and not—" "It will be as your servant, not Lord Morven's," said Donal. "I quite understand. Good-bye. The Father of Jesus Christ, who was so sure of him, will take care of you. Do not be afraid." He turned and went. He could no longer bear the look of her eyes. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 71. Glashgar. Out of Arctura's sight, Donal had his turn of so-called weakness. The day was a glorious one, and Davy, full of spirits, could not understand why he seemed so unlike himself. "Arkie would scold you, Mr. Grant," he said. Donal avoided the town, and walked a long way round to get into the road beyond it, his head bent as if he were pondering a pain. At moments he felt as if he must return at once, and refused to leave the castle for any reason. But he could not see that it was the will of God that he should do so. A presentiment is not a command. A prophecy may fail of the least indication of duty. Hamlet, defying augury, is the consistent religious man Shakespeare takes pains to show him. A presentiment may be true, may be from God himself, yet involve no reason why a man should change his way, should turn a step aside from the path before him. St. Paul received warning after warning on his road to Jerusalem that bonds and imprisonment awaited him, and these warnings he knew came from the spirit of prophecy, but he heeded them only to set his face like a flint. He knew better than imagine duty determined by consequences, or take foresight for direction. There is a higher guide, and he followed that. So did Donal now. Moved to go back, he did not go back. Neither afterwards repented that he did not. I will not describe the journey. Suffice it to say that after a few days of such walking as befitted an unaccustomed boy, they climbed the last hill, crossed the threshold of Robert Grant's cottage, and were both clasped in the embrace of Janet. For Davy rushed into the arms of Donal's mother, and she took him to the same heart to which she had taken wee Sir Gibbie. The bosom of the peasant woman was indeed one to flee to. Then followed delights which more than equalled the expectations of Davy. One of them was seeing how Donal was loved. Another was a new sense of freedom. He had never imagined such liberty as he now enjoyed. It was as if God were giving it to him fresh out of his sky, his mountains, his winds. Then there was the twilight on the hillside, with the sheep growing dusky around him, when Donal would talk about the shepherd of the human sheep. And hearing him, Davy felt not only that there was once, but that there is now a man altogether lovely, the heart of all beauty everywhere, a man who gave himself up to his perfect father and his father's most imperfect children, that he might bring his brothers and sisters home to their father, for all his delight is in his father and his father's children. He showed him how the heart of Jesus was all through the heart of a son that adored his perfect father, and how if he had not had his perfect son to help him, God could not have made any of us, could never have got us to be his little sons and daughters, loving him with all our might. Then Davy's heart would glow, and he would feel ready to do whatever that son might want him to do. And Donal hoped, and had good ground for hoping, that when the hour of trial came, the youth would be able to hold, not merely by the unseen, but by the seemingly unpresent and unfelt, in the name of the eternally true. Donal's youth began to seem far behind him. All bitterness was gone out of his memories of Lady Galbraith. He loved her tenderly, but was pleased she should be Gibbie's. How much of this happy change was owing to his interest in Lady Arctura he did not inquire. Greatly interested in her, more in very important ways than he had ever been in Lady Galbraith, he was so jealous of his heart, shrank so much from the danger of folly, knew so well how small an amount of yielding might unfit him for the manly and fresh performance of his duties, among which came first a due regard for her well-being, lest he should himself fail or mislead her, that he often turned his thoughts into another channel, lest in that they should run too swiftly, deepen it too fast, and go far to imprison themselves in another agony. To Lady Galbraith he confided his uneasiness about Lady Arctura. Not that he could explain, he could only confess himself infected with her uneasiness, and the rather that he knew better than she the nature of those with whom she might have to cope. If Mrs. Brookes had not been there, he dared not have come away, he said, leaving her with such a dread upon her. Sir Gibbie listened open-mouthed to the tale of the finding of the lost chapel, hidden away because it held the dust of the dead, and perhaps sometimes their wandering ghosts. They assured him that if he would bring Lady Arctura to them, they would take care of her. Had she not better give up the weary property, they said, and come and live with them and be free as the lark? But Donal said that if God had given her a property, he would not have her forsake her post, but wait for him to relieve her. She must administer her own kingdom ere she could have an abundant entrance into his. Only he wished he were near her again to help her. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George MacDonald. Chapter 72. Sent, Not Called. He had been at home about 10 days, during which not a word had come to Davy or himself from the castle, and was beginning to grow, not perhaps anxious, but hungry for news of Lady Arctura, when from a sound sleep he started suddenly awake one midnight to find his mother by his bedside. She had roused him with difficulty. "Laddie," she said, "I'm thinking you're wanted." "What am I wanted, mother?" he asked, rubbing his eyes, but with anxiety already throbbing at his heart. "At the castle," she replied. "How ken ye that?" he asked. "It would be ill telling ye," she answered. "But gien I was you, Donal, I would be off afore the daybreak, to see what they're doing wi' yon poor lady at the muckle place ye left. My heart's that sair about her I cannot rest a moment till I hae ye away upon the road till her." Long before his mother had ended, Donal was out of bed and hurrying on his clothes. He had the profoundest faith in whatever his mother said. Was it a vision she had had? He had never been told she had the second sight. It might have been only a dream, or an impression so deep she must heed it. One thing was plain, there was no time to ask questions. It was enough that his mother said go. More than enough that it was for Lady Arctura. How quickest could he go? There were horses at Sir Gibbie's. He would make free with one. He put a crust of bread in his pocket and set out running. There was a little moonlight, enough for one who knew every foot of the way, and in half an hour of swift descent he was at the stable door of Glashgar. Finding himself unable to rouse anyone, he crept through a way he knew, opened the door, without a moment's hesitation saddled and bridled Sir Gibbie's favourite mare, led her out, and mounted her. Safe in the saddle, with 4 legs busy under him, he had time to think, and began to turn over in his mind what he must do. But he soon saw there was no planning anything till he knew what was the matter, of which he had dreadful forebodings. His imagination started and spurred by fear, he thought of many dread possibilities concerning which he wondered that he had never thought of them before. If he had, he could not have left the castle. What might not a man in the mental and moral condition of the Earl, unrestrained by law or conscience, risk to secure the property for his son? Might he not poison her, smother her, kill her somehow, anyhow that was safest? Then rushed into his mind what the housekeeper had told him of his cruelty to his wife. A man like that, no longer feeling, however knowing the difference between right and wrong, hardly knowing the difference between dreaming a thing and doing the thing, was no fitter member of a family than any devil in or out of hell. He would have blamed himself bitterly, had he not been sure he was not following his own will and going away. If there were a better way, it had not been intended he should take it, else it would have been shown him. But now he would be restrained by no delicacy towards the Earl. Whatever his hand found to do, he would do, regardless of appearances. If he could not reach Lady Arctura, he would seek the help of the law, tell what he knew, and get a warrant of search. He dared not think what he dreaded, but he would trust nothing but seeing her with his own eyes, and hearing from her own mouth that all was well. Which could not be, else why should his mother have sent him to her? Doubtless the way would unfold before him as he went on, but if everything should seem to go against him, he would yet say with Sir Philip Sidney that, since a man is bound no farther to himself than to do wisely, chance is only to trouble them that stand upon chance. If his plans or attempts should one after the other fail, there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. So he rode on, careful over his mare, lest much haste should be little speed. The animal was strong and in good condition, and by the time Donal had seen the sun rise, ascend the heavens, and go halfway down their western slope, and had stopped 3 times to refresh the mare, he found himself, after much climbing and descent, on a good level road that promised by nightfall to bring him to the place of his desire. But the mare was now getting tired, and no wonder, for she had had more than a hard day's work. Donal dismounted every now and then to relieve her, that he might go the faster when he mounted again, comforting himself that in the true path the delays are as important as the speed. For the hour is the point, not the swiftness. An hour too soon may even be more disastrous than an hour too late. He would arrive at the right time for him whose ways are not our ways, inasmuch as they are greatly better. The sun went down, and the stars came out, and the long twilight began. But before he was a mile farther he became aware that the sky had clouded over, the stars had vanished, and rain was at hand. The day had been sultry, and relief was come. Lightning flamed out, and darkness full of thunder followed. The storm was drawing near, but his mare, though young and high-spirited, was too weary to be frightened. The rain refreshed both, and they made a little more speed. But it was dark night, with now grumbling, now raging storm, before they came where, had it been light, Donal would have looked to see the castle. End of chapter 72.